Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Be honest, Brimdel was fully aware that he was a lunatic. All life is born, consumes its time and dies. Those pointy-eared bastards are no different. Were we born only to die? What matters is what you leave behind. The weapons you forge won't disappear, so make a masterpiece. Create a legendary sword so you won't be forgotten. Other dwarves chose that path, but in Brimdel's eyes, throwing yourself into molten lava to make such tools was the height of foolishness. In the end, it's still just a weapon. If it's not used, you'll never know its worth, and if it's left in a warehouse, it loses its meaning. Still, unable to find another path, he ended up forging swords like the others. Then one day, he saw a human knight, a complete fool who dared to barge into a dwarven cave and cause a commotion just to steal a legendary sword. He was beaten nearly to death and thrown into prison. But Brimdel saw another possibility and went to visit the imprisoned man. "Hey, human, how did you deflect the hammer I threw? That little body of yours shouldn't have been able to do that." Anyone can do that with enough training, can't they? He received an answer as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. After pondering for a long time, Brimdel locked himself away in his forge. A whole month passed before he opened the door. "Brimdel, what kind of weapon have you made? Wait, are you insane?" "Who?" The other dwarves were horrified, assuming he had shut himself in to forge a magnificent sword. Brimdel had shaved off his beard completely. You. "My friends, I don't think I'm very interested in making swords. Instead, I'll try making something else." What did you say?" "No matter how I look at it, things that can't shine on their own have no value." "What nonsense is that? If I'm going to strike something, I want it to have life. I want to see the potential in something that breathes, not in mere steel." Brimdel confidently declared this and became the shame of the dwarves as he left for the capital of the empire, about 100 years later. After crippling 1,300 trainees, he created the empire's greatest knight, and after that he crippled 2,000 more, but it wasn't failure without reason. Brimdel had learned a lot, the limits of human willpower, the minimum amount of hammering required for forging, how to prevent breaking, how to prevent shattering. He gave form to the vague concept of talent. That's why he understood to some extent. This hunk of stone was not fit for forging. It would break easily. At best, it was a stone blade. Get up, just getting closer to death isn't enough. Make your body feel the need to gain a new sense. Yes. Cross the line of death, grip your sword. Never forget that there's something in front of you trying to kill you. Don't give up the will to survive. Yes. Don't even dream of healing. You must feel the sensation of death even more deeply. It's almost over, your breath is stopping. Don't stop thinking that. Yes, I've understood everything, so you don't have to keep talking. Training ground. Brimdel looked strangely at the small boy struggling to lift a sword bigger than his own body. His head was torn and bleeding, his whole body bruised, unable to even stand properly. He supported himself with his bones and dragged the sword, glaring at Brimdel. Even with one eye closed due to the flowing blood, his aim was precise. At Brimdel's neck, there was no killing intent in it, no anger either, yet Brimdel instinctively rubbed his neck. The will in those calm eyes had caused that reaction. At least you've got some guts." He should have broken long ago by all expectations. No matter how much training he'd had, a child is still a child. When death approaches, no matter how firmly you've set your goal, you tend to forget it. Because it was a natural process, it was essential to repeatedly get used to it so that he wouldn't forget it even while trembling. In that regard, he was already at a completed level. It was unfortunate for Brimdel. It meant the boy wouldn't give up after just a day or two, come to think of it. He had endured inside the Great Realm for nearly a year. His talent should have been far too lacking, and with that level, even facing death once a day wouldn't be enough. Which meant every time he experienced it, he had undergone this same process with intense depth. To not give up in the face of truly imminent death and to strive to survive fiercely without rest. What kind of situation had it been? Brimdel briefly pondered, then shook his head and gave a command. Attack as well, if you have the will, expressing it is also important. Understood. Jern put down the sword. Then, with his fists clenched, he charged forward and kicked Brimdel in the stomach. Stunned, Brimdel asked, "Why are you throwing away the sword?" "I didn't come here to learn swordsmanship. I came to learn the enhanced mana body." He was so confident that it made Brimdel feel as if he had said something wrong. At the very least, he won't give up after a day or two. Brimdel sighed and brought the hammer down again. Bang. "What is this?" "Medicine and bandages, apply them." "Will this actually heal me? I mean, will I recover the same as before?" "Of course not, it'll hurt quite a bit and you'll have trouble moving." "Then what about tomorrow's training?" "It'll go better. Because it'll be easier to feel death." Brimdel watched Jern's face twist and hoped the boy would say something he wanted to hear. But seeing him apply the medicine and wrap the bandages, Brimdel was disappointed. It meant this bothersome process would drag on a little more than a week. "From now on, I'll add lacerations. Understand more by watching your own blood flow. I'll tell you in advance, from this training onward you could die." In truth, he would control the amount of bleeding, so that wouldn't happen. Jern frowned and muttered, "Are you going to do this crap to Linmol too?" If it's that girl, she probably realized something during yesterday's training. True. After calmly nodding, Jern was torn apart before he could even scream. That evening, Brimdel looked down at the blood-soaked Jern and asked, just in case, "Are you thinking of giving up?" "Not yet." Tusk. That meant the training would now stretch to 2 weeks, by the 3rd week. What is it? I can see the flow. Cut, slashed, stabbed, a scar over wound, then scar again. Now closer to a living corpse than a human, Jern mumbled in a completely different tone than before as he looked up at the sky. "Amazing, I can see the direction the ocean currents will move. Even if currents suddenly rush in, I'll be able to avoid them." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Brimdel assumed Jern had lost his mind from the relentless training. Until he saw him grasp and clutch something. "I can catch it now without even having to realize it." Brimdel saw Jern let go of what he had grasped and was certain. It was the reaction typical of someone at the beginning stage of the enhanced mana body, slow to learn but quick to acquire. This is... Jern licked his split lips and smiled. Now things are finally getting interesting. Watching that horrifying smile, Brimdel realized he had been completely wrong. This training, at the very least, would not end with that boy breaking. "Come here." "Yes." In the end, it was Brimdel who gave up, not Jern. The advice from Crimson's Circle was accurate. I really had been in a situation where I could have died. The dining table with bedding laid out to use as a bed in the cabin. Lying on top of it, I waved my arms weakly through the air. I can see the overall flow of the ocean currents. I have to focus to see it, and if I blink, it disappears. Interesting. I can sense the danger. This was the true nature of the seawater I swallowed to replenish my mana. To put it metaphorically, I was chugging gasoline and using it as fuel. So then. That's enough. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and stood up. It was about time for Brimdel's lesson to begin. The first few weeks had been painful, but now it was fun. I think being a knight suits me better than being a wizard. The feeling of moving my body and learning something through action is really satisfying. The pain doesn't get any easier though. Hearing the door rattle open, I hopped down from my spot. "You're here, what are we doing today?" "Rest today." What was that supposed to mean? I tilted my head in confusion. Brimdel, wearing a disgruntled expression, put on his coat and grabbed some swords from the storage. "An old comrade called me. I have to go to the capital for a while." Then can I come along too?" "I don't mind, but why?" "There's someone I'd like to check in on." I thought it would be good to ask Seal if Dercia had woken up. As I climbed into Brimdel's carriage, I asked just in case. "Is there no way to train on the way?" "Do you think training is that simple? I can strike you with just enough terror and pressure that you come close to death without actually dying. No one else can do that. It's not something any other fool would even try." "So this method of throwing someone to the edge is unique to you, Brimdel Nim. What about other knights?" "They just train non-stop until death comes for them. It's a slow and foolish method." Even the knight's method sounded awful, though it still couldn't compare to Brimdel. We rode for several hours and finally arrived in the capital. Though it had only been a few weeks, many things had changed already. First of all, the movement of people had increased more than expected, and everyone was headed somewhere. I asked with a puzzled face. Where is everyone going? Ahem. Brimdell thought for a moment, then shrugged. Well, you've been stuck in training without seeing the state of the world, so I guess you wouldn't know. Better to see it for yourself than explain it. Huh. What's he talking about? Follow me. I followed Brimdell, who began walking with long strides toward the center of the capital. There, 5 ordinary-looking children were being led away in handcuffs. They were literally being escorted. They only had handcuffs on, but all the knights around them had drawn their swords. They looked ready to strike at the slightest movement. Who are they? I was about to ask in confusion, but after scanning them with current sense, I realized something and my expression hardened. Wizards, but something felt off. Brimdell, speaking as if checking whether I had noticed, said calmly. So Fallens can recognize each other. They're your friends. Their fate is to live in isolation for the rest of their lives in some countryside village. That's quite the cruel way to put it. It's the truth, isn't it? The ones being taken away were all wizards who had fallen into the abyss. Judging by their ages, it was more like it happened to them rather than them doing it willingly, but the reaction from the people around them was far from kind. Everyone was either clicking their tongues or watching with smug satisfaction, so I tilted my head. Are they part of the Crimson Circle too? No, those ones are probably innocent victims that Crimson Circle pushed into falling. Then what did they do wrong? They fell. I nodded. Yeah, people's attitudes toward the fallen weren't good even before the Crimson Circle. My master told me that 100 years ago, if someone was fallen, they'd just kill them on the spot. It couldn't be helped. Their death is certain, and in exchange, they gain sudden, immense power they can't even handle. What, you think we should leave those kinds of people alone? It's tragic, yes, but knowing what must be done is separate from feeling pity. Do you have anything to say to that? There was nothing wrong with Brimdell's words. The fallen are dangerous. Even without considering their potential to join the Crimson Circle, they are ticking time bombs. Eliminate them the moment they appear. That's what a proper nation should do for its people, and of course, it was something they had to do, so I shook my head. I don't. Then why are you still alive? You really hate me, don't you? Even after several weeks of enduring the grind, it seemed I still didn't sit well with the insane dwarf who judged humans like raw gemstones. Finish whatever you have to do by 3 in the afternoon and be at the carriage. If you're late, I'll leave you behind. Yes. Having arrived early in the morning, there was plenty of time. Since there was not even a trace of a mentor-student bond between us, I turned to leave without saying goodbye, intending to go about my business. But Brimdell called out, sounding mildly annoyed. Also stop for a moment. He pointed toward the front of the cavalry escorting the prisoners. Do you see that knight? Yes. Black armor, sharp eyes, a gaze flashing with killing intent. Altogether, he looked far more dangerous than the other knights. He's part of a newly established unit created to capture and eliminate the fallen. They always wear black armor, so don't get caught by them. I have no intention of shielding you. He looks way more terrifying than the other knights. Of course, they're all Heaven's Judgment knights. If you run into them, you'll be spending quite a long time with your friends. I'll be careful. Do that. Brimdell finished his warning and turned around abruptly, as if his business was done. I stood for a moment, watching the line of people. No prisoners. It was horrific, but compared to before, this was somewhat more humane. Previously, Aletis had said that, from the Empire's standpoint, it was policy to immediately execute any wizard found to be fallen in Abyss. The fact that they weren't doing that now, maybe Aletis had pulled some strings. I was thinking along those lines when murmurs from nearby caught my attention. My little sister died in the city because of scum like them. Tisk lifetime isolation. Why not just kill them already? I heard the princess intervened. Ahem. The princess, Lumia, or her sister? It seemed more likely to be the sister. Based on Lumia's personality, she struck me as someone who lived off her own pride with no reason to go out of her way to save the fallen. I'd never met her before, but she kept helping me. That was what I was thinking when my eyes met those of a Heaven's Judgment knight escorting the prisoners. That fierce gaze locked onto me, not anyone else, me. I didn't want to draw attention at a time like this. Acting like any other child my age, I bounced around and waved my hands wildly. HMPH. The knight scoffed and looked away. It works every time. What on earth happened to you? Nothing happened, I just trained. The first place I visited was Alettis's mansion. In the drawing room, Alettis had a baffled expression, torn between calling a doctor or summoning the guards, so I told him to do neither. It was more effective than I expected. Would you like to try using magic, a wind spell, and make it graze past my ear? All right. Alettis summoned a gentle breeze that brushed past my ear. I could see it, and yet I couldn't. It seemed the enhanced mana body I had acquired was exclusive to Abyss Realm magic. The training method might have been the same, but the source of the difference was clearly the mana. Training in a place overflowing with ordinary mana. And training in a place filled with unusual mana, that brought about a different outcome. At least, in my personal opinion, this was much better. Once I became able to sense the mana of the Abyss Realm, it also seemed possible to perceive distortions caused by foreign mana. The wind Alettis had just released wasn't visible in itself, but I could see it disturbing the deep sea, so I was able to dodge it. If you paint white paint on a white canvas, nothing is visible. But if you first coat it with dark blue paint and then apply white paint, you can see what's approaching. It feels like that, though I might have become less resistant to attacks, or maybe not. As I was considering various possibilities, Alettis withdrew the wind with a curious look. You really can see it, it's still elemental magic, but to react like this is fascinating. Karin said it would take at least a year to master the enhanced mana body, and that you'd die before then from being melted down. These wounds weren't completely meaningless. I lightly tapped my eye, now bruised in a dark blue color. I can't deny it, but I still can't understand why you had to use that method. Wasn't it practically a gamble with death? Isn't that just what training is like? No, not at all. What do you take knight training for? If you forced a child your age to go through something like that, 10 out of 10 would have their spirits broken and give up the path of the knight. Unless the child has a body of steel and a heart of diamond, they'd lose even their talent. My training with Durcia Nim was quite similar. Wait, what? I thought you were learning magic. Oh yeah. It was magic, but I learned it while getting beaten up. Of course, I knew it wasn't normal, but because of that I hadn't found Brimdal's training all that strange either. Alettis sighed as he responded. Sir Brimdal is certainly a remarkable knight. Despite being a dwarf, he bore no deep animosity toward human culture, refining himself and achieving many great feats. But ever since his retirement, all he's done is take in eager youths and crush their hopes over and over. You didn't try to stop him. Well, usually, it's the children who dream of knighthood and the parents who try to stop them. So if Sir Brimdal beats that dream out of them, though it's a crude way to put it, it works out well for both sides. Being a knight is an honorable thing, isn't it? Only for commoners. For nobles, the prevailing thought is, why waste your time when you could just learn magic instead? On the other hand, commoner parents are usually willing to accept some risk if their child can train under the best knight. I had always wondered why no one had labeled Brimdal as a public enemy, even though he broke so many hopefuls. Now I knew why. Either way, the results were finally starting to show, so I had no intention of giving up. As I sipped my tea, I thought I might stop by the orphanage before heading back when I suddenly felt something missing. The noisy silver-haired furball was gone. I asked with a puzzled look, "Come to think of it, where is Elijah?" Ugh. Alettis lowered his head deeply. It wasn't a very reassuring reaction. Of course, it's not your fault, but she insisted that Jern abandoned her after saying he'd come every day, so I had no choice. I allowed her to go out. She probably went looking for you, so you must have missed each other. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Since that day, I've secretly attached a tracker and shadow knights to Elijah. Even if the worst situation comes, I can at least evacuate Elijah. It seemed he had thoroughly prepared after his daughter had suffered 2 major incidents. And since I know you're also doing your best to survive, I can't say anything against it. Life is the most precious thing after all. Ah, and this is something I was going to send by mail. Alettis handed me a small dagger. It didn't look like it was made for actual use, instead adorned beautifully with gleaming jewels and ivory. I accepted it, still confused. What is this? The year is nearly over, isn't it? I've never heard when your birthday is. Ugh. Sorry if it's late, but it's your birthday gift. That's exactly what it was. Since I was an orphan, I couldn't be sure when this body's real birthday was. But I should have turned 11 by now. Thank you. I accepted the dagger and tucked it into my pocket. How should I put it? The fact that I had already survived a whole year in deep sea felt strangely surreal. Durcia was still asleep. Though I wasn't sure if asleep was the right word, she was mumbling to herself like she was possessed, scribbling something down on the table, but I still couldn't understand the characters she was writing. The time was around 1 o'clock. If I visited the orphanage and came back, it would probably be around 3. I was thinking of buying some treats for the orphanage using the Magic Tower's interest-free loan card and had stopped by a bakery when the air suddenly grew hot. A sharp wave of heat swept over me directly. Since my world was like the deep sea, I didn't feel heat easily, even sitting near a bonfire. Looking around, I spotted a child in a hood dripping blood as they walked. Their breathing was rough. Just by looking, I could tell something was seriously wrong. I cautiously kept some distance as others approached the child with puzzled expressions. Hey there, are you all right? What's with all this blood? Let me see. Goodness, your body is like a fireball. Oh no, she must be sick. Shouldn't we call a doctor? This wasn't good. Clicking my tongue, I watched as people gathered around the kid, right in the middle of the capital, and a kid no less. That drastically lowered everyone's guard. I scanned the area, but there were no knights nearby. Even if there were, at that distance, they'd be too far to act in time. A fruit vendor peeked under the girl's robe and went pale. W8, isn't this the kid that was being dragged away early? Feeling the water around me begin to lightly boil, I sighed. No matter what, this had to be stopped. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing here? Before the vendor could scream, I cut in, grabbing the girl's by her shoulder. It was literally burning hot. The girl exhaled sharply as if she had been running, fumbling through her clothes. This is my younger sister. She hurt herself badly while playing and caught pneumonia. She even needed several stitches, but she insists on running around. I'm sorry for the trouble. Why your sister, but? I calmly showed the vendor a key as he stammered. Jern Espandel, apprentice of the Black Magic Tower. If this child has caused any problems, please contact the tower. We'll handle it promptly. Why yes, there's no problem at all. The name of the Magic Tower really carried weight. The crowd dispersed as quickly as it had formed. Keeping my hand on the child's shoulder, I led her into an alleyway. Follow me quietly. Ugh. Something flickered beneath the hood, resistance, but weak. When I covered it with a current, the flames were instantly snuffed out and turned to smoke. The smoke was consumed, unable to rise into the sky. I shifted the current and lightly gripped the child's neck, then let go, to remind her who was holding her life. Because that's better for you too. Maybe it was because of the overwhelming difference that left no space for resistance. Or perhaps it was because she realized I was the same as them. After that, she followed me without resistance. I pinned her to a corner of the alleyway, confirmed several times with current sense that no one was around, and then asked, "How did you escape?" The Heaven's Judgment Knight who commanded them wouldn't have been an easy one to slip away from. The girl opened and closed her mouth a few times under the hood, then cautiously answered. The one who captured us went to make a report. She must have used the brief moment when the knight was reporting to escape. But surely the security wouldn't have been so lax as to allow someone to slip away that easily. And then Greg, he was crushed and died. Greg. From the context, it sounded like another fallen companion. The girl clung to the worn hood as if it were her only armor and trembled violently, then spoke with tears creeping into her voice. My big brother. I see. He said he couldn't hold on any longer, that he gave up trying to endure it. All the other knights passed out. That's how I was able to run away. So in the end, the fallen couldn't endure it and went berserk, knocking the knights unconscious. This was another horrific situation. If I were a Heaven's Judgment Knight, I'd probably be losing my mind at this absurd coincidence. What should I do? Now that I'd seen it, I couldn't just walk away. As I was thinking that, the girl who had been crouched down suddenly stood and grabbed my shoulder in desperation. Please help me. Help you? I'm scared. I don't want to stay like this anymore. You're an apprentice of the Magic Tower, right? And you're fine, aren't you? Please, I know there's no reason you have to, but give me a chance too. I'll do anything, anything at all. Eh. I looked at the face beneath the hood. It was horrifying. Burns layered over burns. If not for that hood, most would have realized she was a fallen at a glance. But above all else, those eyes filled only with despair. I slowly nodded. I hadn't become so broken that I needed a reason to help a child. All right, I'll help you. Are really? Yeah, I actually brought some medicine with me, not sure if it'll help though. I pulled out an ointment from my coat and handed it over. The child looked at it with a puzzled expression. What is this? Medicine, it should help at least a little if you apply it. And not this, I've tried using things like this so many times and it never really helped. Still better than nothing, right? But let's start with this and then look for something better. I carefully glanced out of the alley and muttered softly. We'll need to apply medicine every day, then we'll need to look into procedures for replacing the skin with artificial material. After that, we'll have to work on changing your constitution. Not sure if it'll work, but maybe by cooling your blood. Wait a second. The girl suddenly stopped me, as if what I was saying didn't make sense. When I turned around to look, she had a confused expression like she thought I was hiding something and asked. That's just layering temporary fixes on top of more temporary fixes, isn't it? Well, yeah. What is that even? You're saying we just have to endure it. Ahem. I scratched my cheek for a moment and shrugged. Yeah, that's all there is. Don't lie to me. The girl's gaze flared with anger. Thud, she rushed at me, slammed me against the wall, gripped my neck tightly, and shouted in frustration. You're fine, you know the way out of this, don't you? You know how to escape from here. Tell me, I want to live too. There's no such way. I didn't get angry because I understood how she felt. Just because someone drowning grabs at anything nearby doesn't mean they want to drag others down with them. I simply met the girl's eyes calmly and spoke the truth. All there is to it is enduring the current moment, holding on, and when the next burden comes, enduring that too. Even if it hurts, you bear it. Even if it feels like you're going to die, you still bear it. The girl looked puzzled by how normal my tone was when I should have been struggling to breathe. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened. Yo, you're not breathing. Right. In my world, it's not easy to breathe. I've replaced my respiratory system. Hangul ka uinus. The strength drained from the girl's hands and she lowered her head deeply. Because I had proven with my own actions everything I had just said, she had lost the will to argue. How long do I have to keep doing that? Until you start thinking dying would be better. What? When you've resisted enough and feel like you've done all you could, when living desperately has lost all meaning, that's how long you hold on. There is no end, there's no escape. Unfortunately, I didn't know how to sugarcoat things with comforting lies. Even if I did, giving false hope to a fallen is not something one can do with a human heart. You can survive right now. Maybe you won't die next time, that's about the only comfort we're allowed. The child slowly lifted their head. Whether my words held meaning or not, there wasn't a trace of hope in their eyes. Then why do you keep living? Because it's fucked up. I can't say living is better than dying, that would probably be a lie. The abyss is horrible. Sometimes, I think several times a day that dying would be better than going on like this. And yet I don't give up, if I had to pick a reason. I don't want to lose to the world I created. That's probably the biggest reason, so what are you going to do? I left the decision to the girl. If you want to struggle, I can help you, it's not even that hard. Mom. Suddenly the girl said that and lifted her head. Unlike before, there was fear in her voice but also a trace of determination. She seemed to have found something in my short words. If I'm going to die anyway, I want to see my mom one last time. That's not hard, where is your mom? I in the Imperial Palace. Perhaps. This girl wasn't just any ordinary natural-born wizard. Did you say the Imperial Palace? Yes. What's your name? Is this kid maybe the third princess or something? Of course not. The child lowered her head with a timid expression. Ren. Ren. It's the last syllable of my mom's name. I was never given a name, so I'm using this. What's she talking about? Greg Opa and I were illegitimate children. Our mom, who was a maid, had a relationship with some noble and we were probably born from that. I don't know the details. Why don't you know she's your mom? We grew up in the orphanage. Still, unlike the other kids, a woman used to visit us every month to bring food and clothes. Then one day, Opa overheard a conversation between the head of the orphanage and our mom. So that woman must have been your mom. Yeah, even her name, we found out, but when Opa confronted her the next time she visited, she left with a shocked face and never came back. So these two weren't natural-born wizards created by Crimson Circle, but half-wizards born from a maid and a noble. It's known that when two wizards marry, their child is guaranteed to be a wizard. However, at first they started slowly increasing the number of noble wizards through marriages between wizards and nobles, so if a wizard marries a commoner, even if it's not 100%, the child has a high chance of becoming a wizard. Are you twins by any chance? Yeah, that's right, how did you know? And if they're twins, it makes sense that both turned out to be wizards, beating the odds. Then why abandon them? If it were me, I'd have tried to change my fate using them. No, she probably didn't know they were wizards until around age 10, so that wouldn't have been an option. As I considered the possibilities, Ren slowly raised her head. Opa told me to forget about Mom. He said she was a bad person who abandoned us. But I can't forget, she's our mom, that's why I took her name for myself, on my own. You want to see her, that's the real reason, right? Yeah. I want to meet her one last time and ask, if she abandoned us, why did she keep coming to visit? I see, him. Compared to a plea to be saved, this was much easier. I'd have to figure out a way into the Imperial Palace, but saving someone who's fallen is far more difficult than that. All right, come with me. I brushed it off casually and walked into a nearby inn. I headed to an empty restroom, opened the small cleaning supply closet, and carefully checked if it was completely sealed. Ren tilted her head. What are you doing? Have you heard of a wizard's workshop? No. Then now you know. Click. I turned the workshop key and opened the door inside the cleaning closet. Wow, whoa. Even when seeing my bleak workshop, Ren was surprised. To be precise, she seemed amazed by the existence of the workshop itself. She looked around in fascination and murmured, I had a feeling, but you really are a noble. No, I was an orphan just like you. What? A lot happened, I was lucky. I took out a few things from the workshop. Something for treating burns, some painkillers, and a pearl medicine I kept in stock. Take all of it and apply this, it should help a little, just don't die and hang in there. Okay. And let me ask something. Where is your inner world? My inner world, you mean where I'm at, right? Yeah. Ren looked around as if sensing something nearby, and in truth, there was likely something I couldn't see surrounding her. It's hot, everything around me is burning. If I touch anything, it catches fire. The world itself doesn't change. Yeah. So it's not the Great Realm, but it was still serious. Looking at her face, covered in blisters, I didn't say it aloud, but it was clear Ren didn't have much time left. I first realized it while washing my face in the restroom. I splashed cold water, but it was so hot that I got burned. If it's hard, you don't have to say more. And no, it's fine. Did anything happen emotionally when you were little or after your awakening fever? Something that could have caused this. I'm not sure, but whenever I thought about Mom abandoning me, my chest would get really hot. The trigger for the fall, I'm not sure. First of all, it didn't seem like this kid had gone through something absurd like being boiled in hot water or swimming in lava. Though she denied it, she looked like even speaking was difficult, so I changed the subject. What does your mom look like? Brown hair, short, pretty, and her eyes were beautiful. Something more specific. I think she always had a slight limp in her left leg. That's enough. A limp in her left leg. That's something I can immediately confirm using current sense. I had all the information I needed, so I laid her down on the bed and stood up, giving her a warning. I'll let you out when we arrive at the Imperial Palace. Until then, you won't be going anywhere, so if there's anything you're curious about, ask now. Ren blinked, then asked as if even she didn't understand herself. Why are you helping me this much? What? I can't do anything for you. It was an absurd question. I stared at her with cold, emotionless eyes. You asked me for help. Why, yeah, but people don't normally help criminals. Are you a criminal? Have you killed anyone? No, but I ran from the knights. More than anything, helping me puts you in danger too. If I really thought it was dangerous, I wouldn't have helped. I'm Durcia's student, Elijah's teacher, and an apprentice of the Black Magic Tower. Even a Heaven's Judgment Knight wouldn't dare touch me without serious resolve. All I have to do is enter the Imperial Palace and find a maid whose name contains Ren. That much is more than doable. At least it's better than watching a tragedy unfold. If I hadn't stopped you, you were going to use inner world magic in the middle of the market, weren't you? Yeah. When I asked a bit sharply, Ren hung her head low. I don't think the Empire's current method of isolating people for life and locking them up on the outskirts is a good solution. I wouldn't want to be exiled like that until I die. But that doesn't mean I think it's right to attack innocent people either. If you do that, how are you any different from Crimson Circle? I didn't want to do it either. But after losing Opa and thinking I'd never see Mom again, I got scared. Then think of that as the reason I'm helping you. I hate Crimson Circle and I don't want more people like them. If just helping you meet your mom can stop a rampage, then that's a cheap price to pay. Thank you. No need to thank me. Instead, start thinking about what you'll do after you meet your mom. Run away, move to an isolated village, find peace and end it there, or struggle like me. I calmly laid out the possibilities. Ren stared blankly at me for a moment, then for the first time gave a small smile. Sorry. I don't think I could ever do what you do, even if it killed me. Oh yeah. Maybe it was the medicine. She looked a little better. I closed the workshop door and left the inn, then checked the clock in the plaza. It was almost 3. I headed to where the carriage was and waited for Brimdel. A dwarf with a black sword who hadn't been there earlier was now leaning against a streetlight, grumbling. Brimdel snapped at me the moment he saw me. Why are you so late? I'm exactly on time. Exactly on time isn't good enough. This is why I can't stand wizards. As Brimdel climbed into the carriage while grumbling over nonsense, I shook my head. Something came up. You should go ahead without me. What are you suddenly talking about? Well, I hesitated for a moment, then decided to just say it outright. I found a promising terrorist candidate. If left alone, she'll either get caught and killed by knights or be taken by Crimson Circle and turned into a monster. Since I've already seen it, I can't just ignore it. Brimdel scratched his head and asked again. Did you see yourself in that fallen kid with no options? Sorry, no. Then why bother helping? I don't want to attach a reason to saving a single child. What the hell, you don't even look 12 and you're talking like this. You are the kid. I'm 11. If you're not back in 2 days, I'll assume you're dead. Do whatever you want, Haya. Brimdel didn't say a single word about helping me and simply set the carriage in motion. However, the very fact that he didn't interfere was already a form of help. Since I was currently under his training, anything I did would affect him as well. Letting me act freely was no different from giving permission. Even if he speaks harshly and makes it his job to beat down kids and crush their dreams, perhaps at his core he's a good person. How strange. I had a plan. While on the way to the Imperial Palace, I saw knights dashing wildly through the main street. Find her, she couldn't have gotten far. Excuse me, have you seen a child with severe burn marks on her skin? Naturally, they had begun asking the people nearby for sightings. It was still the outskirts for now, but in less than 30 minutes they would reach the fruit shop owner. Once that happened, the following chain of events would unfold. 1. I saw her. Some young magic tower apprentice said he was her brother and took her away. 2. What? Someone that distinct isn't common. Dersia's student. 3. He was kidnapped by Crimson Circle, so he was one of them all along. That would take maybe an hour at most. Once they focus on me for inspection, there'll be no way out. I'll have to give everything up and flee from the comfortable empire. Time was tightening around my neck. Before reaching the Imperial Palace, I turned into a narrow alley. Form burn. SSSSSSS. Ugh. It was fortunate that Dersia had trained me by burning me with fire. I clenched my teeth so hard it felt like they would crack as I felt distinct red marks forming on my face and body. The pain of searing one's skin with fire was utterly horrible. Even compared to being unable to breathe, it was far worse. No matter what world you're in, Ren was enduring pain no child her age should have to bear. Ha! Once I'd steadied myself a bit, I headed toward the front of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial grounds, as expected, were surrounded by massive walls several meters tall, and at least 100 guards patrolled the perimeter. The moment I approached even slightly, a deafening shout rang out. Stop! Identify yourself. I am Jern Espandel, apprentice of the Black Magic Tower and adopted son of Durcia Espandel. I raised my key, but the guard captain approached without lowering his spear, speaking in a voice filled with suspicion. I've never heard of one so young being an apprentice at the Black Magic Tower. My talent is exceptional, you're free to confirm it if you wish. I answered with a bit of arrogance. Wait here. Still keeping his guard up, one of the captains headed inside the wall. It seemed they had some method of contacting the Black Magic Tower. I was slightly anxious, worried that the tower's elders might pretend they didn't know me and say, "That's not our concern." What business does the Magic Tower have with the Imperial Palace? If you're seeking a visit, please follow proper procedures. It seemed that wouldn't happen. A short while later he returned. The name Jern Espandel was indeed confirmed. The gate was lowered, but suspicion hadn't disappeared from their eyes. Apparently, even the tower was somewhat frowned upon by the Imperial Palace. I pulled back my hood, revealing the burn marks, and calmly explained. Just now, I fought a fallen one in the middle of the capital. What are you saying? The guard captain's gaze shifted slightly. She was using magic without drawing mana. Because she was near civilians, I tried to lure her into an alley and subdue her, but she attacked me immediately. I barely escaped the fight. I came to the palace to report what happened. Please wait a moment. The guard captain looked alarmed and quickly went back inside the walls. This time he returned a bit faster, running breathlessly as he issued orders to the other guards. It's true, this is top secret, do not speak a word of this. Everyone return to your assigned posts. Yes, sir. Sir Jern, you've done well, we've called for a doctor to treat your wounds. A knight will arrive shortly. If you could just explain The guard captain's tone had completely changed from before, much more courteous now, which meant this situation was indeed serious. I slowly shook my head. Could I ask you to delay that just a little? The reason I came to the Imperial Palace instead of reporting to the knights is exactly that. I'm just a one-star wizard, yet I was able to fight that fallen one properly. The knights wouldn't have let someone at that level escape, would they? It's only a suspicion, but I believe someone among the knights may have helped the fallen one escape. What? The guard captain looked baffled and asked again. A face that clearly said, that's a load of nonsense. No matter how generous he tried to be, that seems highly unlikely. It really was nonsense, unless it was Crimson Circle. I stroked my chin with a puzzled expression. You're right, forget I said anything. Even I admit that doesn't make much sense. For something like that to happen, Crimson Circle would have to disguise themselves as knights, and there's no way they could pull that off. The guard captain's eyes widened at my words. He now wore a serious expression, deep in thought. Given that such a case actually existed and that someone like me, who shouldn't know about it, pointed it out precisely, it would be hard for him to just dismiss it. Then I'll wait until the knights arrive. The pain is manageable. About that, it might be better if you spoke to someone inside about the details. At the Imperial Palace, wouldn't that be terribly impolite? Not at all. We have a medical facility inside, so please come in first. Thank you for the kindness. With a gentle smile, I entered the Imperial Palace under the escort of the guard captain. The inside of the palace was, quite literally, another world. Incredible. Is this your first time entering the palace? Yes. It was winter outside, but inside the palace it was spring. Birds in every color of the rainbow perched on cherry blossom trees in full bloom, creating a beautiful harmony. The pond wasn't frozen, instead a clear stream flowed through the palace and the temperature was perfect. Cool when the wind blew, warm when it didn't. There wasn't a single dull color in sight. It was like someone had cut out all the most beautiful landscapes in the world, stitched them together not crudely, but in a way that allowed each one to shine fully in its own way. As I watched a butterfly brush past my shoulder and silently envied the royal family, we arrived at an infirmary larger than most major hospitals. Ah, Captain, what brings you here? A burn victim. Any available doctors? Apologies, they're all currently upstairs. Why? Well, a bit of an urgent situation came up. All of them fine, can we at least do emergency treatment? Yes, sir. Then clear out the medical room immediately. Sir Jern, I'm sorry. Not at all, even emergency treatment is more than enough. More than 10 nurses attended to me alone, so the treatment was over in no time. and the quality wasn't lacking in the slightest. After disinfecting, applying medicine, and wrapping me thoroughly in bandages, I found a moment to use my current sense. It was hopeless. They had definitely used space expansion magic or something similar. Even from the outside, the place looked large, but I had thought that with my wide current sense range, I'd be able to find what I needed quickly by moving around a bit. But no matter how I calculated it, I'd need at least 20 minutes of wandering to scan the entire place. A reason to walk around the palace for 20 minutes, that would be hard to come up with. Please wait a moment. I'll call for the Imperial Guard Knights. All right. To make matters worse, the nurses were still hovering around me, making it even harder to move. After some thought, I raised my hand. Time to try something that always works. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. Yes, please wait just a moment. What was this supposed to mean? While I struggled to understand, a nurse brought over a glass bottle with an obvious purpose. Before the nurse could touch my pants, I quickly waved my hand with a serious expression. I am suddenly fine now, truly. Yes, understood. The Imperial Palace was exactly what you'd expect. There wasn't a single excuse I could use to move around. At this rate, I'd have to hope the Imperial Guard Knights showed up and took me somewhere. As I let out a sigh and lay down, did I not make myself clear? I said the medicine is all I need. But princess, if the insomnia continues, it may affect your mental and physical well-being. Also, sleeping pills are not very good for your silence. I shall go find it myself. Ah, princess, that's a patience. Thud, the door slammed open and a girl with unforgettable red hair glared with annoyance at the now-closed door behind her. A familiar face. I hurriedly tried to hide under the blanket, but she turned her head before I could. So much nagging, really. Oh, Our eyes met. For a while we simply stared at each other in silence. This silence was dangerous. I quickly greeted her. Greetings, Princess Lumia. My tone was flat and submissive as I possibly could be, but it didn't seem to please the princess. No. Sorry. No, it's not a dream. Why are you here? As fear filled Princess Lumia's wide eyes, one thing became clear to me. Karma is real, definitely real. Seeing Lumia's face go pale, I reviewed the situation. No matter how generously I interpreted it, this was close to the end. I had no idea what she meant by dream. The issue was simple. A princess in the Imperial Palace held a negative feeling toward me, and that alone was a serious problem. If the cause had anything to do with my magic. As I quickly ran through possibilities in my head, I bent slightly and felt a weighty object inside my pocket. Should I use this to test the waters, princess? I slowly rose and kneeled first to avoid provoking her. However, I made sure to speak before Lumia could say anything strange. I hope your noble self remained in good health and that your household has been at peace throughout this time. Even I didn't know what I was saying. I was just trying to confuse her. Seemed it worked as she tilted her head in puzzlement. Taking advantage of that moment, I addressed not Lumia but her two escort knights behind her, making sure they understood me clearly. Since the last test, I have always hoped for another chance to meet with Princess Lumia. I am truly relieved to see you in good health. I've prepared a small birthday gift. So it wouldn't be perceived as an attack, I carefully took the dagger out with both hands and placed it atop my palms. Only then did Lumia cautiously open her mouth. She looked baffled. Jern, my birthday was 5 months ago. I apologize. It felt inappropriate to request access to the Imperial Palace just to deliver a gift, so I had been holding onto it, hoping for an eventual meeting. I lied without hesitation, not even wetting my lips first. Then suddenly something struck me as odd. But you remembered my name. How could I not? I had assumed that at best, Princess Lumia might remember me only vaguely as an arrogant commoner, or perhaps just as one of the fallen. If it were the latter, escape would be impossible. Is it black or white? Right now, arrogant commoner counts as white. While I waited nervously for judgment, Lumia approached and carefully accepted the dagger I offered. She examined it, drew it, and looked at the blade. Then she looked at me with surprised eyes. Lyconian must have taken some time to get this. I wasn't sure what that was, but a lettuce was the best. Although the princess still flinched when our eyes met, she seemed to like the knife. Her gaze toward me softened noticeably. I've never seen someone dislike a gift, and if something like a present could lift her mood, then perhaps I could safely count this as white. I'm very glad it pleases you. Now I hoped she would leave. I bowed deeply, trying to convey that meaning. As she looked down at me with a strange expression, Lumia turned to the head of the security unit who was bowing deeply nearby. Gino, why is this wizard here? There was a very minor incident, and I intended to request his presence as an observer. If it's not urgent, may I take him with me for a moment? Yes, of course. It didn't even take 0.1 seconds for the security captain to betray me. Wait, don't you have something you want to ask me? As I looked up at the princess with all the forced cheer I could muster. I have something I wish to ask you. Who seems it was black after all. The princess walked without saying a word. I didn't speak either. I could tell she hadn't made a final decision yet, so depending on what I said, I might still be able to turn things around. As long as that possibility remained, I didn't want to look desperate. She stopped in a garden with a pond and blooming flowers. With a stern expression, she gave an order: shut your ears. Yes. The order wasn't directed at me. Her 2 escort knights immediately knelt and bowed their heads. They won't be able to hear what we're about to say. I see, do you have something to command of me? You. Lumia paused as if choosing her words, then met my gaze with difficulty. Then she startled herself and quickly looked away again. How old are you? What? I had anticipated dozens of different questions, but the one she asked was so unexpected that I reflexively asked back. However, I quickly responded, I'm 11 probably. Probably. I'm sorry, I can't answer more clearly. I grew up in an orphanage, so I don't know my exact birthday. But since it's been about a year since I last counted, I'm probably 11 now. I see. Lumia nodded, then said something strange. If you're that young and small, you're basically nothing. Schizophrenia, I had no idea what she meant. Was she trying to mock me? Then can you, by chance, shoot tentacles from your back? No. It is schizophrenia, poor emperor. As I thought that, Lumia sighed in relief and muttered to herself, you're just a simple child. Nothing more. Have I perhaps offended you in some way? If so, please tell me and I'll correct it. I asked carefully, not wanting to provoke a patient. Lumia gave me a sharp glare as if to say, how dare you say that? You. Our eyes met and she quickly turned away, like a startled snail. You keep appearing in my dreams. I took a moment to process that sentence and then closed my eyes with a serious expression. I will do my best not to understand what that means. My apologies. Lumia tilted her head at my reply, then frowned deeply. No, not like that. I don't mean something romantic. They're nightmares. Since the day I lost to you, I've had one almost every week. So that's what it was. Looking quite down, Lumia began to confess something close to a prayer. That was my first loss. Maybe that's why, but every time I dream, that moment keeps replaying. You appear in it, obviously because you were the one who defeated me. There's no other reason, none at all. Must have been quite the shock for her to lose to me, but given how she lost, it makes sense. Still, it seems she didn't find out I'm one of the fallen and I don't have to worry about being killed by the Emperor. With that comforting thought, I bowed my head. I'm sorry for causing you distress. If it helps ease your anger, you may punish me until you feel satisfied. That way, perhaps I won't appear in your dreams again. Forget it. That's not the kind of victory I want. Lumia, looking weary, sat by the pond and sighed. I know it's not your fault, it's just because I'm weak, my heart is fragile. I hadn't noticed earlier because she kept turning away, but I could now see faint dark circles under her eyes. Some of that was my responsibility. I still had a goal to achieve, so I cleared my throat and stood up. Pardon me, but may I make a small request? A request? Yes. It's my first time in the Imperial Palace and I find it truly beautiful. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to take a short walk around. Lumia looked puzzled for a moment, then nodded. That's not difficult. I'll assign you a maid, so go take a look around. No. I shook my head, then knelt politely and extended my hand. I would like to talk with you, princess. Thanks to her permission, I discovered something. Lumia was a perfect access pass, so I had no choice but to set the tree on fire. Did it not occur to you that you might get arrested for arson? I was 7 at the time. I thought I'd just get a spanking and that would be the end of it. Really? Just walking beside her made knights step aside and maids opened doors on their own. All I had to do was use current sense to scan for a limping maid. There was nothing easier than this. The price was simply a casual conversation. Stories about how I'd lived, mostly about my time in the orphanage, excluding anything related to my fall. As we walked through a corridor filled with red carpet and warm orange lighting, with me earnestly searching for Ren's mother, Lumia glanced at me with an exhausted expression. From what I've heard, you haven't changed one bit since you were a child. I believe I've changed quite a lot. Yes, I suppose, but that's not what I meant. Lumia rolled her tongue, as if choosing her words carefully. From everything I've heard so far, you seem like someone who doesn't know what regret is. I'm not sure what you mean. In other words, given the same amount of information, even if you were to return to the past with future knowledge, you would still make the exact same decisions. Is that such a strange thing? It is, very much so. People make choices and feel regret. They imagine what could have been had they chosen differently, and they torment themselves assuming they made a mistake. But you... The princess narrowed her eyes and looked at me. Even if you went back, you would make the same choices again. Not even those full of arrogance dare to do such a thing. I wonder why that is. I don't fully understand your highness's words. I too feel regret and pain over bad choices, but I cannot deny that even if I were to go back, I would choose the same path. Why? Because the choice was made after enduring enough pain. Even if I were to suffer a bit longer, the result wouldn't change. At my answer, Lumia let out a small sound as if realizing something and nodded. I see now, you're not in your right mind. Don't take it too seriously. I've occasionally heard stories about those who decided not to doubt instead of trusting their choices, but this is the first time I've actually seen one, so I misspoke. What's the difference? Trust requires a reason, but not doubting needs none. The latter is the thinking of a madman. The content of the conversation was sharp, but the mood itself wasn't bad. Lumia still couldn't meet my gaze directly, but unlike before, she no longer flinched as often. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I was able to see the beauty of the Imperial Palace. I had swept through the palace using current sense, but I still hadn't found Ren's mother. However, I did find a method. In many ways, Lumia had been helpful. You approached me not because you weren't afraid, but to convince yourself I wasn't someone to fear. I'm not a fool. Your tone is a bit muddled. That too is your fault. Lumia gave me a sideways glare, sighed, and then snapped her fingers to call a knight. I'm sorry for keeping you so long. You must have your own duties. This knight will guide you. Yes, it was a short meeting, but I enjoyed it. Now then, what excuse should I use to slip away this time? I was still thinking when, there's no need for that. A cold voice rang out, and something suddenly appeared within my current sense. It was similar to how Linmol's movements had been erased, but this time distance itself had vanished, a speed on the level of something appearing from nothing. I slowly turned around. There knelt a middle-aged knight in black armor, neither large nor small in build, but exuding a quiet pressure as he knelt respectfully before the princess. Fast no, before that I can't even perceive him. The knight politely introduced himself. Heaven's Judgment Knight of Wax Wings Hyunchung, I greet Princess Lumia. Wax Wings. Lumia received the greeting naturally and looked at Hyunchung, who was kneeling. Her gaze was filled with curiosity. I've never heard of such an organization. It's a unit recently established to carry out specific tasks. The main purpose would be dealing with and preventing fallen. A slow, deliberate voice. An emphasis on handling before prevention. Above all, wax wings, wings made of wax. A name filled with overt hostility with no intention of hiding it. Having completed his formal duty as a knight before the princess, Hyunchung now turned his gaze to me. I'm here in relation to that task. I came looking for this boy. Jern, is he connected to the fallen? Yes, he claims to have engaged one in combat, and there are a few suspicions as well. He heard. Naturally, he wouldn't have a favorable opinion of me. I met Hyunchung's gaze directly and replied, that was something that could easily be taken as an insult. If I offended you, I apologize. However, I believed the suspicion itself was reasonable. Of course. Hyunchung answered gently, even to an 11-year-old, but that was only an appearance. His tone simmered with restrained anger. It is a valid suspicion. But I too believe I have the right to pose a valid question. Can a one-star wizard survive a battle with a fallen? I was lucky. So it seems. Hyunchung slowly walked forward and lowered his gaze to meet mine. You'd best continue to be that lucky. The pressure was intense. I tried to remain calm as I spoke. If you have questions, please feel free to ask them. That fallen, where did it run off to? It disappeared into an alleyway. I apologize that I can't give more detailed information. I see, thank you for your cooperation. As if that unsatisfactory answer was enough, Hyunchung rose from where he had been. He turned as though to leave, then suddenly shifted his gaze back to me. But you really are something. Pardon. I heard about you, an apprentice of the Black Magic Tower at your age, was it? You're more of a genius than any wizard I know. Ah yes, that's thanks to being a student of Dursianim. Hyunchung returned and casually made a request, seemingly without any hidden motive. Could you show me your workshop? My workshop? I'm curious what a genius like you keeps in his workshop. There's really nothing special in there, I don't think it's worth showing. That nothing special is exactly what I want to see. He grabbed the handle of an empty room nearby and opened the door. I'd like a look. He's not going to let me walk away, is he? Naturally, if I open the workshop now, everything would fall apart. I'm sorry, but... Just as I was about to force my way out of it, Lumia stepped forward with a slightly displeased expression, beating me to it. That's enough. Princess, Your Highness. The other knights immediately bowed their heads deeply at the sight of Lumia. But as expected, a Heaven's Judgment Knight was different. Even before a visibly angry princess, Hyunchung bowed calmly and offered a rebuttal. Please forgive me, it was only a casual request. If making it in front of Your Highness is the issue, I will excuse myself. It doesn't appear to me as just a casual request. Even if you hold power over life and death, nobles included, as a Heaven's Judgment Knight, you don't intend to wield that small authority before royalty too, do you? If you have something to interrogate, I'll send someone later, so do it then. Withdraw for now. Understood. The authority of a Heaven's Judgment Knight was considerable, but even so, a princess is a princess and a knight is a knight. Without showing any emotional reaction, Hyunchung bowed and withdrew. Before leaving, he looked at me. It was then I realized Hyunchung had no intention of letting me go. After he left, I bowed to Princess Lumia. Thank you for speaking out on my behalf. It wasn't for your sake. I just didn't like how sharp his tone was in front of me, so I pointed it out. Lumia deflected with a faint blush. I bowed once more and stepped back. Regardless of the reason, thank you. It was a short conversation, but I truly enjoyed it. I look forward to meeting again. Why? Before Lumia could stop me, I casually walked off in the opposite direction of where Hyunchung had gone. Then once I was out of sight, I ran. The reason was simple, he's ruthless. Hyunchung, caught in my current sense, hadn't left. He was standing in a blind spot down the opposite alley, waiting. If I turned back after some small talk, he'd catch me from behind. From now on, it was a race against time. I sprinted through the opposite alley, then paused briefly to catch my breath and swallowed 2 pearl pills at once. Then I shoved all the other medicines into my mouth. Whether they were for stopping bleeding, relieving pain, or anything else, I had no intention of using deep fusion. Still, I needed to go a bit deeper, so I had to do everything I could. As I felt the medicine spreading through me, I lifted one foot and tapped lightly. Thud, the sound carried as my current sense intensified dozens of times and spread outward. Ugh. I clenched my teeth immediately. My deep sea was quite fair. If I held back and then used it, it comes with enhanced abilities and a deepened burden in return. Of course, I hadn't avoided using it completely. Just earlier, I swept through the palace with current sense. After the battle where I used deep fusion, scanning the palace like that counted as merely holding back. But when I truly used it, it was on another level entirely. So you did. And then, really, to escort her. He's there. In an instant, every sound in the palace was forcibly understood and hammered into my mind. Tongue and lip movements and countless other details. It wasn't something I knew. It was something I became aware of. Was this the upgraded power of current sense? It took some time to sweep away the irrelevant noise and focus on what I actually wanted to find. As I scanned the palace, now covering a much wider area, I located a lounge-like room where several maids were gathered and chatting. The problem was, most of them were seated. To identify a limping maid, I had to get them walking. Let's try it. I muttered to myself and grasped the air. Clatter, Kaya, what was that? Who knocked it over? Hi. Even I couldn't believe what I had just done. It was nearly hundreds of meters away, yet I located it, sensed it, and influenced it. All I did was knock over a mop bucket, but even so, this was undeniably an absurd ability. If I became even stronger from here, maybe I could crush an enemy's skull from hundreds of meters away. Of course, the burden would match. As my vision began to darken, I scanned the maids who were getting up one by one. Normal, 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 and then, Alahirn, you have bad legs, so just rest. Thank you. Limping at a name containing Ren. Neglectful parent found. Just before I ran toward the place where the maid was, I checked where Hyunchung was using current sense. He was gone. Where could he have gone in such a short time? I expanded my current sense around the part of the palace where I was, and what I saw made me freeze in disbelief. That crazy bastard. A laugh slipped out of me. After Lumia left, Hyunchung had started wandering through every corridor of the palace. If I'd followed after her, I would have been caught for sure. The speed at which he was scanning was unreal. Even with my current sense enhanced to this degree, I still occasionally missed him. If the palace I was in didn't have a labyrinth-like structure, likely designed in case of intrusions, I might have already been caught. Like on a chessboard, there was a blindfolded queen and a pawn who could see everything. Either I reach the other side first or I get caught. TCH. I clenched my teeth and started running. There was no time left to delay. Until now, there had been no reason to go up against a knight. Crimson Circle was a group of fallen, and although there were some who had transformed into knights, I hadn't seen anything because I was busy fighting Dercia. I knew they were strong, and I had seen Linmul's ability to have her movements erased mid-action. But now that I was playing a deadly game of human chess in the same space, I knew for certain. They're not the same kind of human, what the? Frowning, I kept missing Hyunchung's movements, then catching them again. Every time I passed through one hallway, that guy walked through 20, he wasn't even running. He would take a step, vanish, then appear at the next corridor. It was practically teleportation, like something you'd call spatial folding. Naturally, at this rate, he would search every corner and still find me within a minute. Then he'd probably threaten me to open my workshop. While running, I indirectly disrupted him. Clatter, I predicted where Hyunchung was heading and knocked over all the flower pots lining the windows nearby. Huh. Why did the flower pots fall? Oh no, what a mess, clean it up quickly. Hearing the sound of breaking, maids came rushing in with brooms and dustpans, sweeping up the shards and soil. While they were mopping, Hyunchung arrived at that spot. Seeing the Heaven's Judgment Night, the maids turned pale and bowed repeatedly. We're sorry. It's all right, did you knock them over? Well, when we came, it was already. Hyunchung glanced beyond the corridor for a moment, then turned around. Ah, weren't you planning to go through here? I was up until just now. Without hesitation, Hyunchung gave up on the space beyond the flower pots. Simply put, I lost the psychological battle. Of course, I hadn't expected him to stop just because of some fallen flower pots. It was basically an ad saying, I'm here, I knocked them over while running. But he judged it to be a fabricated clue. More precisely, he didn't think I was foolish enough to plant something like that and then pass through. Getting acknowledged by the enemy is always a little satisfying. So I, acknowledging Hyunchung in return, went to a room quite a distance away and locked the door. Click. A storage room several meters away. I locked the keyhole of a small drawer inside that room. Of course, a normal person wouldn't be able to hear that, even if they had their ear pressed right against the door. But Hyunchung stopped walking, then returned to that exact room and opened the door. Then, taking out a key from his inner pocket, he opened the drawer. Naturally, the drawer was empty. With no change in expression, Hyunchung exited the room. The whole process only took a few seconds, not very significant in terms of time, so from this moment on I made it significant. Click, click, click. I turned the doorknobs of every room around Hyunchung at the exact same time. This time I clearly saw Hyunchung's brow furrow ever so slightly. It felt a bit too obvious, but something like this, if done within close range, could be explained with even one-star magic. They wouldn't be able to use this as evidence to put me on trial. While Hyencheng was unlocking every room one by one, I arrived at an annex where the maids were. It seemed to be a dormitory specifically for maids. Huff huff. I thought I had built up enough stamina during training with Durcia, but with the precise control required while running, it felt like I was going to throw up. Leaning against the wall, I took in a few ragged breaths, roughly brushed back my hair, and pushed open the door. Yeah, that's right, lately Her Highness has been. Really, are you serious? I told you it's true. I had already sensed it with current sense, but as expected of the royal family, even the maids seemed to enjoy a relaxed working environment. When I boldly opened the door, no one even looked my way, but after I walked a few steps, all eyes naturally turned to me since a man had entered a space full of women. Oh my, what's this? A boy just walked in. Is he a noble kid someone here knows? No, none of the noble children I know look like that. Most of them looked more confused than wary. Technically, I had entered a forbidden area for males, but it seemed no one really considered a boy just over 10 as a man. After a brief moment of hesitation, I just went for it. I came looking for my mother. Your mother's? What are you talking about? Your mother is here. In an instant, the maid's expressions turned serious. From their perspective, having spent most of their lives dealing with nobles, a child of unknown origin usually meant one thing, something along those lines. Of course, if I pointed someone out directly here, that maid's life would be over, so I worded it as gently and indirectly as I could. I heard someone here knows my mother. I'd like to speak with her. I raised my finger and pointed to someone. The maids parted like waves. Seeing her startled expression, I spoke softly. Alahir Nim. What? Could we talk in more detail? I met her eyes calmly. To be honest, we didn't look alike at all. If not for the name and the fact she had a limp, I would never have guessed, but the important thing was that I had figured it out. Please. I bowed politely while making a threat. It was exactly that, a threat. At this point, she had to know I was aware of everything. She would know better than me what would happen if it were revealed that a maid had an affair with a noble. Even with my head bowed, I used current sense to observe her face. Though she kept a more composed expression than expected, thump, thump, she couldn't hide the sound of her heart starting to pound. All right. I don't know what this is about, but if it's something I know, I'll cooperate, but right now. Now. Right now, you'll have to come with me and hear the explanation. I muttered through gritted teeth. Hyencheng had already opened all the rooms I had set up, and my condition was extremely bad. This level of current sense with just 2 pills taken. Without them, my brain might have melted. It meant I must never use the abilities of the deep sea without medicine again. Disgusting as it was, the Crimson Circle's drugs were incredibly helpful. Hopefully, this wasn't some kind of human elixir made by killing children. As I glared at Alhern, she flinched and nodded. Why yes, then to my room. That won't do either. I shook my head again. If we talk here, Hyencheng will definitely show up. You'll need to come with me to a quiet place where we can talk in private. I'll guide the way. No dear, that's not possible. A maid who had been listening nearby interrupted, looking baffled. I don't know what this is about, but Alhern's legs are not well, so. I know. Snap, I flicked my fingers. A star lit up in my eye, and the chair Alhern was sitting on began to float gently into the air. Let's go like this. Magic proof of noble blood. The maids instantly stepped away from me. At the same time, realizing what Alhern had done, they turned frightened eyes toward her. Just as I was about to leave quickly due to the time pressure, one maid cautiously approached and knelt down. What is it? Why, young master? The most unpleasant title I could hear. With a slightly annoyed expression, I looked at her as she trembled but begged for mercy. What are you planning to do with Alhern? There was a faint look of resolve in her eyes. Short on time, I answered briefly. It's not that this person had an affair with my dad and had a child and is talking about putting them on the family register, so I'm trying to kill her. I just purely have something I want to ask. Don't misunderstand. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Once I hear what I need, I'll put her in a carriage and send her back carefully, so don't worry. She has absolutely no connections with any noble. Besides, I'm not a noble myself. At this point, I'd done everything I could. Carrying Alyern, I passed the maid who still looked a bit stunned and left the dormitory. Then I asked bluntly, "Is there a back exit or something?" "Ah, why yes. Looks like I won't have to climb the walls." Leaving through the back door, Alyern pointed out, I was instantly greeted by the snow-covered capital. A boy floating on a chair with a maid was bound to attract attention, so I immediately ducked into an alley. After that, I ran without pause. Wait a moment. "Keep your mouth shut or you'll bite your tongue. Turn again and turn once more." It probably wouldn't help much, but now and then I left behind some dummy footprints and erased my trail as best I could. Only after reaching the farthest corner of the alleyways, a dead end with nowhere else to go, did I finally stop and set the chair down. Facing Alyern, who clutched the armrests tightly with such force her veins were visible, clearly tense as the wind had scraped the nearby wall, I said, "Sorry it's not a cozy little cafe. Didn't you say earlier that you wouldn't kill me?" Even as she breathed heavily, Alyern glared at me with certainty. I had no intention of dragging this out either. "Greg, Ren, do those names mean anything to you?" There was no need to check her pulse with current sense. Her emotional response was written all over her face. She might as well have confessed. So I kept the explanation to a minimum. "Looks like you know them, then do you know where they are and what they're doing now?" "I don't." Alyern shook her head with what seemed like genuine confusion. "And if this is about that incident, then you're mistaken." "What do you mean?" "I have no connection to those children." I looked at Alyern. She wasn't exactly confident, but her expression carried a certain conviction in her words. So this was the type she was. "I don't know who hired you or what you were told, but send me back, I have nothing to say." "Is that so? That's odd, because the records from the orphanage say otherwise." Alyern's expression stiffened slightly. Just slightly, with a sour look returning to her face, she snapped back. "Fine, yes, I did do some volunteer work at the orphanage, but is that a crime? Those weren't the only kids I helped. From the start, no matter how deeply you dig." Watching her trying to explain, I nodded. "Now that you say it, that does make sense." "You know her." When I nodded, her expression subtly shifted. "I made a mistake. Connecting you just because you volunteered at the orphanage is a bit of a stretch." "Ah, yes. Sorry for the trouble, I'll send you back now." I wasn't just saying it. I really did decide to send her back and just tell Ren I couldn't find anything. That seemed to be the best call. But not even 30 seconds after I started walking, carrying Alyern again, she spoke up from behind me. Excuse. Yes, do you have a question?" "Well, I really don't have any connection, but still, since they're children from the same orphanage, I do know them." "I figured." "So, I just wanted to ask. Why are you looking for those kids?" "They both fell. Greg died trying to rescue his sister from a night crushed by the burden. Ren will soon burn to death, consumed by her world." "What?" Alyern gasped in a much higher pitch than before. "Wait, what do you mean? Is this some kind of twisted joke?" "It's not. Those children were cursed with a terrible gift because one of their parents was a wizard. They became wizards themselves. And while growing up at the orphanage, they faced many hardships. Unlike the others who had vague but solid hope that their parents would return for them someday, perhaps because they saw that hope trampled right before their eyes, yes, both of them fell." I turned around as I spoke. Alyern's eyes trembled without rest. "Those children know where is Ren now." "There's no reason for me to tell you." Why not? You're not related." "Oh, that's..." As Alyern bit her lip, I responded coldly. "And even if you were related, I wouldn't want to let you meet. Isn't it better to at least not be rejected at the end?" "I'm not related." "Yes, I know." That was the answer I had expected. I wouldn't blame her for valuing her own safety more than a dying child's. I kept walking, giving her that respect, and then Alyern added, "It's true, you think I'm their mother, don't you?" "That's what I heard." "I'm not. That's the one thing I can say with certainty." Alyern swallowed dryly and looked at me desperately. "I didn't give birth to them myself, but I know who their real mother is." I locked eyes with her for a moment before asking, "Who is it?" "Catherine. She was a maid like me." "Then where is she now? If we go back to the palace, can we meet her?" "No." Alyern bowed her head with a sorrowful expression. "She died a long time ago." "What?" "It was a tragic end." She wasn't satisfied with just a one-night stand. She truly believed they loved each other. Even after being told that the best outcome would be getting assassinated by the noble's mistress, she still went through with it, quitting her position as a maid to give birth to those two. She was a foolish woman. Alyern, now confessing everything, didn't seem to be lying, so if this was true, you're not their real mother. Yes, she really was a foolish woman. Greg and Ren had truly misunderstood things. Alyern continued speaking with her head still lowered. Transparent tears were dropping onto her skirt. Catherine was my closest friend. At first we got close because our names sounded similar, but after that we became inseparable. I helped her a lot, thinking it would be hard for a woman to raise children alone. But Catherine never took care of her kids. She kept going back to that noble. Was she murdered? It would have been better if she had been. That man wasn't cruel enough to kill the woman who bore his child, but he also wasn't bold enough to accept her either. A pitiful little man. He kept rejecting her again and again until Catherine ended her own life. I couldn't choose. How was I supposed to treat children who carried the blood of a man I hated and the friend I loved? So you sent them to the orphanage. Yes, I suppose I wanted to forget, but I found myself visiting them. Every time I saw the father's face in them or their mother's, I didn't know what to do. Eventually, I made a decision. Alyern raised a trembling hand and split open the pendant she had been wearing. Inside was a faded document. I received this the night it happened. If I signed this, I would have become their legal mother, but Greg misunderstood. I didn't need to hear the rest to understand. Looking at Alyern as she cried, I muttered, "To be honest, I'm not sure you have the right to hate that noble." What did you say? She lifted her head. Her eyes, now red, were filled with unmistakable rage. I couldn't care less. I scoffed and replied, "You said he wasn't cruel enough to kill the woman who bore his child and not bold enough to take her in. But isn't that exactly what you're describing yourself as?" What? You could have chosen to hate them as the children of your friend's murderer, or love them as the final trace of a dear friend. If you had picked even one of those, neither of them would have fallen. What are you talking about? The inner world doesn't break easily. Even Crimson Circle, who literally tears off arms and legs as a first step, struggles with it. Why did Wihwa make the target dream happy dreams? It was to create a fall, a drop. It wasn't about dragging them down underground from the earth. It was about letting them fall from the sky to the ground. Because you loved them, because your love made those children see you as their mother regardless of who their real mother was, they ascended to the sky. And because they learned you were not their real mother, because they realized they had been abandoned twice, they fell to the ground. I didn't mean to. Yes, you probably didn't know they were wizards, or that they were fallen. You must have only learned what those conditions meant recently, so honestly speaking, you didn't do much wrong, you just had terrible luck, that's all, and you can move past it. But, as I scraped away at the surrounding stone wall, I asked, "You move past it like that?" Alyern opened her mouth, about to say something, but she hung her head low and trembling she murmured, "I want to see them." What would you do if you did? I apologize. Watching Alyern grit her teeth, I furrowed my brows. Naive, she didn't even understand her own feelings. Personally, setting aside good and evil, she's the type I dislike, but what could I do? The client requested it. Click, I inserted a key into a door I had created. This is. Do as you wish from here. I briefly glanced as Alyern hesitated, then slowly reached out toward the door. It would be a lie to say I wasn't curious about their reunion, but I had no time to care about that. Who? As expected, it didn't work. I let out a strained laugh, focusing my current sense on a knight cutting through all my decoys and approaching directly. A knight who kills wizards, a heaven's judgment knight who kills such knights. An elite among them, handpicked for dealing with dangerous beings like the Fallen. It was necessary to assess the capabilities of such a potential threat. Let's see how this goes. It was insanely dangerous, but I had to enter the deep fusion state. Even then, I couldn't guarantee victory. I was thinking that when, what the hell can a dumbass like you even hope to do? Tap, a hand touched the back of my neck. Instantly, chills ran across my whole body. I had definitely extended my current sense to the highest sensitivity. And yet, even in this moment with this unknown figure's hand on my neck, I couldn't feel a thing. Within current sense, nothing existed behind me. As I froze, unable to breathe in this one situation where sensation surpassed my current sense, the hand began roughly kneading my shoulder. Ack. Why so tense? For such a tiny runt, you sure got a lot of fears. Br Brimdle. I looked up at the tall dwarf with an incredulous expression. He wasn't some unknown assailant, he was just an assailant. Brimdle pushed me back with a sullen expression, slung his greatsword over his shoulder and walked down the alley. Don't get too full of yourself. Were you really thinking of fighting a Heaven's Judgment Knight? It wouldn't even take 30 seconds for your limbs to be torn from your body. Since when were you watching? From the start, that abyss magic of yours must have poor detection. That was an incredibly unfair statement. My current sense was incomparable to any abyss magic, possessing an overwhelmingly superior detection ability. Brimdle, who had evaluated that as weak, walked away down the alley without even looking back. What's this hardship at my age, huh? All because I took in the wrong student, Tusk. I never asked for your help. Just stand there and watch. He still hadn't been caught by my current sense. Shouldn't you at least know how your master fights? Was he really watching from the beginning? As I looked on in disbelief at the disappearing Brimdle, I suddenly realized one thing. Master. The Brimdle I knew had never called me his student. Nor had he ever told me to call him master. Maybe, without me knowing, I had received some kind of acknowledgement. No, still, even so. He was a Heaven's Judgment Knight. Would Brimdle, who was just a regular knight, be able to fight well? Still, the situation itself was favorable. I could still provide support from a distance, so with Brimdle taking the lead, all I had to do was help from behind. I thought Hyunchung would try to talk, but as soon as he encountered Brimdle in the alley, he instantly hurled himself at the wall nearby. I couldn't understand the movement, not until I saw the next move. A moment before his head touched the wall, a fraction of a second. During that brief instant, Hyunchung's body accelerated by thousands of times. He twisted 180 degrees, touched the wall with his foot, then bent and pushed off with force, shooting forward like an arrow and striking at Brimdle's neck with a blade. It was a movement more like that of a cephalopod moving at thousands of kilometers per hour than a human. It wasn't just acrobatic, it was on a different level altogether. Simply put, it wasn't within the bounds of human capability. Clang, what the hell are you doing? Even including Brimdle, who lightly blocked it, Brimdle's movements were much slower than Hyunchung's. Of course, he was fast enough, but Hyunchung was just absurdly faster. Was that something a human could, was that a movement a human could even choose to have? I realized then that I had been wrong. Forget deep fusion or anything else, that was someone I should never encounter. Hyunchung clicked his tongue and muttered, I am pursuing a fallen, please step aside. You threw the first strike and now you say that. Had I not, I might have died. I'm not so foolish as to believe I'd be unharmed if I yielded the first move to Sir Brimdle. You're flattering me, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a lesson. It's an honor, but this is interference with official duty. Hubby. Brimdle didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. It wasn't anything particularly fancy. He simply used his large frame to swing a sword even larger. His reach and power were advantages, sure, but against someone who could instantly reverse their body 180 degrees and accelerate like that before even hitting the wall, it didn't seem likely to work. Tusk. It worked incredibly well. Hyunchung grimaced as he blocked the greatsword helplessly. This action is protecting a fallen. What are you talking about? Where's the fallen? I'm just out on a walk, giving a lesson to a cheeky knight who dared attack me. You'll regret this. Despite the sharp retort, Hyunchung didn't seem to have the upper hand. It wasn't that Hyunchung had slowed down, which made it all the more strange. Not understanding why, I focused even more on my current sense. Only then did the truth become clear. It was a simple misunderstanding. Brimdle was much faster than Hyunchung. Hyunchung sometimes moved so fast that even my current sense couldn't catch him, but Brimdle had always been like that from the very beginning. It only seemed slow. He got into position first, swung first, and was faster from the start. Hyunchung was fast later. There was no way he could be a match. This wasn't so much a fight as it was a desperate struggle not to die. What is this? I let out a hollow laugh in disbelief. A knight's battle was far more inhuman than I had imagined. There was no elegant swordsmanship, no honor, no respect for the opponent. It was purely about slicing through the opponent's neck with a faster slash or thrust. This was real combat, nothing more. Maybe it was just because the opponent was a Heaven's Judgment Knight. If even I can't win, how do you think you'll beat the other Fallen? If every Fallen were like Sir Brimdal, the Empire would have already perished. Dozens of strikes followed, and I couldn't even see a portion of them. One thing was certain though, Brimdal wouldn't lose this fight. If he hadn't been trying to buy time, Hyunching would have been crushed long ago. There's no problem here, ah. I had been watching that battle for quite a while, then snapped back to my senses and inserted the key into the door. It was such a clash of stars that I had been entranced. While Brimdal was buying time, I had to escape, but before that I needed to return Aligern to the Imperial Palace. There's no time. Let's finish the unfinished conversation later. Ren. But inside the workshop, it was already filled with smoke. Ugh. Click, Ren felt the water bottle in her hand begin to boil and threw the cup away. She had held it too long. The dropped water bubbled and steamed and she let out a sigh. She couldn't lie on the same bed for too long. For the same reason, it was hard to sleep. Ever since she had fallen into this hell, she hadn't been able to rest for even a day. Who? Letting out a breath, Ren grabbed a cloth nearby and wiped up the spilled water, carefully to avoid getting burned. Though it was a workshop, it would be impolite to use it in such a filthy manner. Click. At that moment she heard the sound of the door opening. Had Jern arrived? Had he reached the palace? Had he found Mom? She turned her gaze to ask these things. Ah. Within the glowing light she saw a familiar face. She didn't feel happy at all. With her hands clasped before her chest, the woman looked at her and confirmed in a trembling voice. Ren, is that you? More than the familiar face, the voice ringing in her ears was what struck fear into her. Her heart sank like a stone. Ren said nothing and turned her gaze away. She had wanted to meet her so badly, but now that the moment had come, she was scared. She couldn't say anything. Why did you abandon us? If you left us, why did you come back? If you came back, why did you leave again? The well-prepared questions scattered in her head. In her imagination, she had been confident, even angry, but in reality, not a single word could come out. She only lowered her head and covered her face. She regretted not removing these burn scars before meeting her. That's what she thought. She took a step back. Those scars? It was pointless. She had already taken off her robe, so the burn marks covering her entire body were exposed. Even if she covered her face, the rest was visible. There was no hiding it. Showing this grotesque appearance would surely lead to being abandoned again. I'm okay. Words she didn't mean slipped out. Her voice was hoarse and worn. There's no way you're okay. As Ren took one step back, the woman took 10 steps forward and embraced her. I'm sorry. Let go of me. Ren flinched and pushed Aligern away. Touching would cause burning, it would leave the same marks, but Aligern didn't loosen her arms even as her skin heated. I'm sorry, Mom is sorry. It's because I was indecisive, because I couldn't choose you, that you. Ren saw the paper in Aligern's hand burning, the adoption form with her and her brother's names on it. What is this? Ren gently pushed Aligern away as she felt something inside her begin to unwind. Ren. You were struggling too, weren't you, Mom? Living in hell wasn't something only she had endured. With that thought, all her pain disappeared. Literally the world turned white. Ren. Aligern, approaching with a puzzled look, was pushed back. Kaya. Materialized flames wrapped around Ren's body. There was no pain so immense that she felt faint. Rather, it was warm, like her skin was softly being heated. That's right. She understood now. Talking with her mother had made her realize, had Mom really abandoned them? If she had, then why did she do it? She had wanted to know so badly that she ended up like this, but at the same time. That very question had been what kept her going. Thank you, Mom. Once she realized it had all been a misunderstanding, it felt like, I see. Something inside her had been released. What's going on here? Bang! Jern burst through the door and rushed over, supporting Aligern. Then his gaze fell upon Ren, who was sitting in flames, his face twisted. He looked like someone who'd lived his whole life without expression. Ren smiled gently. Why is she like that? I don't know, we met but didn't even talk much. What are you saying, Ren? Can you hear me? Yeah. She answered a little later. The progression speed is, wait a moment, I'll bring medicine. Jern, flustered, opened a chest, avoiding the flames. Don't, it's too precious. There's nothing more precious than your life. Actually, there is. I? When Ren shook her head with a calm expression, Jern hesitated. Sorry, can you calm Mom down a little? My body's like this. All right. Jern looked at Ren for a moment, then sighed and stepped back. Still not understanding the situation, Alayern couldn't even approach and grabbed onto Jern, asking, You, what is going on? Is she's going to be okay, right? She's fine, you should talk with her. What, why? Once is enough for regret. Jern sat on a nearby bed and didn't say another word. Ren looked at Alayern. In her eyes was fear, the fear of loss and nothing else. Is it because of me? Huh? Because you met me, is that why you ended up like this? Was that the same face she had just a while ago? Thinking that way, she could understand how Alayern had felt when she embraced her. Ren shook her head. No, Mom, I'm not hurt at all. I'm glad we met. I mean that with all my heart. That's a lie. It's true. I'm this happy. I don't want you to suffer either, Mom. She reached out her hand. It was a burning hand, but Alayern didn't flinch. Something was holding back her flames, her heat. Knowing it was thanks to Jern's consideration, Ren gave him a subtle glance of gratitude. As she stroked her, Alayern's eyes gradually relaxed. Ren embraced her and murmured, I'm glad you're my mom. Alayern looked at Ren and replied as if in fear, to tell you the truth, you had another mom. No, to me there's only one mom. The more she stroked her, the more Alayern's expression softened. Agatel opatu, rest well. Ren. Yeah, I'm right here, Moms. Eventually, Alayern fell asleep. Goodbye, Mom. Even after that, Ren watched over her tenderly for a long while. Jern finally spoke after Alayern's breathing had settled. What did you do? I put her to sleep. When she wakes, she'll probably be really sad, but that's better than watching me die. You could do something like that. No. I just figured it out now. Ren brought her hands together. Now that it had come to this, she understood what this hell was and what she could do in it. Would anything have changed if she had realized it a little earlier? There was no way to know. Jern, we can't be satisfied. Ren spoke as she gently stroked Alayern's hair. Once you're satisfied, you stop wishing for more, then you can't hold on anymore. It just happens like that. Then there's no worry. Jern replied with his arms crossed. My goal is survival. I can't achieve it until I die of old age. Really, that's a relief. The flames grew, the surrounding tools began to blacken. At this rate, Alayern would be affected as well. Jern sighed and rose from his seat. It might not be too late. No. Ren shook her head. Help me a little, I'm still scared. With a hardened expression, Jern raised his hand. As her vision turned white, Ren felt for the first time since falling into this hell that all the fire clinging to her body disappeared. I'll take care of Alayern, I'll make sure nothing happens to her. Okay, thank you. Then Ren entered Jern's world. Unfamiliar with the deep sea, Ren looked around the dark ocean with wonder. You live in a place like this? Yeah, it's a terrible place. Yeah, we're really pitiful. Whether we achieve our goal or not, we still die. It's like we were made to suffer, watching and yearning for something our whole lives. Ren, knowing it might be rude, still asked with a smile. Wouldn't it be better for you to end it quickly too? Nope. Jern gave a fed-up expression, as if he'd heard that line dozens of times already. I carried Ren's body out of the workshop. Brimdal was still fighting Hyunchung. There was no need for that anymore, so I simply walked over with her in my arms. Maybe because the fight was so intense, he hadn't noticed me. Wondering what to call him, I decided to just go with it since I had already been acknowledged. Master. As you ordered, I've captured the fallen. I showed him Ren's body held in both arms. Brimdal tilted his head, looking like he had no idea what I was talking about. He was good at fighting but slow on the uptake in other matters. Instead, Hyunchung, hearing our conversation, narrowed his brow. Master. Yes, I'm Sir Brimdal's disciple, isn't that right? Me. Yes, that's right. Brimdal quickly nodded, seeming to finally catch on. Hyunchung looked back and forth between me and Ren with a baffled expression. Then why did you run away from me? Sir Hyunchung, was it? I found it hard to trust you. What? From the moment I met you, I could tell you're extremely strong. But does it make sense that you lost track of a fallen who could rival me? I figured you let her go. That you were protecting her. What are you talking about? So I acted first. I lifted Ren a bit, I tracked and captured the fallen. In the meantime, I asked Sir Brimdal to protect me. The fallen who attacked me, I killed her myself. I stared at Hyunchung with a suspicious look and asked, "There's no problem with that, is there, unless your intention really was to protect the fallen?" "Of course not." He nodded and sheathed his sword. "Looks like you've misunderstood something quite seriously. I had no intention of shielding the fallen. On the contrary, I suspected you were involved with one, so I was tracking you." "Why did you think that?" "I heard from the shopkeeper that you referred to the fallen as your younger sister and tried to take her. Since it's difficult to track a hidden fallen, I was planning to interrogate you instead." A chill ran down my spine. He really found out fast. I fired back coldly, doing my best not to show anything. "Weren't you told there were many people around that area? I also caught the scent of burning and moved to prevent harm to civilians. That alone is not enough to justify suspicion." "I see. If you went so far as to kill her yourself, then you're probably not on their side. Seems I misunderstood." Hyunchung let out a sigh and stepped closer. "Could you hand her over?" "You're probably refusing because you don't know who I am, but I assure you I'm the last person who would side with a fallen. In fact, I'm closer to their enemy. I still haven't resolved the doubt about how you lost track of her. I'm not inclined to give you the body." That was indeed my mistake. I didn't expect her to knock out every other knight and escape. It was an unforeseen lapse on my part. But I truly wasn't on her side. Ahem. Even as I listened to his answer, I kept my expression distrustful. He sighed again and nodded. "I don't know what you intend to use it for, but if that's the case, I'll verify the identity of the fallen and return the body to you. I'll also send a written statement to Sir Brimdal regarding the incident." "That won't be necessary." "No, as a member of Wax Wings, receiving such suspicion is something that shouldn't happen. I must clarify it definitely." Hyunchung had taken the bait. He might have suspected I was an accomplice, but with the evidence of being Brimdal's disciple and the fact that I killed the fallen myself, there was no ground left for that claim. "Is it all right if I take her? I'll return the body by the end of the day." "Yes, go ahead." I looked for a moment at Ren's body, which appeared strangely intact considering she'd just been burning a short while ago, and then handed it over. She had probably been in great pain, yet she was smiling. Perhaps achieving her goal had made her genuinely happy. I wondered if I'd be able to smile in my final moment. When I'm crushed to death, suffocated under the weight of the deep sea, with survival as my goal, that still seemed a long way off. Ren's death didn't change anything. The Empire continued on, the fallen were captured, and I remained powerless. All I could do was guide Alahirn to the place where Ren was buried. "Thank you for everything from beginning to end." Alahirn said that, but I couldn't understand what exactly she was grateful for. I watched her retreating figure for a moment, then turned toward the carriage. Brimdal was waiting with his arms crossed. I hadn't asked him to come. "Do you regret interfering?" "No." Ahem. We locked eyes for a moment. The princess had been right. Even if I could go back to the past, I didn't think I would make a different choice. "This isn't the result you wanted, though." "No, but I did expect it." "Aren't you sad?" "A little." Brimdal looked down at my calm face, then muttered in disbelief. "I'm not sure why I even asked. Let's go. With your talent, if you don't want to die, you don't have time to stand around." That's right, in the end, all I could do now was struggle to survive. Even indulging in sentiment was a luxury. Rather than focusing on bigger things, I had to train my enhanced mana body so my body wouldn't melt. That was all I decided to think about. "You, last time I saw you, seemed to have a rather unusual ability." "Huh." It was a few days after I had been accepted as a disciple. During a break, I was lying on the ground panting when he asked about the Abyss Realm. "So, you can see things that are far away, like some sort of psychic power?" Yeah. I'm a fallen after all. What else can you do?" That came out of nowhere. I hadn't really paid much attention to the fact that I was a fallen, so though I was slightly puzzled, I went ahead and listed all the abilities I had. After hearing everything, Brimdal looked down at me with a thoughtful expression. What is it?" "I think that could be useful." Is that kind of ability necessary for enhanced mana body training?" "No, it's needed for the knight curriculum." "I have absolutely no intention of becoming a knight, though." "You will need to. No matter how much it's hidden, rumors that you're my disciple will spread like wildfire. With that level of ability, people will be suspicious regardless. At the very least, you'll have to keep up the appearance. Indeed, being Brimdal's disciple yet having the worst talent in swordsmanship and still sticking around would inevitably raise questions. But I didn't have a shred of talent to even look like a knight. Brimdal had said so himself. If you think about it, that might actually be your talent as a knight. What? I didn't get it. As I stared blankly, he added more. You know, the thing about current sense and flow. Isn't that magic? Wrong, it's not magic, it's your talent. Think carefully. A knight with long arms versus a knight with short arms, who has the advantage? Probably the one with long arms. They'd have a superior reach. Right, then a knight with long arms has a better talent, wouldn't they? Don't overthink it. So what Brimdal meant was this. My ability to control flow or use current sense was, in the end, not much different from having longer arms or a larger body. It almost made sense, though it still sounded a bit like sophistry. I understand what you're trying to say, but isn't it a bit of a stretch? I can't even use a sword properly. Exactly. That's why you don't have to rely solely on swordsmanship. Do knights necessarily have to be good with swords? Yes. That was obvious, Brimdal agreed. That's true, still what can you do? You can't shatter it with a hammer or melt it with heat. Brimdal shrugged his shoulders as he said that. You'll just have to grind it down. As long as you look the part of a knight, it'll be fine, so don't worry too much. Now that I thought about it, he was right. I just had to look like a knight. It wasn't even a high bar. If that was all, then fine. We studied how to imitate a knight using abyssal magic without much expectation. Then first, I need to know. With that ability called current sense, how far can you see? I could barely see Brimdal Nim and only caught glimpses of the knight named Hyunchung. Heh, I see, you must be confident then, so how far did you see? Hey. I just told you. Right, enough with the jokes. About 6 months later, we learned something new. The winner of the Youth Knights tournament is Brimdal's disciple, Jern Espandel. The Abyss, it is a world made for knights. On a wide sandy field under the watch of countless spectators, a buzz-cut trainee pointed his sword at me. Today, I'll defeat you. A boy around 15 years old, wearing silver armor and a determined expression. I, at 11 years old, was a whole head shorter, wearing no armor and even holding a wooden sword. It's not that I was discriminated against for being an orphan. It was simply that I recognized a handicap was needed and everyone agreed. To be precise, I didn't trust myself to stop a real sword in the middle of a fight. How did it end up like this? Well, alright, good luck. I could tell just from the way he held his sword. He'd honed himself. I trained hard too, but this guy had probably held a sword so long the handle was worn down from his toddler years. The problem is this: current sense is way too overpowered. Peep, hop. With the sound of the whistle signaling the start, the boy rushed at me. From that very start, I could see every trajectory. Not a single movement escaped my notice. No exaggeration, I could dodge with my eyes closed. From the shoulder rising, the waist twisting, the foot pressing down, every bit of information came through. A flowing strike from above aiming for my face. I intentionally reacted slowly. Clang, Even though I perfectly deflected it, my arm tingled, but my opponent didn't stop. As if expecting the deflection, he pressed forward with a hand on the pommel. Right. I had seen him spread his palm and grip the pommel, so I had already taken a step back. Whoosh! The thrust missed my forehead by just a few centimeters. Haya. Slash again, slash once more. Dozens of strikes followed in an attempt to find an opening, but I always saw them before the moves were completed and the strikes launched. There was no need to react. The attacks were visible in the wind-up. So I just kept dodging without countering until suddenly my opponent clenched his teeth and shouted, "Fight seriously." To you I must seem like nothing, right? Yeah, it's probably true. A commoner like me must look ridiculous to someone like you, a wizard with overwhelming talent in swordsmanship. But I'm a commoner orphan too. But I spent 3 weeks preparing for this one day. I don't care if I lose, but I want to be your opponent right here and now. It was unfair beyond belief. Even if I could read all of my opponent's sword strikes because my swordsmanship was so pitiful, all I could do was dodge. Even if I knew what was coming, I would lose if we clashed. That's how terrible my actual skill was, so I just kept dodging, waiting for my opponent to tire and make a mistake, then I would pounce in a cheap move. It did kind of look like I was toying with him, I couldn't help it. I held the wooden sword in a serious-looking stance. Alright, I'll show you my true intent, come at me. Fine, got it. The trainee's eyes blazed. He charged with all his might, giving it everything he had. I lightly tapped his foot with a current. Whoa. He immediately started to stumble. An opening. I rushed in during that gap and struck upward with my sword. Not yet. His effort shone through. Despite his broken posture, the trainee didn't give up and mustered his strength to react. I really felt bad. I used just a tiny bit of water pressure to stop his hand. Close-range interference. That ended the match. No, what is this? Thwack, the wooden sword landed cleanly on the back of his neck. Match over. With the whistle signaling the end of the match, I sheathed my wooden sword. Then I extended my hand to the trainee, whose face was still covered in sand, looking dazed and not yet understanding what had just happened. Come on, get up. That was a good match. Why did I fall? There weren't any rocks, no, and at the end. I won this time because of your mistake, but if we had clashed for real, the outcome might have been different. So next time, come with a focused mind. I'll face you seriously from the beginning then. Why yeah, thanks. With that little flattery, the trainee's expression shifted from self-blame to one of slight confusion and joy. As I hurriedly exited the arena, I heard clapping and admiration from the knights who had been watching. To think someone can be both a wizard and a knight, I was skeptical, but it's really true. They say his magical skills aren't that impressive. Rumor has it he's still only 1 star. So what? The fact that he's both a wizard and a knight is already amazing. That's true. At this point, I wasn't really moved by any of it. After changing clothes back in the waiting room and stepping out, Brimdel was there waiting for me. He wore a thoroughly sullen expression, looking clearly displeased. I handed him the wooden sword and asked, "Your disciple won. Why the sour face? Why? Huh? Why is your talent like this? Here we go again. Lately he did this after every match." I furrowed my brow and headed toward the carriage. What can I do if I don't have it? I can't make it appear. Then you shouldn't have had that ability to begin with. How can someone possess a skill every night longs and dreams for and still have such pathetic physical abilities? To be exact, it's the cost of that power. The reason I'm so hopelessly untalented as a knight is, of course, partly due to my own lack, but mostly due to the burden. Even though I'm used to it now, I still feel like I'm cutting through a current with every step. The water pressure is gradually tightening around my body, and I meet resistance every time I swing something. If I think of it as the cost of current sense, then it can't be helped. But Brimdel, still unconvinced, trembled with fury and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. To think someone would possess a power so great they'd sell their soul for it and still be a wizard, it makes my blood boil. Is it really that serious? Of course it is. Do you still not understand what it means to have captured Hyunchung's movements? If you're in your right mind, no knight below his level will even graze your sleeve. Same goes for me though. I sat in the back of the carriage and opened a swordsmanship manual. The way I reached this level was really just through reading. Twisting your foot backward equals a charge, pulling your wrist equals a thrust. Starting from such simple motions, I stuffed my head with advanced muscular movements, footwork, sword techniques. As long as it's a move I know, it becomes a form of future prediction. Just reading a book improves my dodging. If I had to describe it, it feels like being the protagonist in a poorly coded RPG. This is all just a trick anyway, calm down. Fine. I can take a break for a while now, right? I told you clearly, you won't have to step forward as a knight for at least a month. I plan to do a few matches and pull out, but now they keep calling you back. Well, it does help, that's why I keep reading and studying. Overwhelming dodging in knightly combat can't possibly be useless. And current sense in the end, unlike flow or water pressure, leaves no trace when used, so no matter how much I rely on it, no one will figure it out. Even so, my real enemies are wizards, the Crimson Circle. Pretending to be a knight serves no purpose other than staying as Brimdel's disciple to learn enhanced mana body, unless it actually helps in fighting them. The problem is, it's working too well. Should I maybe start losing from the next match? Don't you think I'm doing a little too well? That might be for the best. If they're even trying to set you up for marriage, it's better to tone things down a bit. Huh? I asked, puzzled. Marriage for me, I'm 11 years old. Engagements usually happen around that age, don't they? Brimdel responded like I was the one saying something strange. Sometimes, in moments like these, I realize how different the norms of this world are. I frowned and asked. From who? Several nobles, they're probably stuck in the back of the carriages. Take a look. I searched between the books and found a bundle of letters. I was shocked to find there were 4 of them, and even more shocked to see that every one of them bore the seal of a noble house. Are these people crazy? I'm an orphan. And also my disciple, an apprentice of the Black Magic Tower, an outstanding student, and under the patronage of that Aletus. A pit like being an orphan gets filled up when you pile on that much. Still, that's a bit much. More nobles are starting to learn your name. Don't think you can keep that unknown orphan status for much longer. You're already turning into a hot topic. Ahem. After a brief moment of thought, I asked about a possibility that came to mind. If I got completely crushed in the next match and started bawling, begging for mercy. Don't. Yes. Even though I was being highly praised, I didn't feel particularly happy about it. I was making progress. The training for enhanced mana body had reached a level where I was told I had entered a stable phase. Not that I could afford to slow down my growth. The physical training was helping me endure the burden. The pearl medicine I received from the Crimson Circle still had plenty left. As long as it remained, I didn't have to worry about dying from the burden. But I couldn't seem to take that one decisive step forward. It just felt like all I was doing was surviving one day at a time. Is this really the best I can do? I sighed and sorted through the letters, then noticed a rather unusual seal. What is this? Just as I was about to open it, Brimdel suddenly asked in a low voice. By the way, it's strange. Why are they sending your marriage proposals to me? Aren't you my guardian right now? I don't recall agreeing to that. I mean, I know you grew up without parents, but didn't you say you already had a mentor? Why aren't they sending it to that person? Well. How was I supposed to explain this without mentioning Dercia? As I was struggling to come up with an answer, thump, 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 someone knocked on the carriage door before departure. When I lowered the carriage window, I saw a familiar face. It was the butler I had seen at Aletus's mansion. His name was Hello Ruhanin, right? It's an honor that the benefactor remembers me. Ruhanin, with his gray-haired hair, was drenched in sweat, clearly having run all the way here. Something felt off. I asked Brimdel for permission and stepped out of the carriage. Is something wrong? I've come because there's something I must inform you of. It would be best if you refrained from visiting the mansion for a while. What? His expression was so serious, I felt uneasy. Did someone find out about that time Elijah and I started a fire in the kitchen during a lesson? But the words that came from Ruhanin's clenched jaw were something I couldn't have imagined. The Lord has been indicted for treason. If you go to the mansion now, you'll be in danger as well, benefactor. Brimdel's cabin, I did my best to soothe Elijah, who was sobbing uncontrollably. You. I'm sorry. She gets extremely anxious when she's at the mansion. This much is fine. Wake. Elijah buried her face in her knees and mumbled something, but I couldn't make out a single word. As I gently stroked her head, Ruhanin lowered his head with a sorrowful expression. Once again, we've had to rely on your kindness. I've received a lot of help myself. That's not a problem, but what exactly happened? Well, Ruhanin began speaking with difficulty. This recent charge of rebellion wasn't just applied to the family head. Several nobles in the capital were simultaneously suspected and had their residences searched. I'd heard it earlier, but it was still a ridiculous notion. I narrowed my brow and asked again, is that even possible? If it's rebellion, then yes. But no matter how powerful the royal family may be, they can't suppress so many nobles at once. Still, since the word rebellion has been raised, it's best to keep our heads down and wait for the storm to pass rather than stir things up needlessly. I had a feeling. It's a fair suspicion, but it isn't the case. I can say this on my honor, there are few people as loyal to the Empire and His Majesty as the family head. Several nobles in the capital had been placed under house arrest on charges of rebellion. There was no evidence and they were innocent, but the word itself carried such weight that even if they were being wronged, the proper course of action was to remain at home and comply with the investigation for now. That was the judgment Aletus seemed to have made. A wise decision fitting of a seasoned noble. I tapped the table lightly and asked, "Is there any commonality among the nobles accused of rebellion?" "None other than being nobles, not at all. Any close ties or relationships? Some of the families are even at odds with each other, yet they're facing the same charges." Hem. Even if it was the royal family, Lumia wouldn't have had the power to cause such a catastrophe. She was still too young. The emperor didn't seem like someone who would do this either. Aletus was undoubtedly a loyalist, and accusing him of treason would be like putting handcuffs on one's right hand. Then, could it be the first princess? I'd never met her, but she had helped expand the orphanage and had resolved issues concerning the fallen quite well. The person who had strangely been so helpful to me. Why? I frowned as I thought about it for a long time. I don't know. Indeed. There wasn't even a visible goal, whether it was the princess or the emperor behind it. If they had ensnared even nobles loyal to the royal family, there had to be something they were after. It was difficult to understand why they would target such completely different nobles all at once. Is Aletus Nim safe? Yes, it's just that things are a bit chaotic at the mansion right now as he's firmly asserting his innocence. So the young lady. Ruhanin trailed off and Elijah suddenly looked up and clutched my neck with her tear-streaked face. Why was she choking me? Gee, Jern, Daddy. You don't have to worry too much. Aletus Nim is an exceptional person. He won't be shaken by something like this. Right. Elijah's expression softened slightly and she let go of her tiny hands. Seizing the moment, Ruhanin declared to me, "I may not be much, but I will do everything I can." And Sir Brimdal is also here. Brimdal, who had been sharpening his sword in the corner, frowned deeply. Hey, why am I being roped into this? Out of chivalry, we must protect a child in such circumstances. Chivalry. There's only one guideline a knight should follow. Kill whoever you want, whenever you want. That heartless comment, treating knights like butchers, had become familiar by now. I explained to the slightly confused Ruhanin. Despite what he says, he'll protect Elijah more diligently than any knight would. This hut is probably safer than a stronghold guarded by 1,000 knights, so you can rest easy. That's reassuring. Thank you truly. Ruhanin bowed repeatedly and departed. Watching him, I quietly sank into my thoughts. If it were under normal circumstances, no matter how much Elijah trusted me or even with Brimdal around, he wouldn't have left her in a hut like this. It seemed quite a few nobles had been questioned. Jern, Yeah, just get some good rest today. Once Ruhanin left and the tension lifted, Elijah fell asleep right away. I laid her on the bed, then Brimdal drew his sword. Are we doing this here? It won't be noisy enough to wake her. Thanks to the unexpected guest, our schedule had been delayed, but I still had to do what needed to be done. As I slowly circled around Brimdal, he threw out a question. Was this the work of the Crimson Circle? If they were capable of that, all we could do is wash our necks and wait to be executed. Nobles have been accused of treason. If the Crimson Circle could manage that, it meant they were controlling the royal family. If that were possible, there would be no point in resisting. We just have to die. Is that so? Brimdal gave a gruff reply as his sword caught the torchlight and gleamed like a mirror. Today we'll split it into 4 rounds. That's way too intense. Despite my whining, Brimdal replied without the slightest concern. Then blame your own growth for it. The pressure Brimdal gave off as he stood was overwhelming. Just standing in front of a knight whose build was at least 2.5 times larger than mine, especially with my small frame, was incredibly stressful. That was exactly what he was aiming for. Brimdal, having revealed his sword, took his stance. Under the orange glow of the lantern, he placed the sword, then stepped forward. It flashed. Gasp. A slicing sound followed. I twisted my head with such force my neck almost snapped, but still, a few strands of hair were cut. Had I been even 0.1 seconds slower or less, my scalp would have been sliced off. Brimdal, who had swung the sword filled with murderous intent, smirked. You dodge well, I'll go 3 times in a row. I clenched my teeth and drew up my current sense. When he said 4 rounds, he meant 1 second. He would tilt the sword, polished until it gleamed like a mirror to reflect the torchlight, show the shining blade, and then within 0.25 seconds the killing strike would come. For a normal human, reacting would be nearly impossible. Make predicting the trajectory into a single motion, then predict that motion. During the 0.25-second flash, I had to include the sword's movement in my calculations and find the trajectory. Otherwise, I'd die. This wasn't training. Brimdal's attacks were seriously aiming to kill me without holding back at all. Slice, my cheek was cut and blood trickled down. I could feel the burning heat. Brimdal, watching me with disdain, once again brought his sword under the lantern. Don't consider your ability as just an ability. If you do, you'll consciously use it. The act of being conscious is itself a process. When you unknowingly grab hot iron, do you release it because you think, I should let go? Act first, think after. This was our daily training. As the level of enhanced mana body training increased, just getting beaten wasn't enough to maintain the sensation of standing on the edge. So Brimdal brought something far more certain than any kind of violence. A sense of overwhelming peril that could never be gotten used to, a dwarf with murderous intent, a psychopath. It was training I did every day, but each day I felt the presence of death multiple times. Because, if you die, I'll just send that young lady back as well. You really have a sick sense of humor. We'd made one promise before starting this training. He would strike to truly kill, so I couldn't resent him even if I died. And I said yes to that. That was my mistake too. I thought it was just a metaphor. For Elijah's sake, at least today, I couldn't afford to die. I stared at the sword glinting beneath the torchlight, again and again. After about an hour of training, my body was covered in minor wounds, but I was soaked in sweat to the point where the pain didn't even register. But the growth was certain. Feels like only my current sense is improving, not my enhanced mana body. As I sat in a chair, gasping heavily, Brimdal asked with curiosity, does that grow too? It does. Ah, what a waste. Pearls before swine. While I was actually putting my life on the line using it, the precision of my current sense had drastically improved. It was a world of difference compared to the sluggish progress of enhanced mana body training. Letting out a sigh, I picked up a towel and opened the door of the hut. I'm going to wash up. Go ahead, but how long are you planning to keep that kid here? I'll send her back once this is resolved. It won't take that long. So you've got something in mind, huh? It's not that. Princess, Emperor, those were matters far too distant from someone like me right now. I chewed on the thought bitterly and said, no matter how much I think about it, there just aren't enough clues. I can't figure anything out. Is that so? Then let me give you a piece of advice. What is it? Don't waste time on things you can't do what you can. That was exactly the kind of advice I expected from Brimdal. I murmured to myself, looking at the sleeping Elijah, you're right. For now, there was nothing I could do. The best I could do was prepare so that if the opportunity came, I wouldn't miss it. That was much better than sitting around dwelling on my own helplessness. It was hard to procure food ingredients at the cabin, so we had to go up to the capital once a week. We could just buy preserved goods in bulk and be done with it, but Brimdal had his own strict principles. Aren't you buying too much meat? When you grow up, you'll be thankful. Training strengthens the mind, but meat builds the body. He said that as he loaded nearly 100 kg of meat onto the cart. Of all that, I probably wouldn't even eat 2 kg. Seeing him pack all kinds of alcohol and side dishes too, it looked like this was going to take a while. I'll go take care of something real quick. Go ahead. Letting out a deep sigh, I made my way to Durcia's mansion. When she woke up, she would surely send news, but I was getting anxious. She'd been asleep so long, I began wondering if she'd ever wake up again. This couldn't be normal. Training the body helped resist the burden, but that was just a temporary measure in the end. I needed to learn magic. Sir Jern. Just as I was walking along, worrying about the future, a blonde boy around my age who had been lingering by the fountain in the plaza spotted me and ran over. His walk, the sword strapped to his back, and his constant awareness of his surroundings. He wasn't quite a knight, a squire most likely, someone who deserved a degree of courtesy. I asked cautiously, yes, who are you? I'm Marlton. We fought in the last match. Sir Marlton. You remembered me. I figured you wouldn't since we met for such a short time. How could I forget someone I crossed swords with? Of course, I didn't remember him at all. Still, I gave him a friendly smile. He must have fought with sincerity and remembered my name, so if I said, "Who are you?" it would have crushed him. "What brings you here? Would it be possible for me to borrow a moment of your time?" Well, I had to go meet Dercia. As I scratched my head and began to indicate hesitation with a slightly awkward expression. "Please." Marlton bowed his head at a sharp 100-degree angle right in the middle of the street. "I'll keep it short. There's something I really need to talk to you about." "Ah, yes, all right, but please raise your head." If he was bowing this low, I couldn't exactly refuse. It was probably just a request to teach him some sword techniques. Thinking I could meet Dercia later, I followed the now cheerful Marlton. "Yes, this way, please." As if there was no time to lose, Marlton led me down an alley and arrived at an open lot. I brought him. In the open lot, several other squires were sitting around aside from Marlton, but they didn't look all that friendly. "Well done." The biggest one among them stared me down with burning eyes. I glanced back. Marlton was now among them, giving me the same hostile look. Great, trouble had arrived. Escaping wasn't going to be an issue since the area was wide open. The problem was that if this sort of thing kept happening, it would just be exhausting. Letting out a sigh, I decided to try talking first. "What's this about? I'm actually busier than you think, so if you could get to the point quickly, I'd appreciate it." "Look at you getting all arrogant. Just because you won once, you think you're some real knight now." The squires stepped in closer, surrounding me. Their ages varied. Most looked a year or two older than me, but as squires, they all had massive builds. It felt like I was surrounded by grown men. "Seems like you have a problem with me." "Damn right we do." As expected, this was probably about my background. Honestly, the fact that nothing like this had happened so far was what was strange. No matter how well someone does, or perhaps especially because they're doing well, people hate seeing someone of low birth surpass them. In cases like this, fists tend to speak louder than words. I sighed and was about to rest my hand on my sword hilt when, "Choose right now, are you a wizard or a knight?" The biggest squire pointed at me and shouted. I had no idea what he was going on about, so I asked again, "What choice? I'm both." "You can't be both." "Why not?" "Because it's obvious why a wizard would become a knight. Knights are just a refuge for inferior people who couldn't become wizards, and you joined to step all over us. That's what it is." So it wasn't my orphan background they hated. They just couldn't stand the idea of a wizard acting like a knight. Maybe they had some kind of inferiority complex about wizards. To guys like that, the idea of a wizard squire who beats down other knight squires was something they just couldn't tolerate. I frowned and refuted calmly. "That's not it. Don't you think it's strange to compare superiority and inferiority between knights and wizards in the first place? Their roles are completely different. It's like comparing a baker to a lawyer just because they both end in "er." Like hell it's not. Then why'd you enter the tournament and beat us down? I didn't even want to participate. And I have no intention of becoming a knight and taking your jobs. It was just a kind of performance, to show that the squire trained by Brimdell wasn't some weakling. If there was a problem, it was that I hadn't expected to win the whole thing. "I won't be entering again anyway, so don't worry too much. Can I go now?" The squire shook his head and held out his hand. "HMPH, so you say you're done being a knight, then hand it over." "Hand over what?" "The reward you got for beating us in that tournament." I hadn't even known there was a reward." "What reward?" "Don't play dumb. If you really have no intention of becoming a knight, then you don't need it, right?" "No, really, I didn't get anything." "Oh. Could it be that?" I rummaged through the pocket of my robe and pulled out a ball-shaped rolled-up parchment. "I did get this certificate saying I won." "Wyatt." The squire's eyes went wide as he snatched it from my hand and carefully unrolled it like it was some delicate piece of foam art. "You crazy bastard. How can you treat this like that? Hurry, get a heavy book, we need to flatten it." The squires scrambled to unroll the certificate together. Before I knew it, I had become completely irrelevant to them. The way they frantically handled the paper, you'd think they were trying to save someone's life, not a scrap of parchment. Watching them pathetically, I looked at Marlton, who looked like he was about to faint, and asked, "I won the tournament anyway, so what are you going to do with that? What good is a trophy with someone else's name on it?" "Why, you idiot, then why'd you even enter the tournament in the first place?" "To dispel suspicion, that's why." Marlton turned pale and clutched his head. I thought it was just a throwaway tournament that gave out a scrap of paper even if you won and didn't have an award ceremony. Award ceremony, that certificate gets you a speech of commendation from a royal knight. Oh, I see. A speech, that's important, of course. As expected, it really wasn't a big deal. When I reacted indifferently, Marlton practically had a seizure. Not just any royal knight, I'm talking about the Imperial Guard. Do you have any idea what that means? I do not. This means I could be recognized as the winning knight by the highest-ranking nobles. Not everyone who gets the certificate joins the Imperial Guard, but every single person in the Imperial Guard has received that certificate. So, it was about making an impression as a promising rookie in the Imperial Guard. If that was the case, it made sense that the squires were so desperate. Of course, needless to say, I had absolutely no intention of joining the Imperial Guard. Even if they offered it, I'd turn it down. I needed to protect my own life. Why would I protect someone from the Imperial family still? It felt like I'd stumbled upon a small lead. I weighed a few things on the scale, balanced safety against danger. Eventually, one side tipped and hit the ground. It's done. It's flat like brand new. Sniff, so beautiful, just beautiful. Right at that moment, the squires had finished flattening out the winner's certificate. As they basked in their emotional triumph, I approached them. Everyone. Adjourn. I think we may have misunderstood you. Not long ago, they were calling me a lunatic. Now, wearing saintly expressions, the squires responded with the gentlest smiles. To hand over such a precious certificate without asking for anything, you're not a wizard, you're a true knight. No, I'm definitely a wizard. Oh, really? Yes, and also. With a bright smile, I reached out my right hand. I'll be needing that back now. They were clearly misunderstanding something, but I never gave it to them. I just showed it to them and they took it on their own. That's mine, after all. I postponed visiting Durcia's mansion. Instead, I went to Brimdell, who was still loading food supplies onto the carriage. Maybe it was his last bit of conscience, but he had just put in a box of cabbages when he glanced at me and asked with a hint of curiosity. What is it? You look like you just got into a fight. Who was it with? How did you know? The robe you're wearing now has parts that absolutely won't wrinkle just from walking, running, or sitting. If you want to hide the fact that you were in a fight, you'd better fix your outfit. Yes. So there's something like that. I thought it was interesting and handed him the certificate, which was still crisp and flat. This is what I got for winning that squire tournament you told me to get out of last time. And they say I can meet a member of the Imperial Guard Knights with this. Is that true? Who was that part of it? Brimdell scratched his head as if his memory was fuzzy, then soon looked puzzled. But why are you asking about that? You're not planning to meet them, are you? I am planning to meet them. Why? There are some things I want to find out. Brimdell shoved the cabbage into the back somehow, crossed his arms, and shook his head with a grumpy look. I can't allow that so easily, it's dangerous. I'm not planning to cause any trouble. That's not the point, just drawing your sword in front of an Imperial Guard knight will immediately expose you. Why? Because you're ultimately a wizard imitating a knight. I tilted my head in confusion, and he explained slowly. What swordsmanship did you learn? I never actually learned swordsmanship. Exactly, things like basic grip, stance, it's all a mess. From afar, it might not show, but if you cross swords, any skilled knight will notice immediately. Come to think of it, all I learned from Brimdell was physical training and enhanced mana body. So it's better for you to just enter a match, get good results, and then disappear among the crowd of your age group before anyone notices your sloppy grip and stance. That way you can keep learning enhanced mana body quietly, and it's better for me too. There were a lot of spectators there, yet no one noticed. You dodged everything in advance. It's simple, but if you can do it, it's a skill that could defeat every knight in the world with a sword. After seeing that, no one would think of nitpicking small flaws. They'll just assume you're slightly lacking in some areas according to what suits them. But if I go before the Imperial Guard Knights and draw my sword, that difference will be exposed immediately. Also, from the start, getting permission will be tough. Why's that? Even if they really are the one arranging the meeting, the problem is me. Brimdell answered boldly, without a hint of shame. I had a major conflict with the Imperial Guard Knights once, so I doubt they'd be willing to meet my student. If it wasn't that serious, maybe they've forgotten. It was kind of serious. I didn't know what it was, but if Brimdell said it was serious, I was too afraid to ask. I sighed and handed him the certificate. Got it, still just in case, can you submit the request? Sure, just don't get your hopes up. Brimdell took the certificate with a look of annoyance. 3 days later. Brimdell made an uncertain expression as he held the reply letter. What is it? The first princess says she wants to meet you. Finding information about the first princess was easy. Almost everyone in the world praised her name and spoke highly of her. Yup, I saw her once and she was super pretty. Even Elijah said so. She had been gloomy at first, but after spending all day in the cabin with me and because I often played with her in exchange for not peeking at my training, her mood had lifted and her face was full of smiles. While reading a book listing the first princess's achievements, basically a biography, I asked again. Does she have any other traits? Elijah, who had her arms crossed and seemed to be thinking, added as if something had come to mind. She was beautiful. You already said that. But really, out of everyone I've seen in my life, she's the most anyway. Why are you asking about this? It's nothing special, just curious. Pushing aside the unhelpful Elijah, I went back to reading the biography. To cross-reference, I also looked up all the documents listed inside. The result was clear. I learned one thing: the first princess is a superhuman. Despite being only 21 years old, she has been actively involved in state affairs for a long time. And she excels. Though I had received a lot of help from her in things like the orphanage or the fallen-related things, in hindsight, it was only natural. She's so competent that there's no place her influence hasn't reached. The reason the empire is so peaceful and the people so generous might be thanks to the princess. No, it is thanks to her. She doesn't just throw the national budget into welfare through her authority. Everything is calculated through meticulous political reasoning. And the benefits gained are not used to secure her own position but are reinvested into the country. Even I couldn't have done that. Now I understand why Lumia feels jealous, so there's only one question left. Why? I knew that a knight alone couldn't do anything. Lumia, the second princess, probably doesn't know. So trying to dig up information from the first princess was indeed part of the plan. In other words, things were going my way, however, something didn't feel right. I'd only know the details once I got there. There were still 3 hours left, but to avoid committing lese majesté, I had to arrive at least 2 hours early. Don't get nervous, but don't let your guard down either. Understood. Brimdell, who dropped me off in the capital, made an expression that said, "What is this?" and then left. I followed the map written in the letter and walked along the path. I arrived at a small tea shop hidden in a corner of the capital, but not so obscure that there were no people. So this is the place. I sat at the designated window-side seat, lightly tapped my fingers on the table and ordered black tea. Using current sense, I scanned my surroundings, but there were no knights, not even any weapons. No one stood out as particularly beautiful either. Even after checking outside the tea shop, I found nothing. Was this a trap? It didn't seem likely that a princess would appear in such a public place without knights. Hello, have you been waiting long? Just as I was thinking that, a brown-haired woman naturally sat down across from me. Not that I had expected much, but she looked fairly ordinary. I gave a polite nod in response. I am honored to behold the face of Princess Charmia. I didn't make a fuss. Being overly formal in a crowded place might draw unwanted attention. The woman smiled gently and shook her head. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not the princess. I'm merely a maid acting as her representative. I know it's disappointing, but I hope you'll understand. The princess is currently overwhelmed with work and cannot attend in person. I see. Now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense. I should have guessed just from the meeting being held in a tea shop. So I won't be able to get any information, I thought, but then the maid suddenly pulled a letter from her bag and handed it to me. She left a letter in her stead. This is an honor. As I tucked the letter inside my coat to read later, the maid shook her head. Please read it now, you must. Yes, I apologize. I'm unfamiliar with court etiquette. Is it a rule that she has to verify I've read it? I took the letter out again, opened it, and read its contents. Greetings, Jern, this is our first meeting. The letter started that way. And that was the end of it. No matter how much I searched, that was all there was, a short, informal line that felt too casual for a princess. The content meant nothing. Wondering what this was supposed to mean, I looked up and the maid was still smiling brightly, waiting for some sort of reaction from me. Forcing a smile, I responded. A fine message. Short, but I could sense Princess Charmia's firm conviction. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. It didn't seem right to press the maid for answers, she was just the messenger. Since the letter was written like that, the princess must have told the maid some part of the truth. Clearing my throat, I asked what I could no longer figure out. Then, why did Her Highness the Princess summon me? You see, I used the certificate because I wanted to meet a knight. The maid smiled lightly instead of answering and pulled out another letter. I just read one. Yes, I know. Why didn't she give this earlier and instead waited until I asked? No wonder it felt too short. I read the second letter. I understand that you wanted to meet a knight, but there is something I wish to request, and so I was forced to take this approach. I offer my sincere apologies for causing your certificate to be used in vain. I will make sure you are compensated accordingly. I could feel my expression slowly hardening. With a tone slightly lacking in courtesy, I asked the next question. Yes, if I can be of help to Her Highness the Princess, it would be an honor. However, I am merely a weak squire. I doubt I have much means to offer assistance. The maid handed me a third letter. I opened it as soon as I received it. It's not you as a knight that I wish to call upon, but you under another identity. A wizard, that would be the better term for both of us, wouldn't it? As I opened my mouth to respond to the content, the maid handed me a fourth letter. I haven't said anything yet. Yes, Her Highness instructed me to hand this one over before you asked the fourth question. With slightly trembling hands, I opened the letter. This time it wasn't a sentence nor even a word. Yes. One character, clatter. I stood up immediately upon seeing it. My apologies, I happen to have a severe allergy to green tea and I must have accidentally drunk it. However, I still have a bit of time before the effects begin, so how about calling a doctor while I spend some time at a nearby pub? Still smiling, the maid handed me the fifth letter. That's a serious matter. Even if the effects appear later, it would be best to go to the hospital immediately. And going to a pub this early in the day might be a bit much. How about a cake shop instead? Thud, I collapsed back into my seat as soon as I read it. This is undoubtedly the real thing. I checked her bag and the letters several times using current sense, but there was no action of writing anything after I responded. The first princess, Charmia, was undoubtedly a prophet. So that's how it is. That must be how she managed to dominate the political world without a single mistake from such a young age. No, it doesn't matter how the situation is analyzed. This is a life-or-death crisis. Equal to or even beyond that of Crimson Circle. It's practically as if everything about me has been exposed. Interlocking my fingers, cold sweat dripping, I replied. There's literally a god in the imperial family. It seems you may have misunderstood. Certainly, if I were perfectly aware of everything in the world, I could be called a god, but my prophecy is truly a limited ability. I can only catch glimpses of the future I have chosen. I looked at the maid thoughtfully. If she could predict all my words, then even if it's just glimpses, she can intervene with certainty when it comes to the details. How can you possess such a power? It's a rude question, but perhaps. Occasionally, someone like me is born into the royal family. Some say it's because we carry the blood of the primordial wizard, but I'm not entirely sure. And no, I haven't fallen, at least not yet, though perhaps I'm close. It was hard to believe that someone with such a mysterious power wasn't a fallen. As I said before, it's really a very limited ability. My prophecy allows me to see the process of what I've chosen but not the result. It's an incomplete power. The best I can do is create a good process. I don't quite see how that makes a difference. I'm sorry. It's hard to explain after all. Just please understand this, I have absolutely no intention of harming you, Jern. It was the answer I wanted most, but I couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. I always strive to achieve the outcome I desire. Reaching out to you is part of that effort. What would you like me to do? I'll do my best. I've seen many futures branching off from my choices. I couldn't see the outcome, but every one of those processes was utterly dreadful. I want to stop that from happening. There wasn't much left of the letter when I opened the next part. Among the nobles, there is a traitor who doesn't even know they're a traitor. Please help me find that person. After a brief pause, more content was written, along with a photograph. Jern, I don't only know the future. I know the past as well, perhaps a past that no one else knows but me. That's also the reason I chose you. I scanned the final part of the letter. A child with black hair who looked to be around 3 years old was being held in someone's arms. I won't force you. I let out a sigh. If she's a prophet, then she must already know my answer, so what's the point of saying she won't force me? Thank you. By the time I had made up my mind and reached the end of the letter, a thank you message was already written there. The morning after I suffered from the awakening fever, I went to my father crying my eyes out. I told him not to die, that he was in danger. Father just thought I had a nightmare and let it pass. 2 days later, my father was the target of an assassination attempt. Of course it failed. I didn't share any opinion that influenced the event, but from that moment, I realized that what I was seeing was a part of future possibilities. I calmly read the letter and asked a question. Since when have you seen me? I wanted to know when I, as a person, had appeared in her dreams. This is the first time. To be precise, I saw you for the first time in this situation. Soon, there will be fires in the capital and monsters will appear. And this isn't something that can normally be stopped. A high-ranking noble with the means to mobilize private forces and interfere with the entire capital would be needed. I let out an exclamation, nodding my head. Because one unclear thing had finally been resolved, so that's why you caught them all. Yes, of course, I didn't intend to do something so extreme from the beginning. Since I can see the changed possibilities, I tried various actions and observed whether the future would change. But as the day drew nearer and nothing changed at all, I started to get anxious and ended up using a rather aggressive method. The content was bold despite the soft handwriting. It wasn't a perfect prophetic power. No matter how much of the future she saw, she couldn't tell who would cause the catastrophe, so she just rounded up everyone who possibly could. So this was the reason Aletis had been accused of treason. Still, a question remained. Didn't you say you can't see the outcome? Then how did you know something like this would happen? Because all of this is part of the process. I've changed so many things until now. It might sound like I'm praising myself, but from minor administrative reorganizations to every critical aspect of national power. Since the day I gained the ability of prophecy, I've worked tirelessly without skipping a single day. You could say the empire before and after I entered politics is an entirely different nation. You've worked hard. I'm glad to be acknowledged. I was simply reading a series of letters, yet I felt as though I was actually having a conversation, getting real answers to real questions. Strange, there's a reason I started at the age of 10. I've seen the distant future. A tragic future that could not be changed or reversed. Dozens of calamities will come. Some have already brushed past us. Can you give me an example? Do you know about the plague that spread from Elan, the one where 7 out of 10 people died if they caught it? It was a horrible event that wiped out half of the empire. I've never even heard of it, must have been something from decades ago. No, it happened 3 years ago. What? It's natural you don't know, I stopped it before it even began. People in Elan were curious as to why dozens of epidemic research facilities were suddenly established in their city, but once I said it was my doing, they just let it go. There was a reason the empire had enjoyed such a long era of peace. That was just one example. Who knows how many disasters had been prevented? Even if the power of prophecy was incomplete, it was nearly invincible when it came to running a country, not some stock or coin market. I saw the flames in the capital then too. I thought I had prepared enough, but this disaster is hard to stop. No matter what I try, no matter how extreme the methods, the outcome doesn't change. I see. I understand why you came to me. I answered while looking at the maid with an expression of disbelief. But I don't understand why you chose me. What can I possibly do in the process leading to the future you saw? I'm just a kid struggling to survive each day. Well, I kept seeing you so often, I wanted to try betting on you. What? The letter, which began with an absurd opening, contained even more absurd content. Jern, you always appear from the possibilities after I've bound all the nobles in this incident, without fail. At first, during a meeting with a knight, you somehow cleverly manipulated the situation to get introduced to me and tried to press me on why I was investigating Count Aletis. If I had brushed that off, you likely wouldn't have had any chance to act. But you immediately sensed there was something and started moving. You even, out of 106 possible outcomes, were certain I was a prophet in 21 of them. There was even one case where you tried to assassinate me. I did. Yes. I can't share the details, but I will say this. It was more daring and terrifying than any assassination attempt I've ever seen. No way, what must have happened in the future for me to end up trying to assassinate the princess? I felt as though I were sitting on a bed of nails. Do you know the kinds of things you did in all those possibilities? You opened the sea gate and flooded the city, you supported a fake traitor, impersonated the Crimson Circle, and in one version even brought them in for real. Honestly, I started to wonder if you weren't a disaster yourself. I'm sorry. It's all right. Because I could tell that your goal in the end was for the Empire, for everyone. Along the way, I got so curious about what kind of person you were that I couldn't resist looking into you. Is it even possible to investigate someone like me, an orphan with nothing? Yes. It's difficult, but there are ways. If even the princess called the method difficult, I couldn't begin to imagine what kind of means she had used. I'm sorry to say this, but both you and I, though our goals were the same, we failed completely. That's when I thought, what if we tried cooperating just once? Thank you for the compliment. I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'll do my best. I didn't fully understand. But whatever else was unclear, one thing was certain. This time I couldn't let things go. I had to get information about myself from the princess. There was a reason I had to. The clothing of the woman drawn in the letter, the one holding me, was by no means that of a commoner. I had a feeling, but still. The odds were high that my veiled past was connected to the deep sea. Looking at Ren, the trigger for falling is closely related to the fallen and actually affects them. I absolutely had to know about it. Phew, finally, really, finally. When she said that, the tone of the letter shifted meaningfully. The handwriting, slightly messy, conveyed her emotions. What do you mean by that? Jern, do you know how hard it is to get your cooperation? If I just ask for help, you pretend to listen, then go to Lumia and have her investigate me. If I try mixing in subtle threats, then I can't even catch you with prophecy anymore. And if I try offering material compensation, you think, the princess is asking me for help and even offering money. Something's off, and then you start getting suspicious again. Out of all those possibilities, after checking every single one, this was the only way I found that actually worked. To lay bare all my secrets and beg you for help. This method of communicating through letters, it's not supposed to work like this. We only pulled it off because I had hundreds of conversations just to figure out what to say here. From your perspective, it's not even a 30-minute talk, but for me, I spent 3 straight days without rest figuring out how to say all this. I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry. I must have been incredibly difficult in the future. Well, if the princess herself came asking to talk, I'd probably have examined every possible outcome too. Fortunately, the princess had only been venting. From the next letter onward, the tone had returned to a gentle one. Please don't apologize. I don't expect an apology for something you haven't done. Rather, I sincerely thank you for your help. No matter the method, please find the noble who has betrayed us. I will take full responsibility for everything that follows. They were reassuring words. But I couldn't help asking. I understand you can't see the outcome, but you said you can see the process. Yes. The reason the princess had gone to such trouble to recruit me was simple. When you help, the problem gets solved. I could do it. Lastly, please take this bag. I received the bag the maid handed to me. She said everything you'll need is inside. Yes, thank you. Then I'll take my leave. The maid rose from her seat, and as I packed away the thick stack of letters, I asked something that had been on my mind. By the way, Charmia Nim, from the latter half, wasn't it no longer necessary to write on paper? Were there really that many outcomes where I didn't catch on? No, you always noticed. Then why go through the trouble? I just wanted to tease you a little. Sorry. Oh, I see. Charmia laughed playfully and left the tea house. No matter how close they were, there was no way she would have revealed the secret of being a prophet to a maid. So from the moment it became clear she was one, it could only have been the princess herself. The lack of knights must have been an expression of confidence. She had confirmed through dozens of possible outcomes that there was no danger, so she had come in person. It looked like she had purposefully applied makeup as well. With a sigh, I opened the bag. There were various tools inside. The most unusual was a black metal mask. There were also necklaces, some kind of badges, and other items. Each had a note attached explaining its purpose, which I read one by one. This is an artifact inscribed with perception interference magic. When you wear this mask, you'll appear taller so people won't think you're a child. And yes, I'm giving it to you. You don't need to try to replicate it. This is the official badge of the Empire's Inspector General. If you show this to the guards, they'll open the gates even at dawn. I've already informed them, so put on the black mask and bring people from the Inspection Bureau. This is your ID. Yes, you may continue using it. If you need to report anything, use this orb. It wasn't a lie that she had conversed with me for a really long time. Exactly what I needed, with detailed instructions on where and how to use them, were all here. I don't mean to say I don't trust you, but I have my own backup plans in place, so don't feel too pressured. Act freely. Here are the conditions. 1. The traitor doesn't know they are a traitor. I don't understand what that means either, but that's the biggest issue. I've interrogated them several times, but every single one of them truly believes they're innocent. I'm certain the traitor is among them, but if they don't know they're the culprit, then interrogations are mostly meaningless. This is why, even with prophecy, I can't see who commits the act in the end. I only see the process. 2. There's a high possibility the organization known as Crimson Circle is involved. I'm not sure how they're connected yet, but at the very least, it's not someone impersonating them. 3. The time limit must not exceed 1 week. Originally, the incident should have already occurred, but I've halted it by forcibly accusing someone of treason. The nobles who don't understand what's going on will start getting angry and lodging formal complaints in a week. If we don't find the culprit by then, well, it'll be unstoppable. It'll happen, just in a different form. Please, for the future of the Empire, if you lend your strength, I'll help you with one matter in return, Jern. The traitor doesn't know they're a traitor. First, I made sure no one was watching me, then put on the black mask. Next, I went to the counter to confirm something. The bill, please. Why, yes. The staff member was startled the moment they saw me, glancing around nervously. Excuse me, which table were you at? Where that child was sitting. Ah, I see, so you're the father, my apologies. So that's about how I look now, huh? The employee's gaze wasn't aimed at my head but far above it. That must be where my face appears to them, thank you. I responded to the greeting and rubbed the mask as I stepped out. This really is an incredible item. I could understand why my future self would try to replicate it. Walking through the streets of the capital, I went over the conditions and objectives listed on the notes once more. The number of nobles listed was around 21. Among them was Aletis's name. They don't know her. The simplest conclusion pieced together in my mind was that someone with a kind of inner world capable of deceiving others without their knowledge was manipulating the nobles. I couldn't jump to conclusions. If the princess had investigated them personally, she wouldn't have used something as crude as asking, "Are you a traitor, yes or no?" She must have conducted a thorough examination before concluding that all of them appeared clean. Still, the biggest reason the princess chose me was likely this. A fallen can recognize another fallen, as long as it's not a world greater than their own. Even Decay, who lived within eternal frost, existed in a world smaller than mine. At the very least, I had to check whether they were being controlled. That was something only I could do. All right. After much deliberation, I made my decision and headed for the inspection bureau. 1 hour later, bang. Defendant Aletis opened the door. I knocked on the door of Aletis's estate, leading dozens of inspectors. Suppressing my guilt with effort, I convinced myself, because this was something that had to be done. The reception room, though it was the same place, the reaction was different. "Why have you come again? Didn't I say last time that everything was already confirmed?" Aletis greeted me with a cold demeanor. That didn't mean he was being impolite. His expression was calm, only his words carried weight. That alone was enough, but the pressure was different. It felt like looking up at a giant stone statue. Drinking tea that felt colder than last time, I replied nonchalantly, "Please calm down, we're just doing what we were instructed to do from above." "That necklace." Aletis glared at me with a gaze full of disbelief. "You're from Princess Charmia's personal guard unit." So that's what it was. No wonder the inspectors were tense even though they didn't say much. Someone from above, it seems you only have one superior. Are you saying this is an order from her? Is that what you think? No, it must be that you tricked Her Highness with that silver tongue of yours. Her Highness isn't the kind of person to do something like that. She had done well with her image making. Aletus tapped his finger on the table with a displeased expression. Don't tell me it's you who's been behind this recent incident. Who are you, and where are you from? Even among the secretive members of the personal guard unit, I've never seen someone with such a bizarre appearance as yours. You're free to think as you wish. Then I shall. The fact that you've been given this level of authority means Her Highness must trust you considerably, but it seems you don't know your place. You should understand the scale of this incident better than anyone. In a week at most, you'll have to take full responsibility. He was exactly right. Even knowing I was safe, cold sweat trickled down from his words that pierced through to the core. I focused on keeping my composure and observed Aletus intently, with current sense and also to see if there was any change in the deep sea. As we silently stared at each other, a knock came at the door. Vice Captain Nim, preparations are complete. All right. I put down the teacup and stepped outside the mansion. All of the mansion's servants, housekeepers, maids, cooks, and so on had gathered in one place. I turned to the inspectors and reconfirmed, "Are you sure this is everyone?" Yes, we not only searched the mansion but also combed through every nearby household and brought every related servant. Thank you for your hard work. Shall we begin the investigation one by one now? No. I shook my head at the eager inspector and glanced down at the gathered servants in the garden below. They were all within range of current sense. That unpleasant sensation I felt when I met Ren, the feeling that they were of the same kind as me, I looked for it. But it wasn't here, it's over. Let's withdraw. Huh. Aletus Nim. Leaving the dumbfounded inspector behind, I addressed Aletus. The rebel does exist. For now, please lay low. After that, you're free to kill me or let me live as you please. Though his gaze was filled with suspicion, Aletus gave a slight nod. So be it. Thank you. Not being held responsible turned out to be sweeter than I'd expected. I repeated the same process with every noble over the next 2 days. Why are the inspectors here again? We already did this last time. Those were the words I heard. Using the identity given to me by the princess, I neutralized their protests, gathered all their servants, and swept through them with current sense. The inspectors worked hard. Though we completed the process, the fallen couldn't be found. Of course, it didn't end there. I combed through not just the nobles but also the families of their servants and even the families of those families without missing a single one. The result, as expected. I scratched my head inside Brimdle's cabin. Not a single noble had even a speck of blemish. They were completely clean. At this point, the princess hiring the fallen no longer held any meaning. Now it was my turn to step up. The one who was certain that the princess would arrive at the correct answer herself was me. Or so I said, but how? No matter how much I agonized over it, no answer came to mind. If you need to take a shit, go and shit. Brimdle said that as he swung his sword to cut my spine. KWAGIK, it's not that, I just have something I'm pondering. I jumped out of the chair in a hurry, letting the sword shatter the chair instead. The blade wasn't sharpened so I wouldn't die even if I got hit, but the pain would be enough to render me immobile. Now wasn't the time for that, I needed to move. Brimdle sheathed the sword as if nothing had happened and asked, "Is it something related to the princess?" Yes. I threw the broken chair into the bonfire. There were already too many burning chairs, so I had to press it down firmly just to fit it in. These days, Brimdle constantly launched attacks filled with murderous intent except when he was asleep. He'd say things like, "You have to live with death constantly to become accustomed to the world. A monkey isn't born knowing how to climb trees, it learns because there's a leopard under the tree." Thanks to that, only the precision of my current sense was skyrocketing. At this point, I might actually be able to count the number of hairs on someone's head. It was possible before if I focused, but now I could manage it even with half effort. If I expanded current sense now like I did last time, even if I swallowed all the remaining pearl medicine in the chest, I wasn't sure I could withstand it. As I let out a sigh, Brimdle sat down with a slightly unsettled look. The princess was a bit of a difficult one. If it's a request from someone like her, it can't be something easy. Lumianim or Charmianim? The latter. Wait, why? If anything, wasn't Lumia the more troublesome one? Brimdel muttered as he downed his beer. It's ominous, that's the feeling I get. Uh-huh. Maybe it was some kind of dwarf intuition, perhaps something akin to prophetic magic. I nodded with that thought in mind. Yes, maybe she's hiding some kind of unknowable power or something like that. No, it's different from that. He slammed the empty beer mug down, folded his arms, and looked up at the ceiling as if recalling something. She's clearly never received night training, her body doesn't even look that fit, and her character is extremely close to virtue, yet she's familiar with death. Huh. What the hell was that supposed to mean? As I looked confused, Brimdel elaborated. That atmosphere, something that emanates from people who have killed thousands, no, tens of thousands. She had that same air around her when I met her at 13. Usually, people like that are unhinged, but the princess was completely sane and always someone who thought of others before herself. I thought deeply before replying, couldn't it just be jealousy? I mean, she sounds like a good person, but her vibe is weird and unsettling. Isn't that what you're getting at? HMPH, she moves for the majority but doesn't abandon the minority. That sentence doesn't make sense. Because one day she will inevitably hit a wall. The world is fair. To save something, something else must be given up, but Charmia has never done that. She's just never been placed in such a situation. I was about to lighten the mood with a joke, something along the lines of careful, that sounds like treason, but today Brimdel seemed a bit serious. The princess is definitely giving something up somewhere, I just don't know what it is, which is why I don't want to get involved. Just some advice, you'd best not get too deeply involved either. What if I'm already so deeply entangled with her that I can't separate myself? At my bold question, Brimdel snorted and filled his next mug of beer. Then I suppose we'll have to pray for Charmia's soul. Pardon. The princess may be ominous, sure, but compared to you, she's 100 times less so, you devil. Oh ho, so Brimdel could crack a joke too. The day after I sent my report using the orb I received from the princess, that was the result. In the same tea shop, the same maid greeted me. I didn't expect her to show up in person again. As I was thinking that, she reached into her bag to take out a letter and I quickly stopped her in disgust. Just say it out loud, I'm tired of those. Is that so? Actually, I don't have one. I see. Princess Charmia was more down-to-earth than I'd thought. It's a rude thought, but she felt more like a maid than a princess. Of course, I didn't know her real face. The voice was also most likely fake, but her plain hair and slightly freckled face matched that slightly airheaded personality perfectly. Still, Brimdel's so-called advice existed, so it was too early to trust her. I asked back as formally as possible. By any chance in that prophecy, do you know what kind of process I went through to achieve it? Yes, of course. The princess looked at the clock attached nearby. I followed her gaze, it read 3 o'clock, 30 minutes remain. Until what? That's when you tell me you found the answer. What? That's as far as I saw in the process, I couldn't see the result. I can't foresee anything beyond that. I blinked and met the princess's gaze, that's all. Yes. Charmia's clear, sparkling eyes showed not even a hint of doubt. I was dumbfounded and asked again. So, without me bringing any evidence or physical proof, just from hearing me say I figured it out. Yes. What if I lied? I mean, we're in the real world now, not in a vision. There's still the possibility that... Jern. Charmia looked down at me with a gentle smile. Sorry, we've barely spoken, but I tend to get clingy and act closed, don't I? Suddenly. If asked yes or no, the answer would be yes, but this wasn't the time for that kind of question. As I was trying to make sense of it, Charmia lowered her head and apologized. While seeing the possibilities, I became very intertwined with you, Jern. There is a connection you do not know about, so it is a bit difficult to gauge the distance. That much is fine. So I know you well. Charmia responded with a smile similar to the one she had at the beginning. You lie with such ease, almost everything you say is misdirection or a means to deceive the other person. That's not true. Another lie, but there is one time when you undoubtedly speak the absolute truth. Charmia raised her finger as if she was used to this. When you speak vaguely, as if you're not even sure yourself. Well, I'll be hearing it soon, so I'll know. That's the only time you speak nothing but solid truth. Even after hearing the explanation, she just seemed like a lunatic. But that's how prophets usually seem. Realizing I had little time left, I started to think. If I didn't find the answer within 30 minutes, it would become the wrong timeline. From that point on, nothing could stop what would happen. My brain's performance over these 30 minutes would determine fate. Let's restate the facts. It's related to Crimson Circle, correct? Yes, it's definitely connected in some way. I saw their appearance in the result. What kind of person was it? I didn't see them myself, but according to the nobles' testimonies, they were furious, calling him the kind of bastard you'd want to rip apart. The name, I don't remember. I never really recall the faces of the first disasters I see. Crimson Circle involvement confirmed, within a week. Yes, it should have been earlier, but since I pinned all the crimes on the high-ranking nobles, it got delayed. So the culprit is definitely among them. But those people are all clean. That's when I realized they don't know they're the traitor. The culprit is definitely inside, but if no one knows they're the culprit. Yes, that would make sense. I rested my chin on my hand and pondered, deducing the traitor from these facts. I've got nothing. I'm a wizard, not some damn detective. Time kept passing, but finding the answer based solely on the given premises seemed close to impossible. With no other choice, I decided to rely on my future self, Charmian Im. Someone might misunderstand, so please call me something else when we're outside. Understood, Char. At that, Charmia choked slightly as if something went down the wrong pipe. Oh, that's a bit bold, isn't it? We're close, aren't we? Yes, we are close. In the future possibilities, did I not say something like finding a clue? No. Even after learning you are a prophet. Yes. It seemed like you knew nothing. Even my future self was in the exact same situation as I was now. Was I really this incompetent that I couldn't even find a single clue? No, doesn't that mean it's impossible? I furrowed my brow and factored that in as well, that my future selves were incredibly useless. You did say I did a lot of things though. Yes, you were really active. Infiltrated the Imperial Palace, opened the moat, tried to assassinate me. At that moment, I caught something strange in her words. You said I was active. Yes. It didn't sound like much, but it was important. I moved with everything I had, without sparing myself, even going as far as attempting to assassinate the princess. And the result was knowing absolutely nothing. If that was all, I could chalk it up to incompetence. However, there was a lack of motive. I'm not the kind of person to be that passionate. If you asked me whether I'd go that far just to protect the capital, not really. Rather, upon learning that the princess was a prophet, I probably would have said, handle it yourself, you're amazing, and run away with people I knew. But I did move, I must have known something, that much was certain. Then again, a new question arose. If I did know something, why didn't I tell the princess? Oh no, not much time left. Tick-tock, I heard the ticking of the clock hands as I looked at her smiling brightly without a hint of tension. Hard to believe? No, whatever my future self decided, the princess was definitely a prophet, and more than anything, she knew the secret of my birth. Cooperating was the correct choice. No matter how I looked at it, fighting a prophetic princess was the worst option. So then, why, over hundreds of possible futures, did I refuse her help or even act hostile? Contact with the Crimson Circle. The disaster that was delayed because of imprisonment for treason. Yet within all that, the fallen couldn't be found. The reason my future self moved so desperately. Something I hid, even while treating the princess as an enemy despite her being a strong ally. At the same time, something I judged I had to keep hidden from her. Why, if I told her, it would all end right there. When all the facts aligned in my head, a single possibility emerged. When the nobles were placed under house arrest for treason, someone slipped through the investigation. Someone connected to the Crimson Circle. The reason my future self moved so actively. The reason I had to keep it from the princess. Jern. As sweat ran down my face, I muttered slowly to the puzzled Char. I might have found it, not certain though. I knew you would. Looking at Char grinning from ear to ear, and as the clock chimed at 3:30, I forced a smile. Right now, there is something inside Elijah. I was wrong. It wasn't because the arrest of the nobles delayed the terror attack. It was because Elijah came to the cabin during that process. Jern, what's wrong? It's nothing. I held back my words. Connected to Crimson Circle, of course. Was something implanted during the process of being kidnapped and seeing dreams through Wihwa? Then why wasn't it done to a lettuce? That would have been quicker. I don't know. I met Sharmia's gaze, who was looking at me with a puzzled expression. It was to avoid suspicion. All my future possibilities had arrived at this fact. The reason they hid it from the princess was, Shar. It's not certain yet, but what will you do if we find the cause? Well, we'll have to take care of it, won't we? It won't be that simple. I carefully observed her expression as I asked. The nobles I investigated are all from well-known families that had some influence in the capital. If the heads of those families are aiding Crimson Circle, even the princess wouldn't be able to handle it easily. Ah, so that's what you were worried about. Sharmia took a sip of black tea and smiled softly. Yes, it's definitely not an easy matter, but it's possible. How? If we quickly cut off the head of the family that's the cause and shift the blame onto Crimson Circle, it can be done. Is that really possible? Yes. A short answer. But I saw the conviction in it. Do you really have to kill them? I mean, since it seems like it wasn't intentional, wouldn't isolating them be enough? That would be best if it could be resolved that way. With her chin resting on her hand, she had already finished saying something ominous. The future doesn't tolerate uncertain interference. What do you mean? It's something that happens because we don't see the result. Let's say there's a future where I die by assassination and I saw myself drinking wine laced with poison during that process. What should I do then? Wouldn't it be fine to just not drink the wine? Sometimes that solves it and sometimes it doesn't. Irrationally, sometimes it's precisely because I didn't drink the wine that the assassination occurs. Sharmia fell into thought, as if she were speaking from experience. Eliminating such possibilities ultimately requires a definite end. That means eliminating the cause, finding the one preparing for the worst with poisoned wine and a dagger in hand. She said so and then gave a bitter smile. When the capital of the empire is on the line, there's even less room for leniency. We can't choose uncertain measures like isolation. I see. I also smiled slightly and brought the black tea to my lips. This is why I didn't say anything. The moment I told the princess that Elijah was the cause, it was obvious what would happen. Of course, I have no intention of sacrificing the capital for just Elijah either. Even if she's my retirement fund, there's a line I won't cross, however. She should at least be given a chance to struggle. If I don't even give her that, I can't uphold the way of life I've chosen to live. I stood up and placed a coin next to the teacup. Would you care to share your guess? I'm sorry. I think I need a bit more information. Once I'm more certain, I'll tell you. Oh, really? Yes, really. Well, I suppose it can't be helped then. With an exchange of smiles, and I exited the tea house first. Excuse me. As soon as I reached the alleyway, I clenched my teeth and ran. Sharmia said she'd spoken with me for a long time. That meant she would have noticed I was trying to hide something during our conversation just now. Once the investigation starting from that point reached Elijah, it would take at most a day or two. That was all the time I had left. Sharmia kept smiling until Jern's back disappeared from the tea house. Even after he had completely vanished and 5 minutes had passed, until the employee brought out a new pot of tea, she remained staring outside with a fixed expression. Phew. Only then did she sigh and relax her tension. Then, looking up at the employee, she asked, "Was I trembling just now?" "No, not even for a moment did your breathing falter." "That's a relief." Click. The face of the employee collecting the cup in front of Sharmia was too beautiful to be just a simple tea house worker. Skin so clear it felt unreal, golden hair flowing in abundance, eyes and eyelashes like those of a doll handcrafted by a master artisan. When she stared in awe, Sharmia soon murmured softly, "Seeing it like this, you're really pretty. I should thank your parents." Indeed, that is true. The server, who bowed in agreement, quietly turned to look in the direction Jern had left. Shall I have him followed? Don't. Yes. No objections. To those in the know, Sharmia's words were law and oracle. Literally, every subject of the empire owed their life to her. And yet, Sharmia, just like any other woman in her early 20s, laughed and fussed as if she didn't have a care in the world. I couldn't say it in front of him, but isn't he super cute? For someone so young, he always looks sullen, hides what he's thinking so well, and it feels like I'm talking to some weathered elder from the political world. Karo's Sharmia's night swallowed dryly. It was not easy to suppress the urge to ask why she found such things cute. I keep wanting to pinch him and pat his head. I really shouldn't be like this. Is this what it feels like to have a younger brother? With all due respect. Even so, there was something she had to say. It still seems best to kill him. With murderous intent, she glared in the direction Jern had disappeared. The trace lingered. If the command were given, it wouldn't take even 2 minutes to catch up and sever his neck, if the command were given. Ahem. Sharmia leaned back in her chair with a slightly troubled expression. Of course, that's one of the options. Then. But no. Rejection. Karos once again swallowed her frustration and stepped back. Watching her with a bitter gaze, Sharmia added as if apologizing. I'm sorry, but the fact that something like that can even hold a conversation to me, it's just so fascinating. I really want to understand it. If possible, no matter what happens, I want to try to gain his cooperation. Please proceed as you wish. I will follow whatever you decide. Thank you for understanding. Sharmia, bowing her head in thanks, picked up the black tea that Jern had been drinking. Steam was rising. Jern had brought the cup to his lips several times, but the level of tea hadn't changed at all. He had only brought it to his mouth and hadn't swallowed any. A correct decision, yet Sharmia's face turned slightly sulky. This was the 349th try, and he still won't drink it. She had worked hard on it too, there was no poison in it. With a bit of regret, Sharmia took a small sip. Ahem. After tasting it, she began to wonder if he might have suspected there was poison in it after all. Hey, what are you doing, you thief? Give me back my horse. I am a guard of the princess's direct escort unit. There's a saddle here too. Have a pleasant journey. I borrowed the fastest horse from a nearby stable and rushed to the cabin. I had basically no skill in horsemanship, but by using current sense to read the horse's muscles as it ran, I managed to arrive much faster than I would have otherwise. Brimdel seemed to be out gathering firewood, and I kicked the door open and entered. Inside the cabin, Elijah was lounging lazily on the bed reading a book and brightened when she saw me. Oh, Jern. I forgot the situation for a moment and felt a pang of regret. I've had a rough life too, but this girl, Elijah, lost her mother when she was young, was bullied, kidnapped, nearly killed, then had something implanted in her and ended up like this. It goes beyond pity. Maybe the entire world itself is her burden. I sat the smiling Elijah down in a chair. Jern. Looking puzzled, Elijah watched as I asked with a slightly serious expression. Sorry for the suddenness, but I'd like to ask you a few questions. I hope you'll answer. Questions? Why all of a sudden? Just curious. It would be better to hide my own circumstances. Thinking that, I spoke and Elijah nodded. All right. Once I got her agreement, I immediately asked the questions. Have you been feeling sick anywhere lately? Your body or anything like that? Nope, not at all. Any interest in arson or impulses to burn the whole world down? I never thought that. Have monsters started to feel familiar to you, making you want to invite them into the capital? Jern. With growing anxiety on her face, Elijah asked. Did I do something wrong? No. Nothing like that. Elijah really had no awareness whatsoever, and no matter how I looked at her, she didn't seem like a fallen. If she were a fallen, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed after living together all this time. As I stared into her confused eyes, a sudden realization struck me. What Elijah endured after being kidnapped was dreams. Have you had any strange dreams recently? I don't think so. Elijah thought for a moment, then said that. If not even dreams, then what? As I was reviewing other possibilities, she added something as if she'd just remembered it. Come to think of it, I really haven't been dreaming. You haven't? Yeah. Lately, even when I sleep, it just feels like I wake up right away. When I told Dad, he said it was because I'm growing. Not dreaming at all, that confirmed it. I sat down silently next to Elijah. She jumped a little in surprise, her eyes widening. What's wrong? Well, actually today is my day off. It was a lie, but whatever, I could explain later. I'm sorry I said I'd visit every day last time but couldn't. I forgot all about that. But I have some free time today, so how about we go out for a bit? Unless you have something you need to do. Before I even finished, Elijah nodded. Nope, let's go out. That was fast. Keeping up with a child's energy was brutal, but I somehow managed to hold out until nightfall. Yawn. Since we couldn't go into the capital, we climbed up and down the mountain about 5 times, and by the time we returned to the cabin, we were both completely exhausted. After washing up, Elijah yawned and looked tired, so I guided her to her room. Sorry, I must have kept you out too long. It's okay, I'm not tired really. No, look at the time. I glanced out the window, it was pitch black outside. We can talk about the rest tomorrow, sleep well. My. Elijah rubbed her eyes, lay down on the bed, and I stepped out of the room. Of course, I didn't leave. I leaned against the nearby wall and used current sense to feel Elijah's heartbeat. Until her breathing stabilized and she fell into a complete sleep. Then, carefully, I opened the door and entered the room. Elijah. I called her name without intending to wake her. Naturally, there was no response, so I spoke in a colder tone. What do you only answer if I call you Wihwa? Right, Wihwa is dead, then I suppose I should call you Lump. The moment those words left my mouth, Elijah shot up and grabbed a nearby flower vase, throwing it at me. I tilted my head slightly to dodge. With a single leap, she closed the distance and aimed a shard of glass at my neck, all of it within expectations. In a young girl's body, there were limits, and I easily avoided it. That was the last burst of resistance. I bound her tightly with water pressure, then forced her into a chair and tied her with rope this time. So she couldn't move even a fingertip. Once the restraints were done, Elijah looked up at me with a disgruntled expression and muttered. Things got messy. Elijah's voice, but spoken by someone else. It was a disgusting matter. I raised my hand to slap, but realizing it was still Elijah's body, I simply gave a look of contempt instead. So you were real, you fucking son of a bitch. Get the hell out of there right now. I'll go if you answer my question. How did you know? I mean about my ability. You mean Wihwa? I made sure to kill him. But now there's someone using the exact same ability, and if my memory serves me right, you lot had one bastard who could transform into someone else. I looked down at the bound Elijah and gave a cold warning. Lump, it's more of a label than a name, but I couldn't forget it. You sure you wanna act like that? You do know whose body I'm in right now, right? Elijah no. Lump grinned slyly and made a move to bite its own tongue. It didn't really intend to do it, it was just a performance to seize control of the conversation. I didn't allow it. I do. The teeth stopped before touching the tongue. Lump, clearly flustered, tried to close its jaw, but as if pinned in place, it could only tremble. After a short while, I released the hold. No more restrictions. This too was just a performance to regain control of the conversation. Try it again. I didn't expect to use the refined precision of current sense in a situation like this. But I was many times faster than any of the movements involved in biting down or chewing the tongue. After several failed attempts, Lump glared at me in disbelief. What kind of world is this? Even this close, I can't see anything. A place far beyond your reach, even if you had 1,000 years to try. Find your good Then make your big choice, kill the girl you care about or let her go. Lump smugly pushed for an ultimatum. My answer was to raise my middle finger. No, there's no need for that. If I just wait, you'll disappear on your own. Why should I bother? Listen to you clinging to wishful thinking. Why would I ever leave this body? You will. Using that ability means you're experiencing burden too, doesn't it? That guy's burden was pretty damn horrific. I wonder how long you can endure it. If you really want to risk your life on a mere contest of wills, go ahead. I sat in the chair across from Lump and stared silently. I'll wait until you come out. And once you do this time, I'll be the one to come find you. Hahaha, you'll come find me. Lump, wearing Elijah's face, twisted its lips into a mocking grin. And then what? What can you possibly do against us? Not us. You. I raised my finger to Lump's forehead. This whole thing, wasn't it your own doing, a solo decision and plan without help from your fellow members? What are you talking about? How would you know that? Because your boss came to recruit me. Crimson Circle had said they weren't planning to act just yet. They said that since their objective had already been achieved, they had no intention of causing unnecessary conflict. I didn't take that at face value, but it was true that they were sincere about trying to scout me. The pearl medicine I received has been genuinely helpful. Above all, what Decay explained made sense both logically and practically. This situation did not. You guys have nothing to gain from doing this bullshit. You already achieved your goal, so why would you stir up trouble in the capital again just to expose your tail? You should be pouring everything into growing your forces right now. Eh? It's way too stupid to be the organization's decision. Sure, some groups are idiots, but not on your level. This is way more likely to be one idiot acting alone. Well, it's a gathering place for fallen, so proper hierarchy was never going to hold, and you seem like one of the more extreme hedonists among them. Am I wrong? Heh. As I spoke with certainty, Lump grinned grotesquely. Seeing Elijah's face make that expression enraged me even more. If you figured out that much, then yeah, excuses are pointless. You're right. I acted alone. When I saw that this brat still had fragments of dreams Wihwa left behind, I just couldn't resist. Want to know the other reason? I could tell you if you're curious. No need, it'll be some moronic reason like I got an order to stay put and that's boring, right? Ha 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 ha, I like you. Are you really sure you don't want to join Crimson Circle? Lump grinned from ear to ear, but I kept a blank expression. I told you I'll be coming to find you. And what exactly will you do if you find me? Trash like you is hard to predict. Acting on impulse, moving however the mood takes you. A single simple pattern, but because of that you'll keep doing things like this forever. Unlike Crimson Circle, which has a clear objective, you're the one who'll carry out unpredictable acts of terror. This time you happen to have Elijah within reach and used her, but if she hadn't been here, I can't even imagine what you would have grabbed instead. An unpredictable variable is a threat to my survival. Get your neck ready and wait. Whether Crimson Circle cares or not, you need to die. Lump, who had been looking at me in disbelief, soon let out a smirk. Kill me, huh? You say it so easily. Even I can't do that, you know. What? Before we talk about killing or not, don't you realize it's not over yet? Lump blinked and the deep sea trembled slightly. It wasn't much, but it was certain that this bastard had done something. What did you do? Who knows? As I watched him sneer slyly, a sudden realization struck me. If he could control Elijah while asleep, and if he could use Wihwa's abilities, this fucking son of a bitch. I immediately stood up from my seat. There were more than a few who had fallen victim to that ability. Perhaps everyone near Elijah had been affected. Oh, figured it out, but it's too late. You won't be able to find all the nobles I've tampered with in the time left. He started mocking me, but I didn't even have time to get angry. I took out the orb and gave him a final warning. Do you really think it's impossible? Yeah. Then watch from there. Whether he's a Crimson Circle executive or just a janitor. I'll come find you soon to grant your wish. Before the door closed, the bastard wearing Elijah's face smiled as if intrigued. Bang! Outside the room, Brimdell stood with an expression of disbelief. Please keep an eye on that thing. Are you sure you don't need my help? He seemed to have inferred the situation from the conversation, but I shook my head. It's okay. I have someone else to ask for help. Brimdell would be a great help, but what was more important right now was making sure that bastard couldn't do anything strange with Elijah's body. I tapped the orb as I headed toward the stable. I wondered what I'd do if she was asleep at this hour of the night, but what's going on? Fortunately, she was awake. Did she foresee it? No, she said she couldn't see the outcome, so probably not. I made my request while writing. I've resolved the issue. But I need to clean things up. I'd like to borrow a knight, the strongest and most exceptional one you know. I see, all right. The princess answered in a lively voice. I'll send the most exceptional knight I know. Where shall I send them? To the spire located in the very center of the capital, please, and provide them with clearance as well. It would take too long if I went via the main roads. As soon as the conversation ended, I drove my horse into the forest path. Nay, the horse resisted, but with some whipping I managed to control it. I cleared trees and rocks using the current and forced a path through. Go. Naturally, I had to exert that much, so the burden was a bit severe. It couldn't be helped. Though it was a much longer route, I arrived in an instant and leapt past the guards while still on horseback. Hey. Stop. I didn't stop despite their earnest pleas. I reached the capital in less than half the usual time. I let the horse go as I arrived at the spire and looked around, and there stood a slightly smaller knight clad in black armor. They were clearly suspicious, so I asked immediately, "Did the princess send you?" "I am Karos of the Imperial Guard Knights, Heaven's Judgment Knight." The voice somehow resembled the princess. Their face was hidden behind a helmet. No way it's her in person, right? Judging by the sharp tone, it probably wasn't. Karos didn't seem very pleased and asked with an irritated gaze behind the helmet, "What do you need me to do?" "Yes. First carry me up to the top of the spire." "How far up?" "To the very top." "Understood." Karos grabbed the back of my neck and climbed up the outer wall of the spire instead of using the stairs. At an incredible speed, the ground quickly grew distant. As if it were her own room, she ran with ease. It really felt like the princess had sent the strongest knight she knew. Ahi. Because she was holding me by the back of my neck while climbing, my neck was a little choked, but since I used a different method to breathe, it wasn't that painful. When we reached the top of the spire from where the entire capital could be seen, Karos asked again, "What now?" "Just a moment." I looked around near the spire and found a small door leading downward. I opened the workshop and brought out a bunch of bandages and medicine. The pearl medicine, I brought it and put it in my mouth but didn't swallow it. "Now, please prepare to treat me. Oh, and from now on, if I write something on this paper with this pen, please follow it." "What?" "Prepare to treat me, I'm about to get hurt." "Are you planning to jump? No matter what, I can't treat that." "No. It's not such a light injury." Leaving the puzzled Karos alone, I looked down at the capital, as expected of the Empire's capital. The night streets were covered in all the colors of the spectrum, a grand sight that didn't lose even when compared to a modern city. Who? I had to find them. Right now, most people would be asleep, or perhaps Lump had used Wihwa's ability to do something, so I might be able to sense it. However, searching one by one would be too slow. I had to find them all at once. For that, I'd have to scan the entire capital. It was time to gamble. 0.2 seconds. No matter how I thought about it, using more than that would mean instant death. Hoping I wouldn't explode and die, I looked down over the city and murmured, "Spread." I covered the capital with current sense, and the world disappeared. All the lights spread out below vanished in an instant, and a silent world where it felt like only I remained unfolded. Nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard. Suspension created by ignorance ended. Yeah. Oh yeah. Current sense no longer swept through the city. Instead, I felt the inhabitants of the world. Then, everything in this world noticed me. Beings whose eyes, arms, legs, and internal organs were not within the bounds of human understanding expressed excitement through their respective organs. Something with 1,000 eyes inside its mouth sensed me. Something that had wrapped its shell with its own tongue sensed me. Something with eyeballs on the tip of each tentacle saw me. Ha! I let out a laugh in disbelief, because I could feel the sensation of their perception licking over me. Wasn't this supposed to be my privilege? A power naturally possessed by all those born and survived in this place. That was current sense. It was proof that I too was a proper part of them. Still, I couldn't see anything with my eyes. I couldn't hear or feel anything either, but I could tell that those beings were rejoicing. Perhaps those things, having spread their current sense far wider and broader than the likes of me, began swimming toward me. Those that had been eating and those that were being eaten. Only for me, just for me. Why, even in this situation, doubt came before fear. Beings who would consider someone like me more trivial than a bug caught in their teeth. Why did they hate me this much, resent me like this? I understood that this world hated me, but was that truly the only reason? While I was pondering, something finally reached out from the darkness. A yellow tentacle, it wrapped around my leg. Is this the end? That thought briefly passed through my mind, and the 0.1 seconds that felt like an hour went by. KHQ. Again the city lights returned, the human world atop the spire. My home from 0.1 seconds ago. I collapsed and vomited everything in my stomach. The acceleration of thought was beyond belief, so this is the limit of the burden. Jern. Karos approached me in surprise and placed her hand on me. This is sweat. No, what is this? Water co, I think. In the meantime, my clothes had gotten completely soaked. This had never happened before. It meant I had actually interfered with the real, material world. As I kept retching, Karos quickly took out some medicine and stripped off my clothes. The imperial law. What in the world is this? You look no different from the corpse of someone crushed to death. Huh. I weakly raised my arm. My skin color had changed. It was purple. My entire body was bruised. Every time I rubbed my eyes, the hot liquid that came out probably wasn't tears but blood, so I was incredibly lucky. What are you talking about? Honestly, I was prepared to go blind and deaf. Still bewildered, Karos flinched and looked at the paper and pen. Don't tell me that's why you prepared that. Yes, I needed a way to communicate. Why did you do something so dangerous? Because I don't really need those things anymore. You're insane. Rather, I was perfectly sane. With the current sense spread this wide, eyes and ears had lost their meaning. Current sense sees and hears faster and more precisely. Maybe it was thanks to my training with Brimdle, but I felt it even before I became conscious of it. It was to the point that I didn't even have the time to feel disgust towards that world's residents. After receiving emergency treatment and taking painkillers, I held onto the railing and stood up. Anyway, I've confirmed everything. What do you mean? The people Elijah came into contact with, since they were asleep, I could see them. You used that consciousness to scan the entire capital. Yes. In zero point 0.1 seconds or even less, I spread current sense across the whole city and located the ones who had been tainted. And at the same time, I confirmed the limits of my burden. That's a bit dangerous. Karos's gaze toward me had changed. It felt like she was looking at a bomb that could explode at any moment. When she started fiddling with the hilt of her sword, I glared at her in disbelief. Is this really the time? No, I apologize. I completely understand that I'm seen as a threat. But for now, there are more immediate issues than me, so let's talk after everything's over. Yes, understood. After regaining my composure, I wrote down the locations of those I sensed as fallen on the list. As Karos read it, her eyes widened. This has become a bit troublesome. What is? There are nobles among them. What do you intend to do? Go and put them to sleep in a slightly different way. If they can move while sleeping, then I just need to make sure they don't sleep. And sleep and unconsciousness are two entirely different states. Hearing my words, Karos frowned. That's absurd. The princess has already sacrificed much of her political standing to prevent this situation. If you use violence, she'll have to give up even more. Tell her to sacrifice some more. Look at the situation we're in. You too must know from what she told you. How the giant called the empire walks without problems. Karos suddenly started talking strangely. From the year Her Highness turned 10 until now, not a single day, not a metaphor, literally not a single day, has she rested while looking into the future to protect the empire. Why do you think she did that? Because she couldn't bear to see people dying. No, it was because only she could do it. She accepted being born a princess and receiving such powers as divine will. She's someone who could enjoy everything the world has to offer, and yet she gave it all up for us. For us. Don't forget that you, too, exist under Her Highness's grace. Well, I suppose that's true, like the orphanage welfare and all. Karos seemed to harbor a feeling of respect toward the princess, not just a simple superior-subordinate relationship. She will continue to be that way. To you, this might be a crisis that must be stopped no matter what, even at the cost of sacrifice, but to Her Highness, it's just one of the many disasters yet to come. You mustn't give up everything. Annoying, I rolled my eyes and offered an alternative. Then let's do it this way. When I explained the outline to Karos, her expression hardened in disbelief. Are you insane? It's an efficient method. She didn't hesitate for long. It definitely wasn't a sane method, but considering she was ready to kill a boy as young as me, Karos could also be classified as a lunatic. Understood. Then just wrap these bandages and let's go. Doesn't seem like we've got much time. Yes then, As she wrapped the bandages around my body, Karos tilted her head. Is something wrong? No, it's just that there's one part that's uninjured. That couldn't be. My entire body should have been under pressure. Strangely enough, this part alone doesn't have any bruising. I looked at the spot Karos pointed to. Among the rest of my body, which had turned a deep, dark purple, there was one place that still had my original skin tone. It was the ankle that had been wrapped by the yellow jellyfish. The mansion of the targeted noble. Hiding in the nearby bushes wearing a mask, I heard Karos mutter with a displeased expression. I gave my approval, but I'm not sure about this. Isn't this the way of the undercurrent? Enough talk. We're starting. I put on the mask I was given. It was different from the one Sharmia had given me, much darker, more ominous, but at night like this it would be hard to tell the difference. I stepped out from the bushes and approached the guard standing at the door. Halt, identify yourself. Don't you know me? I'm here for inspection. The The guard looked at me with a confused expression, tilting his head. No, something's a bit off your voice too. I guess he remembered the mask well, typical of a guard, exactly what I was hoping for. I lifted the guard with a current. What? I tapped his neck lightly so he wouldn't get hurt. KH. Unconscious, only then did I call out to Karos and tied the rope to my body. Please start the fire. We might be the disaster the princess foresaw. You said we couldn't knock people out in Her Highness's name. Then we'll borrow the name of Crimson Circle. A terror act by Crimson Circle stealing the face of an inspector. That's how this incident will be defined. Then I'll leave it to you. Where's? Fourth floor, third window. Hearing the answer, Karos grabbed one end of the rope tied to my body, and with the other hand she gripped the back of my neck. You better not die. I'm not someone who can die just from falling. Karos shot me a sharp look, then bent her waist while holding me and hurled me toward the mansion. Crash. Like a stone shot from a slingshot, I slammed into the window and rolled across the floor several times. I tried to fall as cleanly as possible using the current, but maybe because I was already covered in bruises, it still hurt. The place I landed was a bedroom. I had confirmed it with current sense, and the noble who needed to be knocked out was here. He was already awake. Good evening. But he wasn't in a normal state. Sitting on the bed, mouth agape, staring blankly this way, he was the very picture of a sleepwalker, definitely different from Lump who had possessed Elijah's body. It felt like he was just waiting for orders, and he probably was. But I couldn't leave him like that. Good night. Crack. I used current to strangle his neck and knock him out. As I signaled with the rope, the door burst open and soldiers poured in. It's an intruder. It's the Lord's bedroom. The rushing guards pointed their spears at me and slowly approached. It was time to do a little cosplay for the princess. I began explaining a bit awkwardly. Well, now the plan's been disrupted, what a shame. But by the end of tonight your lord will be under our control. Good luck with that. What did you say? I possess the power of brainwashing, but only for tonight. Since you can't disobey your lord's orders, you won't be able to win against us. I couldn't fully act because of the princess's plans, but I couldn't let this chance slip by, so I forcibly began tonight. If you understand, answer me. You crazy bastard, who the hell are you? I'm a member of Crimson Circles. I needed to say Crimson Circle, but I hadn't come up with a name beforehand. After hesitating, I just said something random that I'd heard earlier. Undercurrent. Ping. The moment I finished speaking, the rope was yanked with tremendous force. Before I could crash into a tree, Karos caught me with both hands, preventing a critical injury. I grimaced as the rope tied around my stomach was painfully tugged, then immediately mounted the horse that had been waiting nearby. It's done. Next is that Horn Noble. I think Elijah came into contact with him during a flower viewing anyway. Let's go. Understood. But do we really have to set fires? Just light it somewhere it won't spread too much. If we commit arson on top of everything, this incident will escalate nicely. What I mean is, why do we even have to do that? I explained to the confused Karos. Because we might be able to use it later. What? A Crimson Circle executive with brainwashing abilities. If word of that spreads, we can use the mere appearance of that figure to pressure nobles under the pretense that they might be brainwashed. We can frame them and beat the hell out of them if we want. If I have to become a thief despite not wanting to, at least there should be something to steal. If I could, I'd like to actually steal something while wearing the Crimson Circle mask, but we don't have time. Jern, I have a favor to ask. Karos looked at me with eyes full of serious concern. Please don't talk to Her Highness the Princess for too long. It's probably already too late, but why? I'm afraid she'll pick up some bad habits. What an absurd accusation. In the end, we failed to stop the disaster because we became the disaster. You really did well. Find them, they headed somewhere around here. There's nowhere to run. Exactly. An attic room in a certain mansion. Karos and I were hiding in that cramped space, watching as Imperial soldiers swarmed in like a hive below. Through the tiny window next to us, I could see the sun rising. I felt like I was going to die from exhaustion, having not slept a wink. But judging by the result, we pulled it off. We ran around like mad all night, knocking out every noble, firmly instilling awareness of the brainwashing, and fabricated a reason that forced the princess to tie the nobles up under the charge of treason. Compared to that, the fact that people woke up thinking war had broken out and cried in fear, and that a few garden trees got scorched was hardly an issue. Watching the Imperial soldiers slowly heading our way, I sighed and made a request to Karos. It's all over now, so please drop me off at the cabin outside the Empire. I did everything I was told, so I think it'll be fine. No. What now? Her Highness the Princess has summoned you. I? So it came to that after all. As I let out a quiet sigh, Karos broke open the small door, embraced me, and lightly ascended to the rooftop. I can't just walk away, can I? No, regardless of anything, it's a fact that you resolved this situation. Though I still don't know how you did it. Looking at the soldiers below, Karos sighed and bent her knees. She was getting ready to jump from here to another roof. Can you actually do that? You'll see. Boom leap. With physical power hard to believe of a human, she turned the impossible into possible. We reached the Imperial Palace in an instant. The guards opened the gate the moment they saw Karos, as if they had been waiting. As I walked down the beautiful path of the palace, I tried to resist, albeit weakly. I'm really quite exhausted. Endure it. With those merciless words, Karos took me all the way to the top floor of the palace and stood before the largest and most luxurious door, fixing her armor. Knock knock knock, a regular knocking sound, come in. It was different from before, but still, a gentle voice was heard. When the door opened and I entered, there was the princess. It was our first meeting in the palace, yet her face was different. Not that she was ugly before, but now her blonde hair, soft eyelashes, and overall features were so beautiful she could be mistaken for a doll. It was almost hard to breathe, but I forced myself to act nonchalant as I walked in. I heard the detailed report, Jern. You did it. Yes. You really did well. You flatter me. Fortunately, she seemed to have chosen to ignore the finer details. Glancing around, it was surprisingly modest, considering it was the Imperial Palace. On the desk were just some paper and a pen for writing, documents, and a dagger presumably used to open them. Just as I was thinking it might be time to leave and tried to find a moment to get up, the princess beamed at me. Do you have something to say? Jern, is there anything you wish for? Something I wish for? Yes. I am the princess of the Empire, and though it may be an irreverent statement, I've already surpassed my father in several fields. It made sense. A princess with prophetic powers would be gladly accepted even by the emperor. Charmia, with a bright expression, held out a sheet of paper. You've been an incredible help in resolving this situation, haven't you? I couldn't just send you away empty-handed, so I thought about what I could give you, and I wrote up this contract last night. I took the contract and let out a quiet sigh. Because this wasn't a contract, although it took the form of a contract, nothing was actually written on it, so this is... To be honest, I still don't really know what Jern would like. With that, the princess spun the pen and handed it over. So please write what you wish. I've heard of blank checks, but this was the first time seeing a blank contract. The only thing written at the bottom was that this contract was guaranteed by Princess Charmia. It was a declaration, a mixture of arrogance and foolishness, that she would give whatever I wrote down. There's no way a princess wouldn't understand the importance of a contract. Even if I were to stuff it with dozens of toxic clauses into an absurdly unfair agreement, she was expressing her intent to accept it. For me, it meant she would give everything. And Charmia had the power to fulfill anything written on this, as long as it wasn't something utterly ridiculous like, "I want you, princess." I hadn't known her long, but she wasn't the type to make empty promises. This was a golden opportunity that couldn't be missed. After engaging in a sort of silent staring contest with the smiling Charmia for a while, I picked up the pen. You clearly said so. Yes, but this is a little scary, you know. You're not usually the type to confirm things this thoroughly, Jern Tilda. Trying to act all friendly now, huh? Perhaps in another timeline I don't know about we really were close. But not here, not now. I've written it. Oh, already. It hasn't even been a minute. I figured your highness might have seen it in a prophecy. I don't do that for something like this. She smiled as she accepted the contract, but her smile slightly faded. I straightened my posture and waited for her response. Is it possible? It's not that difficult. Well, maybe slightly difficult. Please. I bowed deeply and pleaded, because this was something I had to secure. Then please explain your reason. The princess wasn't angry or speechless or happy, she simply seemed curious as she pointed to the single clause written in the contract. Forget everything about Jern Espandel. Do not interfere, do not attempt conversation. Do not accept requests even if made. If circumstances on either side require intervention, both parties shall respond with thorough disregard for each other. Do you think I wouldn't be of help? From the beggar in the back alley to His Majesty the Emperor himself, there's no one in the Empire who wouldn't benefit from your Highness's help. I would never say such a thing. Then do you dislike me? Thanks to your Highness, I was able to protect someone precious to me. If anything, I feel indebted. I do not hate you. Why? Charmia looked genuinely confused, as if she hadn't anticipated this situation at all. I answered calmly, because of that very reason. Yes. Your Highness is hiding many things from me. Charmia's expression darkened slightly. I can't deny it. Did that hurt you? No, I don't think it's bad in the slightest. On the contrary, that aspect changed how I view your Highness quite a bit. Even when playing a card you must play to not reveal everything. That is why I believe you'll become an exceptional empress. Then why? I will probably figure it out. What do you mean? Taking that opening, I took a sip of tea and murmured. Though your Highness tried hard, you've already told me a great deal. Your visions that cannot see the end, the current situation's design. You've peeked into countless possibilities hundreds of times, even that ability of yours. There was sediment left in the teacup. Once steeped, it was nothing more than an impurity no longer needed and meant to be filtered out. Otherwise, no matter how dark the tea, it becomes visible after drinking, the trace left at the bottom. In this situation, your Highness did not truly need my help. Most likely, the card shown to me was but a tiny portion. I determined there was no reason to go through such troublesome, luck-reliant methods. Though you portrayed yourself to me as a cheerful, thoughtless woman, someone like that couldn't possibly have faced disaster alone hundreds of times over 10 years and brought peace to the Empire. Jern, are you trying to make a guess? The princess looked down at me with a benevolent gaze. It was the look of someone saying, "This is all just your delusion." It was so natural that if I hadn't been certain, I might have fallen for it. Yes, you can think of it as simple paranoia, or delusions of grandeur, or even the compulsive lying of an orphan who doesn't understand his place. But the reason your Highness handled this situation the way you did, there seems to be only one. Jern Espandel. The only fallen that the princess can use. A means to counter the Crimson Circle. Isn't that what this is? It's just speculation. At the very least, I couldn't find a reason why anyone would go to such lengths just for someone like me. But the outcome pointed that way. The truth is always the last one left standing. Your Highness left all other usable means untouched, assigned hundreds of prophecies to an unknown orphaned fallen, and took a long detour. And in the end, believed everything that child said and handed over a contract like this. Even if it's not true, you must be disgusted by someone who came to such a stupid conclusion, so just sign and send me off. Then forget about me, that shouldn't be too hard. I said that and held out the contract. Charmia accepted it with a composed expression and then, still smiling softly, she casually tore it apart. As I narrowed my brow, Charmia opened her mouth. Don't belittle yourself. Your Highness. You were right, I didn't entrust everything to you, but it's true that while trying to resolve this incident, I saw you and decided I must recruit you no matter what. You could call it a test. With that refreshing admission, she even said something that one would rarely hear. Jern, come under me, I will support every possible method to treat your body. You can refuse any order I give. Truly, just talking with me from time to time would be enough. The conditions were beyond exceptional, they were absurd. That's why she gave me a blank contract. From the start, the princess wanted an unfair contract, so no matter what kind I wrote, it wouldn't have made a difference. There will be no one who holds you in higher regard than I do, because they cannot see the future. Don't you think this is a contract that both of us can be satisfied with? That's close to the truth. I nodded in agreement. In that case, may I ask for one affirmation? Of course, what is it? I spoke calmly to the puzzled Charmia. Since your highness has shared your secret with me, I will share mine in return. Though it is pathetically insignificant and meaningless in comparison, my world is the deep sea.
The deep sea. Yes.
The princess asked in confusion. Is this supposed to be a metaphor to describe the dire situation the fallen are in? But the word deep sea doesn't quite click. You have only seen small worlds until now. It seemed even the princess had never seen a fallen of the great realm before. I live literally in the deep sea. If you promise that you can save me, I will entrust my fate and even my life to you. I will obey whatever you command and devote myself entirely. Ah yes, I'm already working hard on developing ways to save the fallen. Could you explain your burden in detail? I cannot breathe. Because you can't breathe underwater, it's only natural. Wait a moment. Sharmia pulled out a piece of paper and a pen and began taking notes. Then how are you alive right now? With my master's help, an artifact was implanted in my body. I must circulate mana endlessly for the rest of my life to survive. I see. If that's the case, I think we can find a solution. That's not all. I shook my head. It's very cold here, I might freeze to death soon. Ah, is that so? The temperature actually drops. It's getting darker around me. At some point I might lose my sight.
I see.
Every time I use my ability no, just by existing the water pressure grows stronger. I don't know when, but eventually, pressure strong enough to crush steel will crush my body. That's far too unbelievable. SRRRRK, I began to unwind the bandages I had been wearing. Bruises covering the entire body were revealed. Technically, they were wounds sustained during the brief transfer into the deep sea. Sharmia's speechless reaction was visibly evident. There are other burdens as well. Your Highness, do you have any means to save someone like me? If I try hard, it might be possible. Sharmia wasn't lying. There is no way to save someone who has fallen into the deep sea. That was her judgment. Thank you for not offering empty promises, but what you're saying doesn't sound much different from my current state. If you're with me, the quality of that effort will improve greatly. Those who walk with your Highness are essentially entrusting you with their very lifeline, with the way they live. Pardon. A prophet, or whatever one should call it. The ability to see the future is an overwhelmingly asymmetrical power. You will surely offer the correct path and lead others to the right answers purely out of goodwill. Yes, that's right. But that path is not one I have chosen. It's not my struggle. I can only move forward by putting my trust entirely in you. If I had certainty, that would be different, but unless your Highness is fully certain, I cannot find meaning in following. If I struggle on my own and fail to defy fate, then so be it. But if I follow someone else's words without any will of my own and die, I wouldn't be able to accept that. There were other reasons I couldn't trust the princess, but I left those out. I didn't want to reveal my world, but since she already knew I was a fallen, whether she understood the details or not didn't make much of a difference. Rather, saying it like this would hopefully lead her to devalue me and give up. Thank you for holding me in such high regard, but if there's one thing you're mistaken about, it's that your Highness doesn't need me. You've done well so far, and you'll continue to do well. As I tried to rise from my seat, the princess added, I am not a god. I can tell. No matter how many times I've seen it, I haven't been able to stop the rise of the Crimson Circle. To prevent it, I would have had to be born at least several hundred years ago. As a 10-year-old, it was impossible.
I see.
So even with a princess like her, the terrorist acts had succeeded. It was because the very existence of the Crimson Circle had been in planning for hundreds of years. Even if one city could somehow be protected, the Crimson Circle would just target another. It was something even a prophet couldn't stop. To counter no, to at least respond to the cards they've prepared over those long years, I too must make every possible preparation. Did you see Karos?
Yes.
Truly an outstanding knight. She is a knight who doesn't exist in the original world. Because of the persecution she suffered as an orphan, she became corrupted and joined the Crimson Circle.
Was she a wizard?
There are those who sympathize, even if they are not fallen.
Soon.
The investment into the orphanage was that why. Since I don't know where the key is, I tried that for now. With a gentle smile, Sharmia held out her hand. Let me take hold of you. Whether weapon, card, or talent, I'll make you shine in your brightest form. This must have been Sharmia's true intention. I regret to say, Your Highness. And so I gave my honest answer. Durcia Brimdal Elijah. Would the princess hold as much value to my survival as they did? Perhaps she could help me reach them, but once I had already gained that, your highness's offer feels lacking for me to take your hand. A crack appeared on Charmia's expression. Even after Jern closed the door and left, Charmia didn't lower her hand for quite a while, her expression still frozen in a smile. Your highness. When Charmia's gaze slowly turned toward the dagger on the left side of the desk, Karos, who had been observing the situation from behind, hurriedly intervened. No matter how many times you try, it won't change anything. You're right, if he's still rejecting me after all this, then there's nothing I can do. HMPH, he's only hurting himself. The slightly dangerous atmosphere quickly disappeared, and Charmia puffed out her cheeks and ripped the contract to pieces. Rip, he's a fool. No matter how much he struggles, doesn't he understand that just being with me elevates his standing? Why doesn't he get it? Is it because he's still too young, ha? Perhaps it's because he does understand. What do you mean by that? Karos held her words back. The meeting with the boy named Jern had been brief, but if there was one thing she had come to understand, it was that he and the princess were fundamentally incompatible. He trusts only the conclusions he arrives at through his own deliberation. Even if a prophecy is true, if it contradicts his judgment, he will act in a different way. That was a thoughtless remark, I apologize. There was no need to say it. As Karos lowered her head, Charmia, still slumped over the desk, murmured softly, I should be looking for a fallen as a card soon, but judging by someone like him, nothing I see will satisfy me. In truth, it seemed that Charmia really, truly liked Jern. Karos, who couldn't understand that Charmia at all, knew she shouldn't, but still she cautiously asked, Your Highness. What is it? It's such a foolish question that even I can't believe I'm saying it, but I truly don't understand your decision. Were you really planning to employ someone like him? She couldn't believe it even though she had heard it with her own ears, but Charmia simply tilted her head in confusion and asked back, Why? Is there some kind of problem? Of course there is. This incident wasn't a true disaster. At the very most, it would end with the capital burning and a few nobles dying. It's a small matter, an insignificant matter compared to the world. Didn't you say when you first saw him that he would become an executive of the Crimson Circle? Yes, I did. An affirmation without the slightest hesitation. Karos gripped the hilt of her sword. Then why don't you kill him? After a moment of consideration, Charmia shrugged her shoulders and answered, That's exactly why it would be better to bring him to our side. Karos once again gave up trying to understand her. It was the most correct judgment she had ever made. At that moment, in a certain mansion, the sound of a scribbling pen came to a halt, because the conclusion had been reached. And that conclusion was something truly unpleasant, something she didn't want to admit. Durcia let out a sigh, a truly deep one. The princess kept her end of the contract, considering she tore it up. She's not coming. Who isn't? Nothing. The cabin? It had already been a week, but Charmia's side hadn't pressured me in any way. No, it seemed like there was no interest at all, as if meeting Charmia had been nothing but a dream. The rebellion was real. Who let the Crimson Circle into the capital? Perfect response by Her Highness, Princess Charmia. The newspapers I had opened contained roughly those kinds of headlines. The capital was no longer safe. The unease of those who realized that fact continued to escalate without end, and conversely, Charmia's value skyrocketed. It was because it had been revealed that detaining them on treason charges actually saved them. The orders, clearly issued by the Crimson Circle, mentioned that the assassins were struggling because the nobles they were targeting had not come outside due to being imprisoned. Thanks to that, the approval rating of Princess Charmia, which had seemed like it couldn't go any higher, reached 98%. It was unfortunate for Lumia, but perhaps her sister remaining unmarried was the only way for her to become empress. While lying on the bed, I showed Elijah the part about a lettuce from the newspaper as she was making flames rise. That's good. They say the negotiations will be over soon. You'll be able to return to the mansion. It was good news, but Elijah let out a hum with a slightly uncertain expression. Can't I just stay here? No, the mansion is much better than here to begin with. Here I can sleep when I want, eat when I want, you're here too, and I don't have to take classes. That last one isn't true. Can you use all the elemental magic now? Yep. With a proud look on her face, Elijah raised her hand. Wind swirled so that the fire and water wouldn't touch each other, and in between, pebbles floated up. Now that I've learned the enhanced mana body, I can tell, even considering its elemental magic, it's an incredible level of skill. I'm still stuck on wind magic. I cleared my throat and patted her head. Good job. Just a bit more practice, and Lord Aletis will probably allow you to go out. Okay, I'll keep trying. Leaving the now focused Elijah alone, I moved to the desk. The incident was over, but my task was not. I looked at Elijah and quietly renewed my resolve. I knew, of course, that bastard couldn't keep using Wihwa's ability forever. Recently, I had been taking short naps during the day and watching Elijah at night, but I hadn't been able to confirm the lump possessing her. But as long as that thing is alive, I can never relax. Even aside from that, its hedonistic behavioral pattern was too dangerous, especially when combined with its mimicry ability. Finding and killing the lump was the top priority placed before me. For now, I don't even know where it is or what it's doing, and even if I meet it, I'm not confident I can win. But if the opportunity comes, I won't miss it. Until then, I'll just steadily move forward with what needs to be done. For example, I looked down at my ankle. Other places still had violet bruises in spots, but the ankle was fine. Pressing it didn't even hurt. That's impossible. It was already a miracle that I didn't get crushed to death in the depths, but the fact that not even a scar remained. There's always a cause behind a result. This time it was clear. Elijah, what do you think this drawing is? I showed her what I had drawn in the notebook, a yellow jellyfish. Well, to be exact, it was a disgusting creature with thick tentacles several meters long. I was confident I had drawn it well, but Elijah tilted her head. This is really gross. The drawing. Yeah, Jern, you draw really well, but why draw something like this? If you're going to draw something, why not my face? Leaving the now chatty Elijah to her chatter, I jotted down the details beside the drawing. Yellow jellyfish, sticky, seems to look disgusting. That's about all I could say for now. Since I don't know anything, there's nothing to describe. After a brief hesitation, I added one more detail at the end, assist the burden in some way. What was it? I tapped the notebook with my pen as I fell into thought. Was that tentacle trying to help me, or was it trying to kill me, but the fluid that was protecting its body happened to stick to me and ended up helping instead? Is that even something to ponder? Of course, it's the latter. The world hates me, why would it try to help? Next time I see it, I should burst it and smear that fluid on myself. Thinking that, I looked around. I hadn't consciously paid attention to it until now, but there are a lot of deep-sea creatures. Now I had to be conscious of them. Their threat level is incredibly high. Each one recognizes me using current sense, and they probably can control water pressure or currents too. Their physical form alone is threatening enough, of course. Above all, they are endless. If the end of the burden ever comes, I'll have to face a situation like what happened at the Spire again, and that time I'll die. But I've also come to realize they can be helpful. If I can't avoid the encounter that's bound to come someday, then observation alone isn't enough. I had to create a personal bestiary, while the thin, cracked glass wall between them and me still exists, as much as possible. Are they talking? They're definitely on a different level from Earth's deep-sea creatures. Just fish? No, they don't even seem like fish. Similar species groped through the sea, communicating in some way. They didn't fight with one another like chickens passing each other by, they just brushed past, and they simply swam with fins, shells, and tentacles, as if they were searching for something. Well, probably me. Jern. I began drawing their appearances one by one in the notebook. The small, agile ones, the ones that looked dangerous, the ones that seemed like they might be helpful, and so on, as detailed as possible. I wasn't good at naming, so I just decided based on appearance. Shell, shark, giant anchovy, and so on. As I was diligently drawing, Elijah looked at me with a worried expression. Did you have a nightmare? Why are you drawing things like that? Yeah, I met them in a nightmare, but they keep appearing, so I'm drawing them one by one. They say fear comes from ignorance. Are they bothering you? Some are and some not really. More accurately, some are helpful, I guess. As I vaguely said that, Elijah asked a new question. What do they eat? What do they eat? I haven't seen them fighting each other. Do they live by drinking seawater like me? I don't really know. Just as I was about to give some vague explanation, something brushed against my current sense. At first I mistook it for a knight, but then I saw a familiar face and tilted my head. Hold on a sec.
Huh. Why is she here?
I went outside the cabin, and before I could knock, the door opened. Ah, Jern. Linmel stood there with a bright expression. It hadn't even been that long since we were apart, but she seemed a little taller. Kids grow fast. I wondered if I had grown too, but there was still a height difference. I remember hearing that girls grow faster at this age. I cleared my throat, brushing away a slight feeling of insecurity. So I came because I had something to give you. Linmel, who had started speaking quickly, suddenly trailed off. Wondering what was wrong, I saw that her smile had slightly faded as she pointed behind me. That finger was aimed at the girl lying in the room. Who's she?
Elijah.
Now that I think about it, this is their first time meeting. I gave a bit of a warning. Miss Elijah is a noble lady. Don't point your finger at her carelessly.
Oh, I see. Linmel.
It's nothing, I was just wondering why you're together.
I'm her teacher. I see.
I've been teaching her for a while now. Lately we've been together all the time.
I see.
What's up with this kid? When I looked at her with a slightly baffled face, Linmel fidgeted and brought up her reason for coming. The maidnim asked if you could stop by the mansion for a moment, so I came to deliver the message.
The maid who?
She said you'd know if I mentioned Seal. Probably something related to Dercia. I was surprised Linmel knew about it. I closed the book I had been using to draw the deep-sea creatures and nodded. All right, thanks for telling me. Want to come with me?
No,
Unexpectedly, Linmel shook her head slightly, then looked behind me. Would it be okay if I talked to Miss Elijah?
Why?
It's nothing big, I just wanted to chat for a bit. I have some things I'm curious about. Looking at Linmel, who seemed a bit anxious, I shrugged my shoulders. They're around the same age, so it's good if they hang out. Elijah would get bored being only with me all the time. Okay, just make sure you're polite, alright? Not that I think you'd be rude.
Why, yeah.
As I left Linmel and stepped outside, just in case, I sent out a current sense.
Who are you?
I'm a friend who's known Jern for 5 years and ate with him every day. Jern asked me to hang out.
Really?
Well, nothing suspicious. Feeling relieved, I got into the carriage. After arriving at Dercia's mansion, now a familiar ride, Jern Nim. Seal was waiting for me at the front gate. Her expression was quite ambiguous. If I had to categorize it, it was a mix of guilt and anger, half and half. You didn't have to come out to meet me yourself. What did you call me for?
Well,
Something had happened. As I braced for the worst, Seal spoke again. Master has woken up.
what?
That was good news, but what was the problem? As I tilted my head, Seal sighed and led the way. This way. Dercia's room, the door was open. It looked clean, probably because Seal had been diligently cleaning, but there were still many papers written in unidentifiable language. Dercia herself was nowhere to be seen. Where is Master? As I tilted my head, Seal picked up a letter from the desk. She left this behind and left.
To where?
Perhaps it's written in there. I frowned, wondering what kind of nonsense this was, and Seal rubbed her temples as she added an explanation. This has never happened before, but it seems she ran away, twice now. Without hesitation, I opened the letter. There is a very simple way to survive the burden of the deep sea, that is to escape from the species called human. There was such a method, yet I never reached out to it. I don't know why, it's confusing, but now that I've found the answer, I will briefly return to my homeland. Ignore everything Seal says.
It's nonsense.
What on earth does this mean? Has she lost her mind? I couldn't understand what she was saying. The contents were so incoherent, it was hard to believe they were written by the always intellectual Dercia. As I stood there confused, Seal politely reached out her hand. May I take a look?
Sure.
She carefully read the letter, then clicked her tongue. Her condition is quite serious, we must go find her.
I'm not so sure about that.
I wonder if we'd be needed. I couldn't deny that Dercia didn't seem to be in good condition, but still, chasing after her was a bit much. Even if 100 of us went, we wouldn't match Dercia's power. What would we even do if we found her? She'll come back eventually, so let's just ask her about this letter that sounds like she's got a brain disease when she does. Jern, do you believe the last line written in this letter? Seal suddenly handed the letter back with a sour expression as she asked. I thought for a moment, then shook my head. My master's grace is as vast as the heavens, but master in her current state is hard to trust completely. I'll have to hear it and decide based on my own judgment. Honestly, it's not even about trusting or not trusting, it's just too hard to even understand. At that, Seal's expression became even more serious. I'll speak frankly, I hope it's just my misunderstanding, but Je Master has been in a dangerous state for a long time. I believe I must go now to stop whatever she's planning to do. What do you mean by that? It was hard to accept the idea that a 9-star wizard could be unstable. Who in this world could pose a real threat to her? Even the Crimson Circle executives had fled with their tails between their legs. She herself became that threat. I mulled over those words for a moment, then frowned, Dercia becoming a danger to herself. There was only one thing that could mean, that's ridiculous. Why do you think so? Well, the Crimson Circle people clearly said that unless they're a child, falling into the abyss is nearly impossible. A 9-star master who's lived for hundreds of years falling, is that even possible? It's not impossible. Well, that's true. As I couldn't reply, Seal added further explanation. I respect Master, but I can say for sure that she's not in her right mind. No elf has ever chosen the path she did. She insisted all elves should become books and even tore the bark off the world tree, saying it was just a tree, to investigate it. The bizarre things she did in the human realm could fill an entire book. Indeed, Dercia wasn't exactly normal, but I've heard that arrogance is a trait of wizards. Doesn't that prove how exceptional she is instead? That is also true. But Master wasn't exiled from the elf forest just for insulting the world tree. The bigger reason was because she learned magic. That was the first time I'd heard that, and I opened my eyes wide. Why? Is learning magic a crime? Longevous races must stand still for a long time. There was a hint of sorrow in Seal's voice. No one can walk the path of magic to the very end, not even elves. In the end, you stand at the final point granted to you, staring endlessly at the path you can never tread, for the rest of your life. For humans, it might not be a problem. Their lifespan ends before inner demons build up too much. But for longevous races like elves, they stand at that final point, looking beyond for countless ages. That is the reason long-lived beings never touch magic, and why they despise wizards and refuse to marry them. So that's the backstory. As I couldn't respond, Seal spoke in a low murmur. Dercianim reached that end point a long time ago. Of course, until now, it didn't really matter. Dercianim was able to govern herself by simply reading books and recording things in her mind. Then isn't that enough? But it didn't look very stable. I feared that if she ever took her eyes off the path of magic and looked elsewhere, it would become dangerous. As head maid, I tried my best to fulfill my role by guiding Master to occasionally look away from the path and focus on other things. To go outside, to talk with people, to find something to immerse in besides magic. I kept my thought that she sounded kind of like a mother to myself. When I heard that she decided to teach a boy, and a young boy at that, I honestly thought she was being undignified and immature, but at least I felt relieved. I didn't know it was because she'd seen the trait of a fallen. I ignored that last remark. Apparently, Dercia hadn't been entirely talking nonsense. Do you think this recent change has something to do with the abyss? I believe the possibility is high. Master has often fought with herself whenever inner demons came, but she had never lost. But now this is her second time running away. Something is strange. I imagined it for a moment. Dercia, the 9-star wizard, fallen into the abyss. To be honest, nothing came to mind other than the end of the world. The material realm would become more horrifying than the deep sea. Please don't worry too much, it's probably just me overreacting. But I wanted you to understand why, as head maid, I cannot tolerate my master running away. Certainly, the idea that Dercia had fallen, it was very likely just a misunderstanding born from Seal's deep concern. The idea that a 9-star wizard would suddenly fall into the abyss just from teaching me was simply too absurd. But I still needed Dercia, to kill Lump and to overcome the burden, and to ask about the deep-sea creatures as well. At the very least, I absolutely had to consult with Dercia about that. Finally, after some thought, I asked an important question. You seem to know where she is, the letter only said hometown.
Yes.
What Dursianim refers to as her hometown isn't a country but a region. It's probably in chaos right now. The world tree must be drinking the blood of elves and blooming red leaves. She said it so casually that I couldn't tell if it was a joke or the truth. Could I really trust this head maid who seemed just as unhinged as her master? What exactly would I even say when I met Dursia? After a long deliberation, I came to a conclusion. I guess there's no choice. Honestly, I still don't know how I can be of help, but I do have a reason to see her at least.
Jern, you can help through shock therapy.
Why would you do shock therapy on someone about to fall into the abyss? No, more importantly, how exactly am I supposed to be shock therapy? At that, Seal gave a gentle smile. No, a sly one. I heard you've recently taken on a new master.
Yes.
You've entered the night course, I believe. That's not exactly it, but from the outside, yeah, that's what it looks like. And your master is a dwarf.
Yes.
As I wondered what she was trying to say, Seal nodded in satisfaction. Let's bring him along too. When she sees her beloved genius magic disciple has degenerated into a dwarf's knight squire, she won't be able to help but come back. Looking at Seal smiling unpleasantly, I thought, maybe I really should follow the last line of that letter to the letter. After making the decision, I asked Seal for the details. When do we depart? We've set it for tomorrow. The suggestion to bring along Brimdel was half a joke, but the other half is sincere. The place where the elves live isn't somewhere you can easily go to. So I'll have to go by carriage myself. Looking at it this way, I could now grasp just how absurd a magic it was that Dursia could fling open a door and instantly travel kilometers away. As I nodded, Seal provided additional details. I'll rent the fastest dragon carriage, but even with that, it'll take about a week. More than half of the journey will be through remote areas, so there's danger from bandits and wild beasts. If it's just that, I can take care of it. And it'll also be necessary in case Master decides to resist.
Understood. Is she really a maid?
Of course, I couldn't afford to skip long sessions of enhanced mana body training either, so I had to bring Brimdel. He'd be helpful in emergencies too. The problem was, I doubted he'd give a hopeful response like, sure, I'll come along, just because I asked. Still, I had to try, so I arranged to meet Seal tomorrow and headed to the cabin.
Linmold.
Along the way, I ran into Linmol trudging back through the forest path with a tearful expression. Something must have happened. When I spoke to her, she came right up to me, eyes red and puffy, and asked,
Jern.
Yeah, what is it? Are you really living with Elijah? Had they gotten close enough for her to call her by name? No, more importantly, what the hell is this about? Well, for now, yeah. Have you ever met with Elijah's father, just the three of you?
That did happen. Did you save each other's lives?
Sort of. They were extremely vague statements, but they weren't wrong. It felt like one of those truths nobles used, twisting the line between truth and lies. No, but if we're going to break it down one by one. I tried to speak to manage the situation, since Linmol's eyes were welling with tears, but when I blinked, she was gone. She's developed quite a bit. I shook my head as I pulled back my bewildered, outstretched hand. Elijah must have said weird things to emphasize she was closer to me than others. I'll just have to clear it up the next time we meet. Right now, there was something much more important. When I arrived at the cabin, Brimdel was, as usual, sharpening his sword, and he glanced at me. What is it?
What do you mean?
You've got that sulky look. You look like you've chewed on a bug. At his words, I touched my face, but it felt like my usual expression. Maybe knights at his level could read even the slightest changes. Since there was nothing to hide, I just said it. You know I'm a wizard, right? It's necessary to distinguish between the fallen and wizards, yes. And you know I had a teacher in magic too, right? I knew that. What are you dragging this out for? Do you know someone named Dursia Espandel? Brimdel, who looked puzzled, furrowed his brow as he traced the connection in my question. But soon he shook his head in denial. No, that's impossible. That monster would never take you as a disciple. I find it pretty strange myself.
You're serious?
He really could read expressions well. Noticing there was no lie, he seemed flustered, then rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. No, it might be because of that, rather. There must have been something that made him accept it internally. I used the opportunity to share another fact. And right now, she's run away from home, but there's a lot I need to ask her, so I think I need to go find her. What kind of nonsense is that, run away from home?
Yeah, I'm not too sure myself.
It'd be one thing if a disciple left their teacher, but a teacher running away from a disciple, what kind of joke is that? Wait a moment. Wearing a stunned expression, Brimdel let out a deep sigh and went into the cabin. A few minutes later he came out carrying a bag. When are we departing?
I've set it for tomorrow. That's tight, I'll just pack the essentials.
Judging by how things looked, he really seemed to be planning on coming, so I ended up asking in surprise. You're really coming with me? If the land of those pointy-eared guys is the destination, it'll take a week to get there, 2 weeks to persuade them, and another week to return. Are you planning to skip all of your enhanced mana body training during that time? That's not the plan, but are you sure you're okay with it? Okay with what? I mean, you must have things to do, right? Teaching you is what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Since when was he this devoted? Things were going 10 times better than I expected, but I couldn't easily accept it, because the intention was unclear. For example, if your teacher is Durcia, then there's something I need to say. If it's something like that, it's a big problem. Alarmed, I quickly tried to stop him. I'm sorry, if you're going to fight her, I can't take you with me. I'm not going to fight, there's nothing to gain from that, and we're not that close anyway. Then what is it you have to say? I'll tell her when I get there. Receiving my suspicious glare, Brimdel spat out in annoyance. Fine, I swear on my knight's name that I won't fight, satisfied. Thank you. I don't know what it is, but if he made a vow, it's good enough. Still, I had some lingering doubts. No matter how I looked at it, Brimdel didn't seem like the kind of man who'd swear on his knight's name for my sake. It felt weird to say it outright, so I hinted at it. You've been kind of nicer lately.
That's ridiculous. You're imagining things.
It's not my imagination. How should I put it? Unlike our first meeting, he actually treats me like a disciple now. When was it that he called me a rock or a bug? As I tried to bring that up, a chill ran down the back of my neck. Ugh. Whoosh, I rolled to the side and barely dodged it. A sword had just been thrust vertically into the spot where I had been standing a moment ago. Your reaction to overhead attacks is slow, train more thoroughly. No matter how good your eyes are, if they're closed, they're useless. Brimdel, having flung the sword, left behind that cool-sounding line and walked back toward the cabin. Staring in disbelief, I let out a sigh and pulled the sword out. No matter how you look at it, it felt like he was just using training as an excuse to end the conversation once it turned unfavorable. There was no way to prove it. The next day, you really brought him. I didn't think he'd actually come either. Seal widened her eyes at the sight of the unusual creature that was the burly dwarf. Brimdel looked at Seal with an unreadable expression, then let out a sigh. You. Yes, what is it, Sir Brimdel? Do as you please. Leaving behind those words, Brimdel squeezed himself into the dragon carriage. It was clearly a conversation between people who knew each other, so I got a bit curious and asked, "Did you know each other before?" "Of course not, we only ever had a very slight acquaintance long ago, that's all." It didn't seem like that, but for her to say that so firmly meant she didn't want to talk about it. I didn't feel the need to dig any deeper. Once I got on the dragon carriage too, the destructive lineup was complete: dwarf, fallen, and head maid. Then we'll depart now. Have you spoken to your acquaintances? I've already finished on my end. I explained the situation to Aletis, and as Elijah would definitely throw a fit trying to come along, I asked him to tell her after I'd already left. I also asked the orphanage director to look after things if Linmul came to visit. Even counting generously, that about summed up my personal relationships, so it only took an hour. At least it was good that it wrapped up quickly. Why would I need to inform others that I'm leaving? Well, I guess I'm still better off than Brimdel. Clop, clop. The dragon carriage began to move like a horse, and we were soon engulfed in endless silence. Thankfully, Seal was driving the carriage and served as a bit of a lubricant, but since she and Brimdel had no common ground, there was nothing for the two of us to talk about. The fortunate thing, at least, was that we weren't the type to care about things like that. Brimdel was rubbing his sword with a cloth, and I was observing the deep-sea creatures. What I was prioritizing the most was finding the yellow jellyfish. That thing is definitely useful, in one way or another. Oh. And then it happened. For the first time, I witnessed the death of a deep-sea creature. Yeah. It was something like a giant shark mixed halfway with a snake, but it seemed to have been attacked from somewhere as part of its torso had been torn off. It was a bit far away, so my current sense didn't work properly, but I could still confirm it was thrashing around. In the process of thrashing, I noticed some curious things. Parts of its body would cave in, then return to normal over and over again. Multiple times. Gradually, the frequency of the caving increased. And some areas failed to restore. At one point, dozens of spots caved in all at once. Cave, 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 pop. With a small popping sound, it suddenly vanished. It literally disappeared from the deep sea. While scanning with current sense, I was shocked. It didn't disappear. That enormous body had been compressed to the extreme, transformed into a lump the size of a fingernail, so that's how it had been enduring. I had assumed it used some method like filling its body with liquid to withstand the pressure, but it had simply been enduring the water pressure head-on. Just like me, I couldn't understand it at all. Why would it adopt such an inefficient method during evolution? Simply enduring the pressure was one of the worst possible strategies. Even while questioning this, I kept scanning with current sense, and soon a small anchovy swam in, swallowed that chunk of shark meat, and leisurely swam away. This too was the first time I had seen a deep-sea creature eat something. No wonder I'd never seen them fight. They all just wait for others to fail under the water pressure and die, then feed on the loser. Such a bizarre food chain. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. If I hadn't trained my current sense to the extreme through my sparring with Brimdle, I might never have known this my whole life. Calming my shock, I recorded today's findings again. What the hell are you drawing? While I was drawing the scene I had just witnessed like I was possessed, Brimdle frowned in alarm. The process of the shark being compressed must have looked quite grotesque on the notebook. This is where I am right now. I'm trying to draw it as detailed as possible. What? Brimdle glanced through the notebook and then clicked his tongue. Are all the fallen like this? It's literally hell, isn't it? It's a bit cold to be called hell. The burdens kept increasing by the moment. The most important one, the water pressure, was still manageable as I trained my body to endure it, but now the cold, which I had been ignoring, was becoming extreme. The fortunate thing was I had the robe. When I took it off last time, I was so shocked I thought I was suddenly in the middle of a snowfield. Apparently, this robe didn't just reduce water pressure but also minimized other burdens like the cold. I should ask more about that at some point. Brimdle started scanning the notebook and began contemplating something. Do you have something to say? You by any chance? Just as he was about to bring something up, clunk. With a large jolt, the dragon carriage shook. Everyone, it seems we have a problem. The conversation came to a halt with Seal's troubled voice. When I stepped outside to check, I saw that one of the wheels was badly damaged. Oh no, it's broken. I made a mistake. Seal stared intently at the wheel and let out a sigh. I definitely replaced the wheel before we left. For it to suddenly crack looks like I bought a faulty one. I could probably make another wheel, but given the distance, it'd be faster to go back and get one. No, we do have a spare wheel. What? At my remark, Brimdle and Seal looked at me with strange expressions. It's true, I stored it inside the workshop. Wait, why did you pack a wheel? You know what they say, better safe than sorry. No, I mean, why specifically a wheel? To be precise, I stored a small carriage inside the workshop. Just in case. The workshop was unnecessarily spacious, so using it this way was convenient. Besides the carriage, I had also stored all kinds of long-lasting food, clothes, and survival tools. That's when I realized. This is why a workshop is considered essential for a wizard. Unless you're at the level of Durcia, opening doors at will, this thing is incredibly useful. I understood why Durcia went so far as to pressure the magic tower into getting me one as I opened the carriage door into the workshop. Seal blinked at the sight of the carriage sitting squarely in the middle of the workshop. You really did store a carriage in there. Yes, time is precious, and it would have been a waste to go back. I stepped into the workshop to remove a wheel. And then something tripped my current sense. What is this? There's no way an intruder could be in my workshop. No way. I quickly strode up to the carriage and opened the door. This is a. Inside was a young blonde knight sleeping peacefully. Carefully, so as not to wake her, I closed the door and turned to respond to Seal, who was staring at me in disbelief. Sorry, but let's just go back. Wasting time that way seemed better than dealing with this. How did you get in?
I.
Before turning the carriage around, I asked Linmul, who was kneeling, something I was curious about. The key had never left my possession, not even once. Naturally, Linmul couldn't have touched it. Lately, I had been able to read even Brimdal's sword path using current sense, so it was unlikely that a squire like Linmul could have laid a hand on it. Perhaps she knew she had done something wrong, as Linmul looked like she was about to cry and confessed her situation. I followed you.
What?
I saw you buying travel supplies, Jern. And then you bought a carriage on the way, so.
I.
She didn't steal the key to get in, she had been on the carriage from the start. Since I had left the task of loading the luggage into the workshop to the shop owner, I hadn't noticed. Clever move. I was impressed but soon realized this wasn't the time for that and furrowed my brows. You should have said something, you know how worried Gwalanim must be.
I left a letter.
I wrote that I was going somewhere with you, Jern.
That won't do.
Just as I was about to say that we should turn the carriage around and leave Linmul behind, even if it meant being late, Linmul grabbed onto my robe. I'm sorry. But can't I come with you this time? We're not going on a trip, we'll be away from the capital for a whole month. As I sighed and tried to brush her off, Seal, who had been watching with a smile from behind, added her voice. Don't be too harsh, she looks so pitiful. It could be dangerous, bringing Linmul along doesn't seem right. It was a place we were going to for the first time. Letting someone like Linmul, who everyone agreed had the talent to become the greatest knight, get hurt because of my decision was something I couldn't allow. But Seal simply shrugged and refuted that. You can at least make sure one kid can escape, can't you? And it's kind of a waste to turn back now after we even changed the wheels. I promise I won't get in the way. I'll behave. Linmul looked up at me with desperate eyes. I sighed and then asked the last member of our group who was standing outside the carriage with his arms crossed. What do you think, Brimdal Nim?
Well,
Having her along isn't a bad thing. That kid is more than capable of pulling her own weight. For Brimdal, that was an exceptionally favorable evaluation. Well, I guess it made sense. From the start, his intention in training me was to take Linmul as his student once my training was done. Thinking of it like that, it was a surprisingly lukewarm response. Shouldn't he be insisting on trying to teach her right away? You make the final decision. Saying that, Brimdal disappeared into the carriage. I looked at him suspiciously for a moment, then turned back to Linmul. Please, okay.
I.
In the end, I sighed and nodded. Just promise me one thing. If I say it's dangerous, you'll immediately go into the workshop and not come out, ever.
Okay, I will.
I couldn't even begin to imagine how torn Gwalin's heart must be by now. I didn't even want to think about it. Though we had picked up an unexpected guest, the journey itself went smoothly. In less than 5 days, we arrived at a dense forest path where there was no way a dragon carriage could pass. Just looking at the tightly packed forest, so thick that a fat person might get stuck trying to walk through, gave me a headache. How far do we have to walk? We've arrived, this is the elf habitat. I looked at the forest again. No borders, no roads, no citizens, there was no one. No, more importantly, what did Seal just say? Habitat. Ah, my apologies, that was a somewhat discriminatory term. No, it's fine, but I'd like an explanation about that. What's the name of the country? There isn't one. It seemed there was a misunderstanding in how I perceived the elves. To be honest, I didn't know much about them either, just that this was Dercia's homeland. They call it a country, but in reality it's just a vast forest barely a week's distance from the capital. Even if you go further in, it's still within the empire. Then what's in there?
The forest and elves, that's all.
What's the currency? What system do they use? They eat plants that grow in the forest. They don't really have jobs and they're divided into priests, the council of elders, and general citizens. So basically, if I had to classify it, it'd be something like a minority tribe.
Yes, that's right.
I wasn't expecting anything grand, but I thought at least they'd have the basic structure of a country. This wasn't a country nor a city, it was at the level of a village. A slightly large village. Since Dercia was so intelligent and refined, I had assumed she was from elf nobility, but she was just from a tribe. Swallowing down what would be a rude thought, I kept looking at the forest. Suddenly, Linmul furrowed her brows and pulled me behind her. Jern, stay behind me from here.
What is it?
Look at the tree. The tree Linmal pointed at had artificial marks on it. Piercing marks and slash marks, tilting my head at the strange sight. Brimdel frowned. There was a battle nearby.
Yes.
Linmal approached the tree cautiously and traced the wounds with her hand. The sap has hardened but not completely, so I'd say it was 2 or 3 days ago. Where'd you learn something like that? Tracking, Heaven's Judgment Knights have to chase down fleeing knights. But it's dangerous to get ambushed while pursuing them, so to avoid dying, you need to know why they're running and where they're headed. Linmal said something dangerous so casually, and smoothly drew her sword with practiced ease. Don't worry, Jern, I'll protect you.
Thanks.
Maybe because she was stepping into her true role, Linmal became incredibly serious. Though with Brimdel around, it didn't seem likely she'd even get her turn. We tied the dragon carriage to the surroundings and made our way through the forest. It didn't seem like a complete wilderness, as there was a somewhat passable path. Along the way, I got curious and asked Seal, "What kind of reaction will the elves have when they see us?" "They probably won't be very welcoming." Seal replied casually as if it was nothing. "Since I'm here, we're probably being recognized as companions of the Master, that is, Dursianim. Because there's no way Master didn't do something strange."
Exactly.
So it depended on Dursia's behavior. After walking for quite a while, assuming the worst, we reached a plaza. Oh. There weren't any grand buildings, but it was mysterious. Trees dozens of meters tall were interwoven together to form a massive nest-like structure, and from the rooftop faint movement could be felt. Though it was too far to see clearly, it was obvious that whatever it was, it moved incredibly fast. Whoa.
HMPH, nothing special.
While Linmal was marveling, Brimdel wore a sour expression.
What is this?
Seal examined the tree, looking puzzled. Is there a problem? There's no one on guard. Normally, there should be watchmen posted at those towers 24 hours a day, and they would have shot arrows by now. Seal looked up at the tall trees, searching for elves, but there was no one. We shouldn't have been able to enter this far so easily. I'm not really sure. It's like walking straight through the front gates of the capital and into the Imperial Palace as an intruder.
What?
It doesn't seem like the Master did something terrible, but... Seal looked up at the treetop city again, tilting her head once more. The leaves are even purple. What's the purple about? It's a color used during times of celebration, festivals, and such. Even so, that doesn't explain why they'd allow an intrusion this easily. Hearing all that, it did seem strange. It looked like we had walked straight into the heart of the elves with little to no resistance. Shall we go in farther? No, even so, that would be dangerous. We need to send a signal. Seal walked over to a nearby tree, pulled out a dagger from her pouch and lightly cut it. White sap began to flow from the tree, and before it could even drip to the ground, someone jumped down from the trees several dozen meters above. It looked like an act of suicide, but the landing was effortless. The only sound was like a small stone being dropped lightly to the ground. A male elf, handsome like a sculpture, looked at us with a broad smile. He wore clothing made from a single piece of fabric and carried a small rod on his back. Looking at us, he spoke in a voice full of goodwill. Visitors on such a joyous day, it might be fate. Good to see you, Cedric, it's been a while. Seal reached out to shake hands with the elf called Cedric. He accepted it without hesitation and let out a hearty laugh. What brings you here, maid of Dursia and the travelers who follow her? We've come looking for my master, Dursia. She mentioned she would stop by here. Dursia. Then I suppose our paths must have crossed. She hasn't arrived here yet. Oh, is that so? But we have plenty of empty rooms. If you wish, you may stay until she arrives. Thank you for your generosity. I'll go up and have them lower the vines, so wait just a moment. With those words, Cedric lightly climbed up the tree. Seal, who had been conversing normally, began sweating nervously the moment Cedric disappeared and turned to us. Something is seriously wrong, we should brace ourselves. The atmosphere seemed really friendly though. That's the problem. Cedric is a fanatical purist. He insisted that humans should be shot on sight. He considered the Master a lifelong enemy because of that. If only the Master had caused a big mess, we could have just fought our way through and found her. But now, we don't even know what's going on. Fought your way through. Elves are extremely weak except for the shamans. Even you, Jern, could handle them easily. I really didn't want to. While I was thinking, like master, like maid, a long vine came down from the tree above, one for each of us. I grabbed one and gave it a few experimental tugs for no real reason. They're not going to cut this midway, right? I'd survive. I can do breakfalls. Brimdle Nim would obviously be fine. As for me, well, my body couldn't die from just falling anyway. Everyone's safe. With a shrug, I climbed the vine. It didn't get cut. At the top of the tree, a new world unfolded before me. I didn't know how they built it, but there were solid floors, geometric houses woven from trees, and beautiful plants all around. Wow, it's like something out of a fairy tale. Exactly as Linmul described. Above all, the way the purple leaves sparkled under the sunlight was incredibly beautiful. The elves, all wearing similar clothes, were moving somewhere with joyful expressions, balancing small puddles of water on their heads. Come this way, I'll show you a fine lodging. Thank you, but is there a festival going on? When Seal subtly asked, Cedric burst into loud laughter. A festival? Ha ha ha, yes, a festival. It must be a festival. What's happening? The long wait is over, and finally the time marked in history has arrived. Why would we need hatred and disgust any longer?
Was Durcia's cryptic speech a racial trait?
Seal tilted her head, seemingly not understanding most of it. Sorry, could you explain it a little more simply? The World Tree has finally acted. Everything is as foretold in the prophecy. She has delivered her scripture to us, and if we follow it, she said we will all receive eternal salvation. Cedric pointed to a massive stone tablet placed in the center of the village. Isn't it glorious?
Would you like a translation?
Yes, a little. Accept the blessings of the god that surrounds you, that which humans call magic. All who reject it are minions of evil. Durcia was right, magic was never a bad thing. It is a divine mercy that benefits those who learn it. We were only deceived by lies into rejecting it. What reason is there to fight? Seal and I looked at each other. This is her doing right.
Yes. It was absolutely Durcia.
It seems Master is impersonating the World Tree and trying to turn all the elves into wizards. The lodging Cedric had led us to. As soon as we unpacked, Seal spoke with an utterly dumbfounded expression. I tried to deny it even though I knew my words carried no strength. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? We're not even certain yet.
It's certain.
Seal held out a notebook filled with the translated contents of the stone tablet, each line confirmed by questioning the elves around the village. It hadn't taken even 5 minutes. Most of them had cooperated, even though it was their first time seeing a human. It says that if you consume the sap from the World Tree consistently for a month, you will gain an aptitude for magic. Was becoming a wizard always this easy? No. That's impossible, and the only one who could do something this impossible is my master. Isn't there even a slight chance that the World Tree actually delivered an oracle?
It's just a big tree.
More importantly, considering that the master came here for you, Jern, there's even less room for doubt. She intends to turn all these elves into wizards. Because it was Durcia, it was hard to deny strongly. She was absolutely the type to do something like this. And when elves learn magic because of their infinite lifespan, they eventually fall into the abyss. Without talent equal to the masters, they inevitably do. What do you think about sacrificing innocent elves? Of course I hate it, even more so if she's doing it for me. Becoming a fallen was no different from falling into hell. Dropping all these elves into hell, there was no way I could accept that. Even if they were hostile to humans, they had never harmed me. There was no way I could agree they deserved such a fate. And Durcia wouldn't do something like that either. Even if she leaned toward chaotic evil, she wouldn't decide to turn an entire race into fallen solely for my sake. I agree that we need to find her and ask why she's doing something like this, but how? First we have to find her. Persuasion or anything else is only possible after that. In the end, we had to find Durcia. But how were we supposed to find her if she was deliberately hiding? There's not a single lead. I let out a sigh, glancing between Linmul bouncing excitedly on the bed and Brimdle, whose thoughts were impossible to guess. For now, there was no other way. All we could do was wander around the village and gather testimonies related to Durcia. As I was thinking that, Linmul, who had been staring out the window at a passing procession with sparkling eyes, grabbed my hand and pulled. Jern, it looks like they're doing fireworks in the village plaza. They're holding torches. We don't have time to watch. I was about to scold Linmul when I immediately snapped my head toward the window. What, torches?
Yeah.
Look at those people. The elves were carrying torches heading somewhere. Even at a glance, it looked incredibly dangerous. Everything was made of trees and leaves, one spark, and they'd be experiencing the core of blazing infernal worlds. Is it okay to use fire on top of trees? Absolutely not. Fire is only used in very special situations, but I can't quite remember what those were. Wait a moment. I expanded current sense and caught the shouts of the elves passing outside. How dare you twist the will of the world tree and mock us? What do you mean magic is dangerous? What will you do if you've angered the world tree because of your nonsense? Burn. Burn the shaman. When my expression hardened, Seal asked curiously, what is it? It's not a festival but a funeral. Honestly, I think everyone has some kind of fantasy about elves. I'm not particularly fond of fantasy novels, nor do I really enjoy watching anime. Even so, the image of a noble and elegant race of tall men and women who love nature and guard forbidden knowledge had somehow become deeply ingrained in my mind. Looking at Dercia only reinforced that perception. Though she was slightly off-mark, she still carried a sort of elven aura. Reality was devastating. This filthy one has long distorted the will of the world tree, deceiving us and imprisoning us in ignorance. That sin can only be repaid by splitting his belly and using him as fertilizer. Burn him. Turn him into fertilizer. We could not find the words as we watched other elves threateningly wave torches and hurl stones around the elderly elf tied to a stake. I approached Cedric, who was throwing stones amidst the ferocious mob madness, and asked him, "Excuse me, what exactly is going on here?" "Ah, human visitor, that man was once our chieftain and shaman. But according to the command given by the world tree, it's clear he has deceived us all this time. He must be executed." "Was there a trial?" "A trial, what is that?" From Cedric's puzzled expression, I immediately understood that no legal system existed here. Chieftain, shaman, execution ceremony. I quietly closed my eyes and re-established my perception. I should have realized it from the shamanistic worship of a giant tree. These guys, they're just natives. It seemed even the Empire didn't recognize them as a proper nation, treating them more like a special autonomous region of indigenous people. Well, if they were truly dangerous, there's no way the Empire would allow them within its territory. Feeling my romantic illusions shatter, I looked at the so-called shaman tied to the wooden stake. "You damn bastards, did I not tell you that if you learn magic you will surely fall to hell? Listen when I speak, listen." "Shut your mouth, Azriel, then why is it that the world tree is trying to make us into wizards?" "It's not the world tree, it's something else, you idiots." "Blasphemy against the sacred tree as well." The shocked Cedric clenched his teeth. "This won't do, your filthy corpse won't even be usable as fertilizer, we'll just scatter it to the skies, set the fire." "You moronic bastards." The elderly shaman with his white hair disheveled roared in fury, spitting as he shouted. "You're trying to kill me even though no one has succeeded the shamanic arts yet? Are you insane? We'll be learning magic now, so we don't need shamanism anymore. Come on, set the fire." "Jern." Linmul tugged at my sleeve with an anxious expression. Of course, I had no intention of just letting this happen. If Dercia is the one manipulating the world tree, then this death is also her fault. I couldn't allow it. With a sigh, I stepped forward. I glared at the flame touching the straw tied to the stake. Fizzle. "Hemoi." An elf, tilting his head as the fire went out, was handed another torch. I acted before it could be repeated. I made all 36 torches in this space realize something at the exact same time. In an instant, tendrils of smoke rose. The elves murmured and looked around. What is this? Is that bastard Azriel using sorcery? I don't know, you dumbasses. Calling the elves dumb was quite convenient in moments like this. Just by standing a bit further away, I removed myself from suspicion. I took all the torches around us with the current sense and crushed them midair into powder. Crack. "What is this?" Taking advantage of the elves' confusion, I used the powder to draw a small X mark above Azriel's head. The powder soon fell like rain. As the elves still hadn't grasped the situation, Seal cleared her throat a few times and with a surprised tone informed them of what they needed to do. "Oh, it seems the world tree has delivered an oracle." "Is that so? I see now. Release Azriel. The world tree desires his survival." The shaman was innocent after all. I knew it all along. "Azriel, please forgive our ignorance."
I.
Azriel came down from the stake with a very sullen expression supported by others. The elves didn't look particularly sorry. Rather than acting like they'd done something wrong, it felt more like they were just going, "Oh, that just happened. Aren't these guys seriously crazy?" Maybe Durcia's messed up personality came from inheriting this kind of elven temperament. As I shook my head with a disgusted expression and tried to leave, suddenly a beetle flew over and landed on my ear. I was about to casually swat it away with a current. Then, as if sensing it, the beetle sitting on my shoulder spoke, "Thanks for helping, though I could have survived even without you."
I.
I immediately turned around. The shaman called Azriel was brushing off the marks left by the ropes as he stared straight at me.
I confirmed it through current sense. BZZZZZZ. BZZZZZ. I.
All around the building, I could see there were hundreds, maybe thousands of beetles like this. If they could speak, they could do other things too. Judging by his claim that he could have survived even without me, it didn't seem like pure bluff. Azriel continued watching me, sending words through the beetle, but thanks aside, I have to ask. With magic like that, you'd be able to control the world tree easily. Don't tell me it was you who incited these fools. I looked him straight in the eyes and scratched his back using current sense to form words. No. However, I have a rough idea of who and how someone may have done it.
I.
Azriel's expression stiffened slightly. With that action, I not only conveyed my words but also showed him that I was perfectly capable of doing this much. Even if he was confident he wouldn't be able to act recklessly, the process of verifying each other's capabilities was over. Thinking this might take a while, I initiated the conversation. "We won't be able to finish this kind of conversation like this. Please decide on a location. Come to the hut on the outskirts of the village without drawing attention, and don't bring anyone else." "I do not want to do that. I think I have shown enough consideration by letting you choose the location. It's for your sake, young fallen. Everyone already knows that much. Do they also know you're part of Crimson's Circle?" I frowned. What is he talking about? "I'm not." "How absurd. Do you think something like a great world occurs naturally?" This was news to me. He's different from the other elves. Brimdle or Seal wouldn't be fooled by nonsense like this, but even if I had to play along a little, it seemed worth talking to him. "Not, but fine, I'll go." "Good, come quickly." The beetle flew off again. "I'll be gone for a bit, please look after Linmal." "You'd better be careful." Brimdle spoke with a slightly serious look. Elven shamans have always been dangerous beings, incomparable to mere human wizards. It seemed he had picked up on the beetle's words. "In what way?" "Magic is fair, you get what you put in. But shamanism, using crushed bugs, unknown blood, and strange symbols, they once killed 1,000 dwarves. If he tries something, don't expect to judge it just by what you see." "I see, I'll keep that in mind." It seemed a shaman was capable of far more than just controlling insects. Of course, I wasn't letting my guard down. How vast is this guy's world? I had no intention of letting Azriel step outside the bounds of my current sense. The hut Azriel had mentioned wasn't a joke or modesty, it was an actual hut. I had confirmed it through current sense but still stared in disbelief at the structure made of cloth and tree branches before stepping inside. The interior was even more absurd. Bones, crushed flowers, strange powders, snakes trapped in jars, insects too. It wouldn't be wrong to call it the dwelling of a lunatic. He casually cleared space with his foot. "Sorry for the shabby place. Normally, I'd let that slide as a greeting, but this place really is shabby." "Tisk, such a rude brat. Shamans are supposed to live in places like this. If it's too spacious, you can't reach what you need in emergencies." With a sullen expression, Azriel took a puff from his short pipe and, half lying down in front of his guest, asked, "So who was it that incited those idiots? As stupid as they are, anyone who can meddle with the world tree would have to know all our secrets. Let's take turns asking one at a time. How did you come to such a ridiculous conclusion that I'm part of Crimson Circle? Your world is clearly too vast. Far too vast." Azriel shook his pipe in disbelief. "Do you know how the Abyss Realm is formed?" "Yes, it's when a wizard grows up seeing bad things from a young age and their perception of the material realm becomes twisted, forming the Abyss Realm." "You've got a flimsy understanding. A fall means that a wizard's world undergoes inversion." "Inversion." That was a term I'd never heard before. Yes, how should I explain this to him? Azrael gathered twigs, moss, and stones to create a miniature forest. He had good hands. It looked quite convincing. Let's say this is a wizard's inner world. Okay. If I light a fire like this, what do you think will happen? As he struck a flint and ignited the leaves, the world instantly began to burn. The moss didn't catch due to its moisture, but the small forest was on the verge of being completely consumed in an instant. Not sure what he was getting at, I shrugged and answered, "It'll burn up."
Be serious.
This is your world, which means it's you. You have to survive, so think of a way to put out the fire. Maybe I could create water. Water, how would you create that? Sure, I'm showing fire here, but it represents the kind of shock that shakes a wizard's world. How do you insert an opposite shock? That's nearly impossible. I don't get it.
Then what can you use?
You have to use only what the world already possesses. I looked at the miniature forest. All that remained now was a small flame. There's nothing left but fire.
Exactly.
Azrael calmly watched the burning forest, then threw in more firewood. The world inverts. If one is tormented by fire, then the world chooses to survive by becoming a world where only fire remains. The forest was no longer a forest, it was a small campfire. As Azrael naturally began to boil water over the campfire, he added, "A world of trees and forests becomes a furnace of flame to endure the fire. That is inversion and the process through which a fallen is born." That sounds like wordplay. So what does that have to do with why the great world can't be formed? You really aren't from Crimson Circle, are you? You don't even know this. Azrael gave me a look of disbelief as he haphazardly tossed tea leaves into the pot. No matter how you flip the world through normal means, the great world won't emerge. Look, this inverted world at best, all it can do is boil some tea leaves, right? A reversal without artificial stimuli won't create a great world. You have to create the worst possible scenario, torture the world, and only then, when it inverts, can the great world be formed. I nodded for a moment, then soon furrowed my brow. Then the current executives of Crimson Circle. Exactly, every one of them was created there. If you're not from Crimson Circle, then just who created you? It was my turn to answer. But are you sure you want that to be your next question? You're a nasty one, just tell me who's the one that controlled the world tree. Do you know Dercia Spandel? Dercia, why bring her up? So he does know her. She is my master. Azrael blinked, then his jaw dropped. What? She took in a fallen as her disciple. Yes, a lot happened between us, but that's how it ended up. I see, but what does that have to do with controlling the world tree and deceiving those idiot elves? What's she trying to do, turning them into wizards? Maybe she's doing it for me, though I'm not entirely sure. What are you talking about? At that, Azrael laughed in disbelief, slapping the ground. What the hell does that mean, turning elves into wizards for your sake, and then what? Azrael, who had been laughing, slowly let the corners of his mouth fall as he saw my serious expression. No way. This is a slight guess, though I'm not sure. Maybe she's trying to make all the elves fall, to extract some kind of information for my sake.
That crazy bitch.
He shot up, pulling at his hair and screaming. No, is she out of her mind, selling out the entire future of the elves for a single disciple? I mean, I knew she wasn't sane, but this much. I told you I'm not certain.
There's a bigger chance that it's not the case.
Whether it's for you or whether she just found you interesting and wants to create other test subjects, it's clear she's trying to make them fall. She's completely insane. This can't be ignored. Please calm down, we don't want something like that to happen either. I quietly lifted the tea leaves with current sense and poured them into Azrael's cup. Seeing that, Azrael calmed down slightly and picked up the teacup. How old are you? About 11, I'm not exactly sure since I'm an orphan. About that, you're too mature for that age. Your ability to handle your world isn't ordinary either, so that's why you caught her eye. Azrael took a sip of the tea, then looked at me with displeasure. If only you hadn't caught Dercia's attention, none of this would have happened. That's not fair. If you want to talk about that, shouldn't you first point out the cultural state of the elves who worship a mere big tree as a god? In a proper society, if a tree starts talking, they'd think it's a monster and cut it down, not accept it as delivering an oracle. That was something even I couldn't help. I took a sip of tea as well, then noticed something strange. Not that I sensed poison in the tea, I hadn't even drunk it properly, just pretended and pushed it back into the cup. What was strange was Azrael's words. You couldn't help it? Are you saying you made them that way? I'm this old? How old do you think I am? I'm the one who made those fools spend their lives worshipping that stupid tree, living primitively on wooden platforms and antagonizing humans. I? The very root of the destruction of my romantic fantasy was right here. Should I kill him? Not because he shattered my fantasy, he just clearly seemed like a ridiculous villain. Receiving my cold stare, Azrael snorted dismissively. Don't criticize what you don't understand. This is the way elves are meant to live. Do you understand how arrogant it is for a single individual to decide the fate of an entire race? I do. It's arrogance, stupid, self-righteous, more dreadful than any dictator, something like that. I was momentarily at a loss for words at his brazenly refreshing acknowledgement. Taking advantage of that silence, Azrael began to defend himself. But you have to admit that a human's perspective and an elf's are different. Our death and your death don't hold the same weight. What nonsense is that? The value of intelligent life is all the same. I'm not trying to rank the superiority of species. In fact, if anything, I'm saying elves are inferior. Azrael raised a finger. I hadn't noticed before, but one joint was missing. This finger was cut off thousands of years ago. For humans, even if you lose an arm, you only live another 90 years or so, but we have to live for thousands of years missing an arm. Then get a prosthetic. It's a metaphor, you brat. Even if we get wounded, fall ill, or are exposed to hostility, we experience those things over spans of thousands of years. The price of every action is just too high. Letting out a sigh, he brushed off his seat and stood up. The happiest life for an elf is to know nothing, to live forever in this narrow space worshipping a tree as God without progressing, valuing tradition. It took me 1,000 years just to accept that fact. I don't expect you to understand, nor do I want you to. But we can cooperate. If that Dercia is controlling the world tree, I have a sense of where and how she's doing it. Azrael extended his old, wrinkled hand, missing a joint, with an expression of distaste. So what are you going to do? If you help, well, I could throw in a bit of extra compensation with my knowledge. Let's be honest, you can't handle master on your own, can you? That's why I said I'd give you extra compensation. I looked at his bony hand with even more disdain. The reason Azrael was trying to negotiate was simple. He couldn't be sure he would survive if he directly opposed Dercia. We, too, needed a guide in this isolated land of elves, someone who could help us locate the world tree and, more importantly, where Dercia was among it all. And an elf who had lived this long would certainly be capable of that role. We needed each other. I was also curious about that extra compensation. All right, let's do that. Good. After exchanging a dry handshake, Azrael began to feel around my body. It was unpleasant. What are you doing? Azrael nodded to himself and said something strange. Do you perhaps have two souls? What? I've been sensing it since earlier, but now that I touch you, it's certain. Why do you have two worlds? Can you explain that? Looking at the puzzled Azrael, I gathered my thoughts. It seemed he wasn't a quack after all. Dercia touched me a lot, both directly and indirectly. It's just sad that she's too powerful for the Empire to judge. However, she ultimately never realized my true identity, even though she's a 9-star wizard. I kept my words to a minimum. How much does she know? What has she inferred? Azrael, seeing me like that, snorted. Why that look? To be honest, I had somewhat expected it. Though I didn't know that I had two worlds. Still, the fact that I could use ordinary magic despite having an inner world allowed for a similar kind of deduction. But it was surprising that the shaman noticed something even Master didn't. It's not that she didn't know, it's that she couldn't even assume it. A wizard cannot possess two worlds. That's an unchanging law that is an absolute premise in the world of magic, so she probably only looked for solutions within the bounds of that law. Is it possible in the world of shamanism? Absolutely impossible. In the first place, shamanism doesn't even have the concept of a world. I believe only what I see with my own eyes. You fell into the abyss and yet you still have a star, didn't you? I didn't use any magic, so how did you know? If you want to hide it, start by wearing a blindfold. Traces remain where the star rises. Was there such a thing? Anyway, then it just means you have a second world. Isn't that simple? I stared at Azrael in disbelief. The shaman's conclusion was simply that it looked like I had two worlds, so I must have two. As I was thinking that he lives such a simple life whether he knew it or not, he reached out his hand. Now, try using magic. At least in this domain I can guarantee I know better than that Durcia, so rest easy.
Yes.
Half in doubt I brushed his hand with wind. Azrael, feeling the wind for a moment, examined me as if pondering something. Soon his expression sank deeply. Wait a moment.
What is it?
This is this right, try it again.
They.
Azrael, saying something trivial, examined me for quite a while. It felt like he couldn't believe the conclusion he had reached and was repeating the process over and over. Once, twice, 3 times, just as I was starting to think he might be a quack, he opened his mouth with an expression close to shock. How bizarre and wondrous, truly it is so. What is that supposed to mean? Human child, what do you think is the reason you survived the burden of the world? Well, because I worked hard enough to almost die. It was an obvious fact. But Azrael shook his head. Well, yes, that might be true, then what do you think gave you the time to make that effort? I assumed it was because I wasn't yet used to the abyss, so the burden was lighter. Why is your world waiting for your growth?
They.
I couldn't understand what Azrael was trying to say. Seeing my puzzled expression, he began to explain calmly. Your abyss realm is deep, wide, and vast. In other words, it is what we call a great world.
Yes.
But the other world is small and pitiful. Crushed by that immense world I mentioned before, it is so despairingly weak that it can't even form a proper domain as a world. Yes, I've often heard that my world is insignificant.
No, you're under a strange illusion. It's exactly the opposite.
When I frowned and responded, Azrael shook his head with a solemn expression. I have seen the tallest mountains, the deepest oceans, and the longest rivers. But more than anything, from you I am learning how mysterious a world can be. Why do you keep speaking in riddles since earlier? Your talent for magic itself may be low, but your potential as a wizard is terrifying.
What?
It was exactly the same evaluation as Durcia's. As I stood flustered, he, wearing a more serious expression than mine, began to explain. Listen carefully. The burden is proportional to the size of the world. That's why even if one creates a great world, it must not be made too large. If it is, one won't be able to handle it and will explode and die. But your inner world is unimaginably, overwhelmingly large. Whether the burden comes late or early, a child's body can't endure it. But I'm alive and well. The reason is your second world. Azrael gently patted my shoulder with a touch full of regret and reverence. Your other world gave up everything it was supposed to have as a world just to save you, its master. Space, objects, everything was consumed and it clung tightly to your body. It was a chillingly quick and precise decision. The moment you suffered the awakening fever, your inner world must have started pressing down on that world. It created such a domain in a single night, in that brief time. He looked at me face stiff and delivered the final blow. You possess the largest world I have ever seen and the smallest world simultaneously. In other words, the inner world of the owner of this body is the abyss, the largest and widest world. The second, presumably the world of the me from Earth, became the smallest world to save me within that abyss. That's how I, at 10 years old, was able to survive, so it seems. Then that means the me from South Korea was also a wizard. I raised my hand and examined it closely. You're saying a world is attached to my body? Yes, even now this moment it is protecting you.
Fascinating.
It's like having an invisible guardian spirit. Can you tell how long it will protect me? Until it bursts under the pressure of your abyss realm. Then it won't be long, the burden is steadily growing. If it reaches the point where it could kill me, it becomes meaningless. I knew my world was working hard, but in the end, nothing really changed. As I made a bitter expression, Azrael shook his head. You mustn't let it go that easily. It's one of your greatest weapons. It'll be a huge help in buying time. How do I grow it? The way a wizard grows is always the same, enlightenment. That's not possible. I denied it and clenched my hand. I've already attained it once. Flames and the memory of almost dying came back to me. But then the burden came, so I intentionally forgot. It was an enlightenment related more to the abyss realm than the small one anyway. Remember that your small world is struggling right now to protect you from within the abyss. Enlightenment about the abyss becomes information on the enemy and thus enlightenment for the small world. In the first place, the Abyss realm is already a completed world, so even if you gain enlightenment, you can't advance further from it. Its purpose is to protect me within the Abyss. If I gain understanding about the Abyss, I use that to grow then, like knowing that arrows will be shot and gathering cloth to make armor, then why does the burden happen? It's probably because during the reconfiguration process, it cannot protect you temporarily. I see no wait, then I die. In the end, there is no way to evolve the world. If my small world extinguishes now, I won't be able to endure the burden and I'll die. Here, if you wish, I can provide the additional reward I mentioned earlier. I glared at Azriel, who said that so confidently. He was, in essence, telling me to entrust my life to him. It's simple. While you gain enlightenment and reconfigure your world, I can keep you alive through the burden for just that brief moment. I'll decline. Just because the reward is visible doesn't mean I should jump at it right away. Whether Azriel has the ability to momentarily erase my burden, I suppose he probably could, but whether he would actually do it was another matter entirely. This was our first meeting, and thinking about how this man had rendered all elves mentally deficient for the sake of some greater cause, just accepting his offer with a yes would have been foolish. Just the fact that you've shared such interesting knowledge is more than enough. Let's get to the main point now. I have to find Master and stop her. All right. Azriel, wearing a slightly regretful expression, changed the subject. According to others, the world tree directly raised its branch and wrote letters on the ground. If it's Master you're talking about, she could do something like that from behind hundreds of mountains. That's not quite right either. Azriel snorted and shook his head. Do you think I just picked any random tree behind the mountain and called it the world tree? That tree has lived the longest, and I further grew it from something with a circumference of over 10 meters into 1/10 of meters tall. I also cast all sorts of spells to prevent human wizards from gaining control over the elves. Ah yes, great job turning the elves into morons. Watch your mouth, you little. Anyway, no matter how skilled Durcia may be, unless she made direct contact with the world tree, she wouldn't be able to break through my spell and manipulate it. But apparently, no one saw her physically attached to it. Then what does that mean? Azriel pointed to the ground with an exasperated look. The roots. What? She's underground right now. It seemed Durcia had become a cicada larva. Elf Village Inn, so Master has become a cicada larva. Seal, after hearing the explanation, voiced exactly what I had been thinking. Well, if she's latched onto the roots of a tree and is controlling the world tree, it's hard to imagine anything else. Nodding in agreement, I was met with Brimdel mumbling in disgust. If you know where she is, finish it quickly. I can't keep dealing with this deranged, pointy-ear runaway drama. Do we have to dig the ground? To Linmal's innocent question, Azriel shook his head. No, first we have to talk. I don't know what Durcia's intentions are. I want to avoid a fight as much as possible. And also, Azriel soon turned his glare to Seal. You were with her, you couldn't stop her. I'm sorry. I should have been firmer. Seal let out a sigh and lowered her head, more connected than expected. If she's known by both Brimdel and Azriel, maybe she used to be something like a messenger. Before we go, one last thing. Make sure this is clear. Azriel looked over us one by one and warned firmly. If talking is impossible, run immediately. If Durcia has made preparations, we won't be able to respond. Understood. Of course, I didn't really think a fight would break out. I didn't believe Durcia would try to harm me or my companions. No matter how far gone she might be, I trusted that she'd have at least that much judgment left. And you? Yes. Do you truly not need my help? On the way to the world tree, Azriel kept clinging to the matter as if unwilling to let it go. I don't think enough trust has built up between us yet. If you can help in front of Master, I'll accept it then. You're going to throw away a golden opportunity over something like distrust. The director who raised me at the orphanage told me to never accept a gift from someone I don't know well, no matter how nice it looks. That's a good teaching. Azriel shrugged his shoulders. Then fine, I'll do it in front of Durcia. He seemed determined to help me no matter what. Of course, that only made me more suspicious. Why are you trying so hard to look after me? Because I want to see it, you brat. What the hell does that mean? As I tried to calm down Linmal, who was gleefully skipping ahead like she was enjoying all this, we passed over a mountain. And there it was. No, I mistook it for a mountain. It was a tree. What the F, what is this? I almost cursed without realizing it but held back because Linmal was there. Azriel chuckled and nodded with pride. How about it? Makes you want to worship it, doesn't it? It does seem that way. Even knowing it had been enhanced, I had assumed it was just a bunch of trees merged together. But this was no joke. It was the size of an apartment building. Looking up hurt my neck. Amazed by its sheer scale, I approached with a new sense of understanding. Maybe shamanism isn't entirely baseless after all. The closer we got, the more it felt like a massive brown wall came into view. Just the roots alone would probably take months to fully search. What do we do now?
Leave it to me.
Seal approached the world tree with a confident expression and clicked open the bag she had been carrying. I'm very experienced at getting Dursianim to come out. Inside the bag was a whole lot of oil. I frowned and looked at Azriel, but he just shrugged. It was a silent permission, I suppose. Seal went ahead and flipped open a lighter. I couldn't help but voice my concern. Are you seriously going to do it?
Yes, I used to do this at the mansion sometimes.
That explains the burn marks I saw in the room. Still, setting fire to the world tree, or even just a tree this massive, would be an outright disaster if it burned. I stared worriedly at Seal, who looked like she really meant to go through with it, just before the lighter touched the tree. At that very moment, did I not clearly write it at the end of the letter? The highest branch bent in a grotesque way and came down toward us. It took on a human shape. Though made of leaves and branches, on closer look it resembled none other than Dursia. Branch version Dursia crossed her arms and glared at us. I told you not to believe Seal's words. It was definitely Dursia. She really came out like this, huh? The contents were too strange to believe. So conversation is possible. I took a step forward and met eyes with Branch Dursia. Your actions are incomprehensible. Why are you causing such a mess here? If you're doing this for me, all I can ask is that you stop.
Jern.
Dursia was not flustered, she wasn't angry, she didn't even look like she was trying to hide anything. She simply answered with the usual calm and composed demeanor of Dursia. I am perfectly normal, not the slightest bit off. You certainly look that way. For all the fuss about a fall or mental illness, she looked absolutely fine. I apologize for not explaining in more detail. However, I had no intention whatsoever of slaughtering all my kin. There's no reason to, and even if there were, it's something that must never be done. What I did to make them into wizards was only temporary and can be reversed at any time. Is that really true? I stake my name on it. No elf will be harmed in this matter. She wasn't someone who would lie. Dursia touched her forehead, shook her head slightly, and muttered, I caused you unnecessary worry. I'm sorry for writing such a confusing letter. I had something urgent to do here, so I had no choice.
What?
But after you woke up, rather than confirming your condition first, I decided to act right away just in case the worst had happened and report to you afterward. That's all. This is way too normal. At least during this conversation I couldn't tell any difference between the old Dursia and the current one. Thank God, I let out a breath of relief. Dursia had not fallen, not even a trace of it. Ah, so she says. Seems like we overreacted a bit. The situation fizzled out anticlimactically. When I turned around, Seal was pursing her lips tightly as she stared at Dursia. Her expression was tense. What's wrong? Just as I opened my mouth to ask, someone took a heavy step forward, Dursia Espandel. A deep voice, it was Brimdel, who had been silently following without a word until now. He stood just within arm's reach, looking down at Dursia and asked, Do you know who I am? I've heard of the deranged dwarf knight who sees humans as swords. It was such an appalling remark, it was almost shocking it wasn't said with hostility, but Brimdel didn't seem to care at all. Rather, it was Dursia who looked puzzled and asked in return. If it's Seal, Jern, Azriel, and that knight cadet, Jern's friend, I can understand, but why are you here? An interesting face. I've come to tell you something. Wait, wasn't I just here to not skip out on my enhanced mana body training? It was the first time I heard that Brimdel had a purpose with Dursia. As far as I know, we've never even met. Whether Dursia refused or not. Brimdel took a step forward and glanced behind him. He looked at me. To be precise, I came to make a request. I suppose I'll at least hear you out. Hand over your disciple. For a moment, in a silence sharp enough to cut, I doubted my own ears. Was that a joke? Was Brimdle the kind of person, no, dwarf who could even make a joke? Excuse me, no, what? I wasn't the only one taken aback. Even Dercia, rarely seen flustered, stammered her words, but Brimdle confidently declared. While you were gone, I took on the role of Jern's master.
What did you say?
At first it was a hassle. I only intended to teach him half-heartedly and be done with it, just to get that gold Linmal behind him. Brimdle was looking at Dercia as he spoke, but his words were meant for me. A good sword is forged from good materials. That's obvious, a truth so unquestionable I've never doubted it even once, but that talentless hunk of stone, no matter how much I hammered and struck, simply wouldn't break.
Eh?
And then at some point, I came to a simple realization. If no amount of beating will break a stone, what does it lack compared to the hardest steel in the world?
What are you trying to say?
Brimdle declared in a low voice, I will forge my final sword with that boy.
Eh?
Hand him over. He's too precious for you to keep, I'll raise him well. After Dercia's nasal hum, even Linmal, sensing the mood, swallowed hard and stayed silent. It was a silence so heavy it felt suffocating, and it lasted a long time. Didn't know Brimdle had such an intention. I thought he had followed to train me in the enhanced mana body, but in truth, it was to take me from Dercia. No, more than that, since when did he evaluate me so highly? While I was reading the true intent in confusion, Dercia looked this way with the face of the branch. What are you talking about? Is this true?
Yes, he is my master.
Why did you become a disciple of such a lunatic dwarf? I understand you were desperate, Jern, but this man is neither a wizard nor a knight, and the kind that renders all his apprentices completely incapacitated.
That's harsh. I broke their spirits, not their bodies.
That's even worse. What's the reason? Didn't you fall into a sleep-like state because you knew my condition, though I'm not sure if calling it a sleep state is accurate. I don't know, what are you saying? My body was breaking. I was told that if I didn't train in the enhanced mana body, mana would become my enemy.
Dercia tilted her head and answered, so that happened.
Ah, yes.
I felt a slight sense of dissonance in that sentence.
Though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange, but you can rest assured now, with me here you can abandon this stopgap measure.
A stopgap, huh?
Brimdle snorted and locked eyes with Dercia. I will forge this kid into the greatest sword, one that can withstand even if he lives in the deepest depths of the ocean. Humans cannot become swords. No, they can. Everything I've done proves it. Brimdle looked at me and muttered with an expression that still didn't seem entirely trusting. I've seen clearly what this kid thinks, where he stands and what he aims for, why he takes up the sword. What he is willing to give up. No wonder I felt watched recently. I was being observed. As I quietly listened, a sudden criticism came my way. To be honest, he's not particularly talented, not that outstanding as a wizard. And his talent as a knight is hopelessly abysmal. He's smart, so he must already know that himself. But this kid never once complained, not even in situations where anyone else would have given up and collapsed.
That's true.
Dercia nodded slightly. Even if his world went berserk right now and tried to kill its master, he wouldn't despair or give up. He'd struggle to the end. I agree, not all dwarves have knots for eyes. If I can't break him, I'd like to grind him down instead. I want to see with my own eyes how far his struggle can go. Brimdle, who said something similar to Dercia, threw the small short sword he had been carrying on his back. It was a small sword only to him. To me, it was a great sword. I barely caught it, and he said with arms crossed, "Choose, I'm not like the elf who might abandon you and run away at any moment. I have never run away." Then that's even worse. An elf who doesn't consider this situation as running away. Dercia and Brimdle stared intently at me. Are you sane? So you think Jern will choose the path of a knight? I have my own thoughts too. I looked back and forth between Dercia and Brimdle. Then drove the sword into the ground. I'm sorry, but I'm not in a position to choose.
What? What did you say?
Please don't look at me like that, I don't have a choice. Feeling wronged, I raised my hands and argued. If I don't learn the enhanced mana body from Brimdle Nim, my body will break and I'll die. But if I don't learn magic from Dercia Nim, then even if I learn the enhanced mana body, I'll die anyway. Choosing one means giving up the other, and I'm not in a position to give up either. To be precise, I wasn't living a life with room to spare. The plain truth is that unless the world's greatest wizard and the world's greatest knight help me at the same time, I won't be able to last long. That's how it is, I'm sorry.
TCH.
Brimdel clicked his tongue in regret and stepped back. If that's your will, then it can't be helped, but those words mean you'll at least spend half your time learning from me, and that's how I'll take it.
Yes.
If that's the method that helps me, then I'm all for it. To withstand the burden of the deep sea with my body. It was such nonsense that I didn't even consider it possible from the start, but Brimdel wouldn't have said that without some reason. Dercia seemed moderately satisfied as well and didn't argue further. Then I think it's time we hear more detailed information. It's not that I don't believe you when you say it won't cause harm, but I am very curious about what kind of method you're using to make that happen, and why you're doing it in your hometown of all places. It's not just me, others are wondering too. Yes, I should explain. She opened her mouth in a slightly lower tone. Since you seem not to understand that a stopgap measure is no longer necessary, I'll have to show you directly. Wasn't she satisfied? That's what I thought until suddenly the number of moving objects detected by my current sense increased by hundreds of times, and they were all coming from the ground. The ground was disappearing, that's how it felt. What the F run? What? No, what is this? I hurriedly shouted, but it was already too late. Crash, dozens of furry, living tree roots burst out from the earth and bound me. TCH, damn pointy-eared freaks can never be trusted. Brimdel was quick. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword and cut through the roots binding me, but thousands of branches were already wrapping around even his legs. Jern.
This crazy.
Seal, Azriel, and Linmal too, they were all wrapped in roots. The strength was just enough not to hurt them, but no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. Dercia quietly declared as she watched the scene. It was going to be over in a week anyway, and I intended to come get you after that, but I guess persuading you with words was impossible. Let Jern go. You crazy old hag, have you gone senile? Linmal lost it, bound by the roots. I flinched and spoke to Dercia. She's just a child, please don't mind what she said, you understand, right?
Yes.
Her answer was a bit delayed. The roots, just as they had emerged, plunged back into the ground, only with me, Jern. Linmal's desperate voice gradually faded away. Kugta tui. I apologize. Transporting humans is not the intended purpose after all. Spitting out the dirt that had gotten into my mouth, I looked around the pitch-black space. I couldn't see anything with my eyes, so I used current sense and confirmed that I was inside a narrow, long earthen tunnel. Where is this? Actually, never mind. We're under the world tree, right? Brushing off my robe, I stood up and looked straight at Dercia. To be precise, I scanned her with current sense. It had been a while since I'd seen her, but she hadn't changed much. She was just Dercia. Her behavior was insane as always, but that was nothing new, though this time it was a bit extreme. Yes. Touching the world tree was the most convenient way to control the elves. She turned sharply and began walking down the tunnel. It was a silent signal for me to follow, so I had no choice but to walk after her and check my surroundings. The texture of the soil, slightly moist, almost strangely stable considering it should collapse, meaning if I put my mind to it I could escape. I didn't even need to breathe, so digging my way out wouldn't be an issue. The problem was, I didn't think she was going to give me the chance to make up my mind. Dercia, walking ahead, muttered as usual. Jern, I was deeply shocked when I heard what you said. What did I say? That I had no intention of saving you. Wait, I never said that. That was just some bullshit from Crimson Circle. I know what matters is that it was true. For a moment I widened my eyes without realizing. What? I didn't do my best. I'm sure if I had just shifted my perspective slightly I would have seen a way. I'm not that incompetent. So why did I act that way? I couldn't understand my own actions, I couldn't accept them. It was clearly a mistake, but the scale and the fault were so great that I simply could not let it go. Oh, there is something different from usual, she's talking too much. At some point while I was struggling with it I realized. Realized what? I was being greedy. Dercia, who had stopped in front of a tree root, turned her head and looked at me. Her face was expressionless, showing no trace of emotion. I wanted you to survive while still being yourself, that was overambition. The root split left and right, revealing a massive space. In the circular chamber, about 10 elves were already unconscious, bound by tree roots. Small roots were embedded in their heads, injecting liquid, and it wasn't only elves going through this. A few humans and beasts were in a similar state. Thousands of books were scattered across tables, and the ceiling was covered with spell formulas etched in a language only she could understand, resembling a constellation. The. Ooh. I take it all back. Dercia was by no means in a normal state. She hadn't been normal to begin with, but now she was even more insane. I understand what you're thinking. But all of these individuals are unharmed, and they will return to their daily lives with no memory of this, living without any problems. That's not the issue here, I think. Even I could tell my voice had dropped low. Dercia surely noticed as well but didn't point it out. Instead, she raised a finger. CRKKK. A root pierced through the spell on the ceiling and descended. It was as thick as my wrist. When Dercia lifted a bowl from somewhere, droplets began to drip from the root, filling the container. Erg. At the same time, one elf twisted in pain. Dercia handed the filled bowl to me. Look. It's a world. What? I looked at the bowl, wondering what she meant. I stared into the white liquid and then I saw it. A single star was swimming inside the bowl. I felt chills all over my body and looked up at Dercia. What is this? You worry too much. I didn't kill them, I simply took back what I had given. Placing the bowl on the desk, Dercia quietly looked at the elves. They were not wizards. So I personally created worlds and granted it to them myself. What I've extracted is simply what I had given them. She said it lightly, but it was unimaginable how many trials she must have conducted to manifest something so close to a miracle. Even for a 9-star, that couldn't have been an easy task. Why would you do something like this? In my battle with decay, that being, I experienced a strange phenomenon. Dercia slowly took out more bowls, each containing a world. I felt my thoughts slowing down and my limbs freezing. The great world can project its inner world into the material realm and allow all beings within it to experience the burden. Even while listening to her, I couldn't grasp what her goal was. As I listened, I began using current sense to explore this labyrinthine tunnel. I wasn't sure if it was necessary, but I felt I should at least check for an escape route. Do you understand what this means? You're telling me to extract my world and hand it over to someone else. As if, do you really think it's possible to extract another person's world in liquid form? These worlds exist only because I created them. This is a special case. Dercia gently stroked the bowls holding the worlds, then poured black liquid from a bottle she pulled from her robes. Drip, drip, the reaction was violent. The liquefied worlds trembled and convulsed. The orbit of the stars inside began to stagger. Jern, my objective is to neutralize your burden. Neutralize. It's simple. For example, if you're freezing to death under your burdens, someone somewhere in the world is burning up and dying from the heat should exist. Yes, I suppose so. You simply need to take on that world's burdens. Then you'll return to a normal state. Dercia declared as if speaking a universal truth. Wait, that doesn't make any sense though. I was dumbfounded. Had she gone completely off the rails after sleeping too long? If you combine the burden of burning to death with that of freezing to death, you don't become normal. You die from burns while frozen. Isn't that just obvious? Yes, I suppose that's true. You're doing well. This is a topic I shouldn't have brought up. I shook my head, erased the thought, and pointed out a different part. All right, let's say that's fine. You've researched for a long time, so let's assume that what you're saying is even remotely possible. Then are you saying you plan to inject that world into me? No, for a wizard who already has a world, it would be nothing but poison. Then what are you going to do? Dercia didn't answer and just looked at me. As if to say, you already know. I shook my head, praying it wasn't what I thought. Master. I'll need to run several experiments, but to begin with, I'll have to inject it into a person. Isn't this exactly what Crimson Circle does? They groped around for a way to survive over centuries. And in the end, they chose that method. Once things reach the extreme, it's inevitable that similar methods will arise. However, I am far more efficient. This isn't a question of efficiency. Jern, didn't you vow that you'd struggle in every possible way to survive? Yes. I did, but if I had wanted that kind of method, I would have put on the red necklace and gone to Crimson's Circle a long time ago. My struggle isn't about grabbing people and dragging them down with me. I'm not a saint, absolutely not. One day, I might end up consuming someone else's life just to stay alive. Maybe I'm only able to have such noble thoughts now because I'm not cornered yet, but this isn't just about sacrifice someone. This isn't just killing someone, you're throwing them into a hell just like mine. Unlike me, who had no reason, you're giving them a fucked up reason like to save me. You're giving them a life more miserable than death. It was the first time I'd protested against Dercia so fiercely. Maybe it was because Ren's face flashed through my mind. I don't want to lose to my world, I absolutely refuse to. So I also don't want to become a world that crushes someone else. I looked her straight in the eyes and clearly expressed my refusal. Dercia quietly looked at me, then closed her eyes. I see. So you weren't struggling just to survive, were you? You understand. As expected of Dercia, at her core she wasn't so different from me, as I was feeling a warmth in my chest. But I still need to carry out the research. It's probably the only way to save you. No, Dercia, are you seriously going senile? Before I could finish my sentence, roots wrapped around me and pinned me to the wall. They handled me gently so it didn't hurt. But I couldn't open my mouth. I looked up with an expression that said, "Are you seriously doing this? Jern, I'm sorry." You may hate me, but refusing to reach for the most obvious solution, that's not how I live. Let all the blame come after you've recovered. With those words, Dercia walked out. The ground rumbled with heavy thuds. Apparently, even she couldn't ignore the fact that Brimdel wouldn't stay put without some kind of preparation. Who? Letting out a sigh with a root stuck in my mouth, I looked around. Most of the space was touched by currents and pressure, but even so, there was nothing I could really do. The root binding me was too sturdy to break free from. Same for the other elves bound here. From the start, Dercia, who knew me, wouldn't have designed this with a way to escape using abyss magic. Now then, what should I do? If things keep going this way, Dercia is going to become a murderer. I couldn't let a teacher like the sky above me become a criminal. I had to escape, bring her to her senses, and convince her again. She's really a terrifyingly scary woman to think she was hiding that kind of intention. Just then, one of the elves that had been bound suddenly shook their head and regained consciousness. What is this? What's stuck in my head? The elf, seeing the tree root embedded in their head, grimaced and took a deep breath. Crack. Their body instantly shrank like they were in a starved state, allowing them to slip free of the root. It was a deeply unpleasant sight, like they'd become a withered corpse. That elf creaked toward me and stopped in front of where I was bound, then smiled in satisfaction. So kid, do you still feel you don't need my help? As I looked at that disgusting smile, I realized something. Why Brimdel had been so wary of shamans, that way of speaking, it was undoubtedly Azrael. He staggered over and frowned as he looked at the roots wrapped around me. Tusk, she's really modified everything. This is going to be tough. Can you do such things to all elves? Could it be that all elves are actually Azrael, and he simply divided his personality among them? With that question in mind, I used undercurrent to write the words on his back. Azrael let out a hum and gave a half-confirming response. Then do you think they would have tried to burn me? If I plant an egg in their brain, I can borrow their bodies like this. Though, well, I did plant it in most of them. You've truly lost your mind. The one who's really lost it is the one who just left, a liquefied world. I mean, I've heard she's doing well in the human world, but to that degree, it's like she's just barely stepped into the domain of gods. Tusk. He pulled on the roots with all his strength. The elf he possessed, or perhaps hijacked, looked like he had a decent build, but he couldn't tear them off. Phew, this is difficult. How about trying something more fitting for a shaman? Don't confuse shamanism with magic. Without any materials or proper preparation, I can't even lift a single leaf. I swallowed the urge to say he was useless. Honestly, just seeing this scene showed how ridiculously versatile shamanism was. If you plant an egg, you can hijack a body from long distance, and even if you can do it, actually doing it is another matter entirely. Does this shaman have no sense of guilt? What's with that look? Didn't you see them trying to burn me? They're really dumb. I can't just leave them without any safeguards. No, I'm just genuinely impressed. You do anything for the preservation of your species. If the world tree really exists, it must be you. My. That's some sarcasm. After trying for quite a while, Azrael finally sighed and shook his head. This is beyond my power, I'll switch. What is he talking about? I was still thinking that when Suddenly, Azriel's presence changed entirely. He blinked his eyes, then looked at me and widened them as if surprised. Jern. Isn't this Azriel? It's Seal, so this is what it feels like. I'd heard the explanation, but no way he can make others possess too. Shamans are truly terrifying beings. As I silently reeled in shock, Seal, who had been touching the roots with a serious gaze, suddenly began to stretch. The situation is urgent. Sir Brimdal is trying various methods to rescue you, but since Master is serious, it's hard to predict the outcome. It seems best to escape first and then plan the next step. Yes. I talked to Master, but she's not exactly in his right mind. No, that's not it. Seal shook her head with a troubled expression. I was wrong, forget what I said before I came here. What do you mean by that? Master is in her right mind. Very clearly. What is she talking about? Durcia was definitely acting differently than usual. She'd gone pretty insane. No, just plain crazy. As I was dazed, Seal clenched her fist tightly. This won't do. You need to be a bit less aligned with normalcy, Huff. Quang, Seal's fist struck the root squarely. It sounded less like a punch and more like a bomb going off. A faint smoke even rose from where she had hit. Tusk. Looking displeased, Seal stared at the unscathed root and then delivered a second and third strike. Bam! Her kicks and punches all easily broke the sound barrier. That elf's body clearly wasn't built for martial arts. No, it was probably far different from Seal's own body as well, and yet the destructive power was enough to give me chills. I'd better not mess with her. As I swallowed drearily, recalling her sweetly smiling face, she sighed with her bloody fist hanging at her side. I'm sorry, I can't rescue you with this body. It's okay, more importantly, you're incredibly strong. I used to do some physical work back in the day. Seal, as if embarrassed, gave a small cough, then quickly adopted a serious expression and offered her advice. Anyway, normally Master acts in a state where she deliberately lowers her own thinking ability and condition to an extreme degree. What do you mean by that? Her eyes always look dark and tired underneath. Her tone constantly jabs at you in an unpleasant way, and she's gloomy and creepy, isn't she? Seal began badmouthing her as if it were only natural. Well, that's true. That's all because she's slightly detached from her right mind. In other words, it's because she's not sane. She chooses to be that way. Why would she do that? Because she knows that her sane self is more dangerous than her insane self. Seal narrowed her brows, glaring beyond the roots. I was wrong. I thought in this escape attempt that state had worsened too much and she'd become seriously unstable, something like that. Ha. Boom! With a loud crash, she struck the root, this time with the edge of her hand. It left a scratch, but that was all. She let out a sigh and shook her head. It was the opposite. For some reason, Master chose to regain her sanity. That's something that has never happened before. Wait, why is being sane dangerous? Being here means you spoke with her. What method did Master talk about? A method that only someone completely insane would suggest. That much I could say with certainty. When I said that, Seal calmly asked again. Did that insane method seem like it would work? I started to write something but stopped. Ethics, humanity, if all those were set aside, Durcia's method followed a path similar to that of the Crimson Circle. She created a world. If she could perform such a miracle, falling would be even easier. Putting aside my personal feelings, it's close to having already succeeded. I understood what Seal was saying. Durcia was aware that the things she did in her sane state were things she shouldn't be doing. That's why she chose to live in that manner. However, after hearing those words from me, she realized something and chose to return to her sanity. That's what this was. These fucking crimson bastards are useless. While I was gritting my teeth, Seal suddenly lifted her head. Oh no. What's wrong? Master has started to throw a goddamn tantrum. This place will probably get dangerous soon. I'll need to draw attention. I ignored the word choice and asked what I was really wondering about. Wait, is Linmal safe? Aside from harboring extreme murderous intent toward Master, she's safe. She's also fighting well. But soon she'll need my help. What do you mean she's fighting? Don't worry too much. Even if she's in her right mind, she's not trying to kill us. Even in the worst case scenario, we'll be safe and Jern, you will improve somehow. Because that's what Master wants. What do you think about that? I don't want to live a life like that. Understood. Fortunately, Azriel said he has a method. let's struggle with all our might to give up on a happy future together. After saying that, Seal paused for a moment, then added something. Though I can guess your answer, do you hate Master for doing all of this? No, how could I? If it weren't for Master, I might have actually been kidnapped by the Crimson Circle. I truly owe Durcia a great deal. Even if I could never repay her, I couldn't choose her as someone to hate. Still, I do think I need to help her understand that disliking something is a separate matter. At that, Seal opened her eyes wide in surprise. After a moment of silence, she replied in a much softer tone. Meeting you, Jern, may have been an even better thing for her than it was for you. Hey. Please take good care of Master. She gave a gentle smile and closed her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, it was the same face, but I could feel the crankiness from it. A bit annoyed, I began writing. I really feel how important a proper upbringing is. What are you suddenly talking about? My master is apparently in her right mind now. So, doesn't this method feel a bit familiar to you? The way Durcia in her right mind handled me was exactly like how Azrael handled the elves, from the principles of action to the mode of thinking, everything. But Azrael frowned and denied it. What, you think I'm that girl's parent or something? She just looks smart, so I trained her as a shaman, that's all. That was a mistake. Yeah, as soon as she learned what magic was, she threw away all the shamanism she'd learned her whole life, thinking it was outdated. Then she went crazy. What are you talking about now? I don't know either. Maybe she lost it while learning magic, or maybe she had some kind of awakening. Either way, she turned into a fanatic who worships the truth. She started believing that all truth must be recorded and that elves were born with long lifespans because they were destined for that purpose. What a shame. He clicked his tongue with a look of regret. One way or another, that mindset of Durcia's must have been instilled while she was learning shamanism under Azrael. To me, he might be my great-grandmaster, but I had no intention of serving such a lunatic as my great-grandmaster. So how do we get out of here? Regardless, I still needed help. I had to get out first before I could ask for more help. I didn't know what method this shaman who couldn't even use shamanism had brought. He looked distastefully at his bloodied fist, then shrugged his shoulders. Like I said, the means I can use are extremely limited. If I choose a physical method, I can't even lift a single leaf. Bring Linmal. She might be more helpful. But look, witness how great shamanism truly is. Azrael dipped a finger into the blood and began drawing across my forehead. Now that it's come to this situation, you can no longer refuse either. Watching that disgusting sneer of his, I let out a sigh. This shaman apparently wanted to force the growth of my small world no matter what. I thought about it for a moment, but there really wasn't another way. My safety must be guaranteed. Listen well. Do you have any idea how furious that Durcia girl would be if you died here? She'd kill me and wipe out the elves too. I don't want any of that. I can't afford to damage you even slightly. You're overreacting. No matter how she is, Master wouldn't wipe out her own race just because I died. You're underestimating her pride. Azrael looked at me with a pitiful expression. Still, our original agreement had more of a tone like, I want to see your last desperate struggle, so I'll help you with everything until then. Now it felt like it had warped into something closer to, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you alive. Probably because she's not insane, no, because she's sane now. If she sleeps a bit less, she'll likely revert to her usual self. But it wasn't wrong to say that if I died here, Azrael wouldn't survive either. And about this world expansion thing, if we do that, I can definitely escape, right? It'll probably work. We're not exactly in a position to be picky about methods right now. That was also true. It was hard to imagine that Durcia, who had built such a solid position, would be repelled by Brimdal. I knew how strong Brimdal was. But Durcia's transcendent abilities far exceeded what could simply be called strong. Seal, Linmal, or even Azrael, they wouldn't be useless, but at most they could only buy time. To change the situation, I had to act. No matter what method I used, fine, let's do it. I shot him a sideways glance, then closed my eyes. Azrael, who had drawn a strange picture on my face with blood, nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now die. Why are you saying die? It means accept it. Azrael's fingers bent in a grotesque way. Abandon escape and attain your enlightenment. Break through the shell as a human wizard, not as a life form of the abyss realm. He really doesn't inspire any confidence. I quietly steadied my mind. All enlightenment begins with a question to oneself, hurry up and do it. Please be quiet. I recall the question, the one I've deliberately avoided. Why does the flame go out? Why does water pressure crush only my skin even when I wear a diving suit? Why, even in a sealed space, why can I not escape from the world? Oh. Whoosh, a flame rose before my eyes. Watching it intensely, I reflected again on why it didn't go out. It's impossible. If I'm truly in the deep sea, how can fire ignite? Fire cannot burn underwater. I had been thinking about it the wrong way. I'm not in the ocean. I am inside the deep sea. I'm in the fact of the deep sea. Heh heh ha ha. Suddenly, the elf possessed by Azrael began to grotesquely shrivel up. Was the burden being split between us? As I tried to halt my thoughts, Azrael shook his head. Even in that state, I'm fine, just focus on your own task. I could understand by looking at what Crimson Circle does to create someone like me, a fallen. They submerge a person in seawater and drown them. What would a drowning human come to know? The pain of suffocation, the cold seawater, the helplessness of sinking no matter how hard one swims, and the resistance of water that makes movement sluggish. Usually, people know the sea is a bit more beautiful than that. Colorful coral reefs and fish, a sunlit emerald vacation spot that too is under the sea. But even if one were in such a sea during the process of drowning, none of it can be seen. Such scenery does not exist in the world of a fallen. A dying world, in order to survive, accepts all surrounding pain, hatred, fear, and inverts them to create a twisted hell. That becomes everything he knows of the sea. I didn't think it would be to this extent. Watching the steadily shriveling Azrael, I hastened my thoughts. My deep sea is the same. As for the things that constitute the reality of the deep sea, well, sure, there might be some beauty. There are probably people out there who like deep sea creatures, but those things exist solely for the purpose of causing me pain. Maybe, perhaps, they can be used like water to extinguish fire. Just like when I couldn't use fire at first, or when I extinguished Lumia's flame. But unless I consciously focus on it, those are only secondary elements. The place I am in is not the real deep sea. Because of that, I cannot avoid the burdens of water pressure, currents, or deep-sea creatures in any form. I cannot escape. It's not a world where burdens exist within the deep sea. It's a world where only the burdens of the deep sea exist. Ah. I had reached it, like scratching a place that's been itching for ages. My head cleared and my body surged with exhilaration. But it wasn't all pleasant. Suddenly, it felt like boiling water had been poured into my eyes. At the same time, my body turned ice cold. The burden is intensifying, was the thought that followed. As the pain subsided, my body felt light enough to fly. I was still bound by the roots, but I felt an omnipotence, as if I could easily rip through them if I wished. Soon, warmth spread through my body and my vision became vividly clear. I sat there, dumbfounded, trying to process the situation. It was the first time. The burden, I actually felt it lessen. Cough, damn, just where the hell have you been living? No, I only experienced maybe 1% of it and yet got almost crushed to death. Azrael, his whole body flushed red, grumbled as he met my gaze. Then he lifted the corners of his mouth. He looks like it worked. You can tell. I wasn't sure. It felt good, having realized something I hadn't known before, and the burden had lessened, but I didn't feel like my appearance had changed. See for yourself. Azrael brought the vessel containing the world and placed it under my face. What am I supposed to see? As I looked at my face reflected in the mirror. Ah. I saw the second star swimming within my eyes. I slowly examined the 2 stars floating in my eyes. It was certainly an amazing thing. After all, I was now a 2-star wizard. I would be suspected less and perhaps even be called a magic prodigy. But, so what am I supposed to do with this now? The situation hadn't changed. It was good that the burden had lessened. Creak. No matter how much I tightened it with water pressure or applied force with the currents, I couldn't even scratch the root. It wasn't an ordinary root. It seemed to have undergone some kind of magical treatment. Its hardness was nothing like a typical root. Azrael looked me over with curious eyes and said, "It's up to you." I gave a sword to someone who was without. "What more do you want? The rest you handle on your own." Despite the irresponsible words, he seemed to be in a very good mood. "You should be able to handle it just fine." "Me? Yes. Truthfully, I'd like to take my time examining things and explaining it to you, but in this state, I can't do that, and this isn't the time either. Azriel looked around as if troubled. He must have been surveying the situation above, not here. What's going on up there? Don't worry about things here. After you escape, head upward. I'll be there soon. Thud, with that, Azriel collapsed headfirst onto the ground. I quickly checked with current sense and he was still breathing. It seemed he had simply abandoned the body. It wasn't his own body. If the ground hadn't been moist soil, it could have been dangerous. Ahem. I laid the elf, whose entire body was swollen, down properly and checked my own condition. The meantime, the method of handling the deep sea had become clear to me. My burden had grown stronger and I had become capable. It was less of learning and more of awakening an instinct. Like how a duck, upon hatching from its egg, recognizes the first thing it sees as its mother, I too was now capable. Magic is different. Even if you gain enlightenment and increase your stars, that alone doesn't accomplish anything. Being 2-star simply means you've obtained the tool of a 2-star. Handling it is entirely dependent on my own talent and knowledge. But I don't know. And naturally, I didn't know a thing about 2-star magic. The only magic I knew was elemental magic and the high-level spells that Seal had handed to me, which she assured I would one day learn completely. Even if I was 2-star now, I couldn't even begin to approach them. Still, should I give it a try? Of course, there were no other options. Aside from the elemental magic I already knew, these were the only things I had. I used the currents to fumble through and pull out the book, searching for any usable magic. I found one in the middle. Wind Thunder. A pure offensive spell that compressed wind to its extreme and released it at will, forming a wind spear like lightning. With this, maybe I could tear the roots. I flipped through the pages to check the casting requirements. Elemental magic, wind, 2-star or higher. Compression type magic, 4-star or higher, any type. Telekinesis type magic, 3-star or higher, hard to use if constructed through wind. What does this even mean? After skimming through the book a bit more, I discovered what high-level magic really was. Its output only reached the level of basic elemental magic. Everything else was about combining elemental spells and then combining those combinations again. Aha. I see, elemental magic isn't really magic. I had heard that at some point and now I finally understood. If I had to put it simply, elemental magic was nothing more than fuel. If 1-star was sesame oil, then 2-star would be like petroleum. That second condition, 4-star compression type magic, could normally be achieved with a 3-star spell and a 1-star spell, where that 3-star spell itself is a combination of a 2-star and a 1-star, and that 2-star again splits into 2 1-star spells. It's absurd. Even though Wind Thunder was a pure offensive spell and supposedly dozens of times simpler than other spells in structure, it still required casting that many spells simultaneously. It made me realize just how insane high-level wizards truly were. They would cast one spell every time they blinked, but in that 1 second they had to be combining hundreds or even thousands of spells. I could never do that. I couldn't even use this supposedly easiest spell, Wind Thunder. I sighed, placed the book on the ground, and was about to look for another method when suddenly a spark flew in my mind. No, wait a minute. Compression type, telekinesis type. I carefully reviewed the process once more. I drew out the maximum amount of wind I could manage and set it into rotation. Done. A sharp gust howled through the once silent cavity. Certainly, becoming 2-star had increased the total amount of wind I could use. It must mean that my world had grown stronger by resisting the burden. With a slightly satisfied feeling, I moved on to the next step. I used compression-type magic to compress the wind. I didn't have compression-type magic, so I used water pressure. The wind that had filled the cavity was squeezed down to the size of a palm. Ugh. In the process, I too felt a pain like my body was being crushed. But perhaps because my world had grown, it was bearable. Final step. Using telekinesis-type magic, I created a path through which the compressed wind would be fired. If I simply released it, it would just be a bomb that killed even the caster. By using the currents to pierce through the compressed wind and fire its power at a single point. Boom, cuke, ngh. I made a mistake. The trajectory of wind thunder grazed my skin as it passed. Just that was enough to lightly tear the skin on the back of my hand. I quickly used the current to stop the bleeding, and looked at what I had done. Ahem. The root had, of course, been torn apart. It went beyond that. The root fragment that had bound my hand was blown up and lodged in the ceiling, and the mark wind thunder had left on the ground stretched all the way to the end of the cavity.
This is.
I opened the book and checked the conditions listed for every spell written in it. It was certain. Almost every condition included telekinesis type or compression type magic. It wasn't just those, but still. Now I could understand why Dercia had said I would be able to learn these kinds of spells. This was a collection of high-level spells that could be cast using my Abyss Realm magic. To cast high-level magic, combinations of upper-tier spells are required. My Deep Sea magic can serve as a substitute for those upper-tier spells, so with just a small amount of fuel I can awkwardly but still manage to cast them. It's not perfect. In the end, it's like wrapping tape around a place that should be welded, casting a spell that shouldn't be used so sloppily. But boom, boom, quang, this is usable. An increase in methods is always a good thing. Especially in a situation as terrible as this. Now freed, I stretched with a satisfied expression and looked up at the ceiling. He said to head upward. It seems the time to protest about his teaching methods has come. Above the world tree, Linmal clenched her teeth and struck at the root but only managed to cut through its black outer layer. Shhhk, in that instant other roots sprang up from the ground and stabbed toward her sharply. Ugh! Linmal hurried to retrieve her sword, but that was her mistake. The roots were far too fast to be considered plant-like. When Linmal found herself surrounded in all directions by roots in an instant, she grit her teeth. Don't be afraid to let go of your weapon. The shadow formed from the rising roots vanished in an instant. What remained were logs of roots dripping sap like blood. Brimdal frowned as he sheathed his swung sword and looked at the still grotesquely root-filled plain. You can get a weapon again, but not your life. I'm sure they don't intend to kill us. Seal, who had smashed an approaching root with a kick, murmured softly as she looked up at the world tree. But I can feel a strong will not to let anyone approach. Shaman, what did he say her intentions were? Brimdal asked Azriel with a slightly annoyed expression. Azriel shrugged and replied. Said he'd turn all the elves into fallen just to save one disciple. It wasn't entirely true, but close enough. Brimdal let out a sigh and glared at the world tree. Thousands of roots had already sprung up like worms around it, writhing in a clear warning. Take one more step and they would attack immediately. What's your reason for being beside such a lunatic? Not everyone is perfect. Everyone feels the urge now and then to drive a species to extinction for no reason. Other than you and your master, no one else ever feels that urge, Tusk. Brimdal clicked his tongue and glared at the roots of the world tree. Not one of the dull-witted elves of this era, but an elf with intelligence. Brimdal knew what the elves had done in the eras unknown to humans. It wasn't that he could approve of the shaman's method of turning his kin into beasts, but there was also no way to outright deny it. Surely they haven't changed. A seed of unease sprouted in Brimdal's chest. It was unlikely, but if that were to happen, he would have no choice but to give up on Jern. This was a subject that stirred his heart after a long time. Shaking his head, he made up his mind and took a step forward. Shaman. What is it? How long until we reach him? Azriel hesitated before shrugging his shoulders. About 2 hours, I'd say. Utterly incompetent. That slow. You stupid dwarf, do you even know how deep that Jern guy is? I can't even imagine how many battles we'll face on the way. Being able to say it'll take no more than 2 hours proves how competent I am. The incompetent ones are always the loudest. You're impossible to talk to. Fine, I'll wrap it up in 30 minutes. Azriel shook his head and held up 3 fingers. In exchange, draw out Dercia's true body, that should be doable at least. Even as he said it, Azriel knew it was impossible. A wizard who has prepared for battle is stronger than one who hasn't. A wizard who has taken control of the area is twice as strong as a prepared one, and the opponent was Dercia. No matter how much of an advantage knights supposedly had over wizards, fighting a 9-star wizard under such dire conditions was not something any sane person would attempt. Exactly. But Brimdal scoffed and rested his sword on his shoulder. Rescue him before I kill that one. Fighting while holding back is not an easy thing. Crazy bastard. Azriel was appalled, yet he understood that there was no bluff in Brimdal's words. With that level of confidence, there shouldn't be any major problems. Seal, can you help?
Yes.
Seal clasped her hands neatly and replied, but Brimdel asked again in a more serious tone. When I ask if you can help, I mean, can you punch your master in the face even if she commands you not to?
Ahem.
Seal thought for a moment, then nodded with a vague expression. I just thought about it and I had already beat my master until she fainted. Seems like I need to suppress my anger a little. That's enough then. There didn't seem to be any concern about betrayal. We're short on time, so let's begin right away. If we give them any more time to prepare, it'll only get harder. For now, Dercia had only seized control of the area but hadn't prepared for actual combat, so there was no intense resistance yet. Seal and Azriel also agreed and were about to move when, I'll come too.
Ahem.
The left-out Linmal suddenly stepped forward with a plea. I want to go too, I'll be helpful.
I.
The hand gripping her sword was trembling. Not from fear but from anger. Her eyes were filled with the anguish of having failed to protect someone. That gaze was usually seen in knights who had broken their vows, not one a child her age should carry. Brimdel asked with a frown. Why, this isn't your place to step in. Sir Brimdel, I'm still a child. I'm not trying to scold you, I'm asking because I know you're not so dull as to be unaware of the difference in power. She knew she couldn't handle even one of those many roots. So why did she insist on stepping in instead of leaving it to others? It was a question filled with that meaning, unadorned and direct, but Linmal answered resolutely. This is the reason I became a knight.
What?
Technically a Heaven's Judgment Knight. To protect a wizard. To protect Jern, she became a Heaven's Judgment Knight. She knew she was weak. She understood that she wouldn't be of much help, but still, I can't be left out of rescuing Jern.
Huh.
Brimdel let out a hollow breath, utterly dumbfounded. A vow to an individual, that was the kind of thing knights used to make in the Romantic era centuries ago when they engaged in secret romances with princesses. The gender had changed, the status too. However, the blazing determination in her eyes was exactly the same. Knights really never change. Brimdel furrowed his brow and patted Linmal's head. Just forget about it for today. From tomorrow on, it'll be that way.
I.
Linmal's expression was full of dissatisfaction, but she couldn't defy him. Once Brimdel and Seal had departed, Azriel cleared his throat to draw Linmal's attention. Ahem, so what will you do now? I'm going to rescue your boyfriend. As expected of a shaman, he was sharp. Linmal didn't deny it and looked firmly toward the world tree. I'm going to rescue him even if I have to go alone. Get a grip on yourself. Don't go getting caught and turning into baggage.
Ugh.
Being rejected again and again, anyone would get angry, even Linmal. Swallowing the tears that were starting to rise, she stomped her foot, drew her sword, and made to charge toward the writhing roots. I'll handle this myself, so please hurry and rescue Jern.
Ahem.
Just as she was about to do something truly reckless, Azriel called out to her in a subtle voice, stopping her in her tracks. Let's say, what if your help is actually needed to rescue that arrogant brat?
What?
It was like magic, words she had truly wanted to hear. Azriel came to a sudden halt and put on a grave expression. If you help rescue Jern, we might be able to shorten the time significantly, maybe down to 20 minutes. But I'm weak. Weak only after she said the word did she truly realize she was weak. At the academy, she had always been the strongest. Since becoming a knight, she hadn't lost a single sparring match, but those were all with people her own age, maybe a few years older at most. She had been the strongest within that tiny well. Out in the world, she was far too weak, she couldn't protect Jern. Before the strength could leave her hand gripping the sword, Azriel's smooth voice reeled her back in. You might just be able to do it, Do what? Your talent, it's something even that insane dwarf knight acknowledges as a once-in-a-generation gift. Talent alone isn't enough. She'd heard it so many times, her talent was great, incredible, exceptional. But what did it matter? No matter how brightly her future self might shine, what did it mean? Right now, when it mattered most, it was useless. That's not true. Azriel grinned slyly as he pulled out a black vial from his pocket, something that looked dangerous at a glance. Would you like to try, just maybe experience it? What are you talking about? Linmal instinctively took a step back, but Azriel gave her a sinister smile and made her an offer she couldn't refuse. Your future self, one that can fully wield that talent. Head upward, that's what he said. I looked up at the ceiling. As the size of the cavity was quite large, it seemed to be just under 10 meters from the floor to the ceiling, and there were no visible holes. The easiest thing would be to use wind thunder to blow a large hole and go up. However, that would be dangerous. I rolled on the floor a few times and confirmed that the damp soil was holding together more firmly than I had expected. Anyone who has done construction work or even just played with dirt on a backyard hill would know this. Wet soil, no matter how firmly it's pressed and compacted, collapses easily. And yet, in such a deep underground place with such a massive cavity, it should have collapsed at any moment. But even with roots sticking out like that, it maintained a stable state. When I rubbed the floor, as expected, I found that very thin, fine roots were intertwined like a net supporting the structure. These were holding the soil together if I were to damage that structure while creating a hole with my wind thunder. The escape attempt could turn into a live burial. Ahem. But I curved my lips into a smile. It was the perfect environment to test my ability. I closed my eyes and spread my current sense deeply beyond the cavity into the underground burrow. The map of it gradually revealed itself. The result was shocking. There were far more fine roots than soil. Those roots, like a net, played a role in keeping this deeply dug underground burrow from collapsing. All of this was created by Dircia. I began to get a faint idea of the extent of her ability, a realm of miracles that transcended magic. If one who wields magic is called a wizard, what do you call someone who manipulates miracles at will? I didn't bother trying to define the answer. Instead, I thrust my hand into the wall of the cavity, grabbing a handful of soil and fine roots. I focused hard on them. Every root has a vascular system. I didn't know what method Dircia used to control the roots, but if I could touch it, this would be the only way. I sent a current through the vascular system of the roots I had grasped. Tiarduk Truduk Thiar. What did you do to Linmal? I brought forward the potential she could reach in the future. I didn't expect it to be this much though. 3 minutes, can you believe that? It took her 3 minutes to break through that witch's den. You better not let go of that girl. What I'm asking is whether there are any problems. You wouldn't believe me even if I said there weren't. But there really aren't, so I have nothing to say. The only side effect is that it's single use, but how is that a problem? I'll believe you for now. Getting soaked in the rain, I ran to the back of the world tree. It's such a damned huge tree that even just circling around it once takes quite a bit of time. While running, I activated my current sense and observed the surroundings. I felt nothing. But hey, why are you going there? They're fighting over me, so I can't just stay out of it. No, you should be running away first. If it's about delivering the situation to Brimdel, I'll do that for you. But here. You want to pit the Empire's greatest knight against the worst witch, 2 people who might even become your masters.
Yes.
Why? Azriel, despite being old, easily kept up with my pace, bouncing along, persistently asking. It was getting annoying, so I snapped at him clearly. Azriel, I understand your objective. You want to use me to bring Master back to normal and then carry out that so-called liberation, don't you? Then just leave me alone. Close but not quite. Then what is it? I don't believe that Dircia can ever return to her senses. She's already crossed a line that she can't come back from. She can't liberate us. Why? Azriel answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. How many elves do you think I've seen? That one's already a lost cause. After digging through the world however she pleases for thousands of years, she'll probably come back once she's tired. Then she'll pass down her memories and send another elf. That makes even less sense. Then why are you helping me, or rather hindering me? Honestly, I have no idea what you're trying to do. First, I want to make sure that Lunatic leaves so this stable doesn't collapse. Second, to gather information. What? Information? While running, I glanced over at Azriel and he nodded. Normally, when someone builds up that much to the point where they can't stay sane, they become extremely closed off and only show interest in the field they're obsessed with. So, you fool, what is your master moving for? Me. But that's because I'm her disciple. That's slightly off the mark. Azriel looked at me with a meaningful expression. What do you mean? It means you're a curious fellow. I'll observe you to find out exactly how you influenced Dircia. And I'll use that to raise the next generation's messiah. I was momentarily at a loss for words, then shot back, quit your messiah nonsense. Hey, we're all part of it.
Even using you.
So it was all just a barrage of questions to gather data. As soon as the useless conversation ended, Dercia and Brimdel came into view. The good news was they weren't fighting.
Ahem.
Brimdel was holding Dercia by the neck. Fortunately, it was sap that was dripping, not blood. On the fist that Brimdel had sunk into her throat, vines were wrapped around it, roots that moved on their own, not hanging from the stem.
Annoying.
Crack! As soon as Brimdel applied a bit of strength, there was a refreshingly crisp sound like a watermelon splitting, and it was smashed to pieces. But if I said something like, "Fight me fair and square," how would you respond? I'd say, "Is it knightly to beg for victory from your opponent?"
Yeah.
You're that kind of people. Dercia was sitting on a branch dozens of meters up in the air. With the same expression as always, reading a book, she looked completely normal. She probably was too, that's the problem. But I'll be the one taking the victory.
Ahem.
Brimdel flung away the tangled mass of roots in his hand. If the world tree were truly alive, it would have vomited several times after witnessing the surrounding scene. Roots, leaves, and branches crushed and torn apart in a gruesome state. Even with the rain pouring down like this, the pungent smell of torn grass clinging to the nose was proof of the battle's brutality. You're free to indulge in delusions, but please look at reality. As Dercia flicked her finger, the plants rose again. As if they were immortal, they stood back up in their horribly shredded states. They didn't only take the form of roots. Among them were human mannequins resembling Dercia herself. They held swords. Some had stars glimmering in their eyes. This is insane. Why was Dercia resorting to such a method? She had created humans out of plants and planted a world within them. Only then did I notice the rain piercing down from the sky. Was this what's reviving those plants?
Reality, huh?
Watching Brimdel raise his sword with a grimace, I thought of another possibility. Why wasn't Dercia using her usual magic to kill opponents with that fountain pen? Why was she manipulating roots instead? I had brushed it off lightly, thinking maybe it was just more efficient because we were near the world tree. No, this was an experiment. The reason she deliberately used such means was to obtain even a little more information. It was all for me, so you're watching, that's what this is. Boom! Just as Brimdel was watching the approaching plant wizard, he suddenly burst forward in one motion and leapt toward my direction. Only then did Dercia, realizing that I was outside when I should be inside the chamber, flinch in surprise. Too late. Brimdel hid me behind him, spun his sword and aimed it at Dercia. You've been careless with your hostage. Not very terrorist-like of you. So then what will you do now? After frowning for a moment, Dercia closed her book and sighed. Brimdel didn't budge as he kept his sword pointed at her. His presence was so sharp it felt like a single wrong breath could slice you. No matter what magic you use at this distance, I can take your disciple and escape. Yes, it can't be helped. Congratulations on your victory.
What?
Brimdel stared at Dercia in disbelief, but she remained unfazed, speaking in a light, slow tone as she waved her hand. What's this talk about hostages? I was planning to let you go anyway after pushing you a little away. Then I'd return and try to persuade him again. If that still didn't work, I would have let him go. No, what is this? And it wasn't just words. Brimdel watched as all the plant soldiers collapsed, tilting his head deeply in confusion. Of course it was absurd. If a hostage escapes, the typical response is to move into phase 2, but she simply gave up. Anyone would think, was this something that could have been resolved with a conversation? Absolutely not. Leaving the flustered Brimdel behind, I stepped forward and asked, Master, please wait a moment. Jern, do you still have something to say? There are a few things I want to ask, can you answer me? I thought our Q&A ended in the underground chamber. Didn't you just say you were planning to kill Brimdel in a brutal way and then try persuading me again? I didn't go that far. Dercia furrowed her brow and bent a branch toward me. Jern, it's fine, please leave it to me. Ahem. Stopping Brimdel, I stepped forward and spoke with Dercia. What are you curious about? Are you still not stopping the work of turning innocent elves into wizards, then into fallen, to offset my burden in order to save me?
Yes.
Again, there is no problem with this. I cannot understand why you can't accept even this much. Why should I accept that?
Do you see this?
Dercia raised one of the plant wizard. In the knothole that looked like an eye filled with water, there was a star inside, albeit an imperfect one. Can you make that in that state fall? Of course not, it feels no pain, has no thoughts, so it can't fall. It's merely a tool that manifests preset magic. Then what's the point of this? Does this look human to you? No. Then there's no problem killing it. The plant wizard returned to its disheveled roots. Dercia, watching that scene without a hint of concern, looked at me and murmured, "That shaman probably filled your head with useless false knowledge." False. No, you idiot. Don't tell me you actually believe what that crazy bitch says. Of course I do, she's my master. I believed in Dercia's sincerity more than in Azriel's. This whole situation made it clear. If Dercia had truly wanted to save me by any means necessary, she could have lied about her methods. But there was no harm, no new fallen were created, there was nothing inside the chamber, like this. Knowing I would reject it to achieve her goal, and yet Dercia hadn't hidden anything. She had clearly explained her goal and reasons, the means and methods she was using. Compared to the scheming Azriel, she wasn't even in the same category. Ha, I'm dying of injustice here, what lies have I told? I suppose you'll say something like, I failed to destroy this cattle pen. That's close. I'm sorry but no. Actually, I'm not even sorry, I really don't care what happens to the elves. Dercia furrowed her brow in irritation. To be completely honest, I'm rather ashamed. That you, my disciple, had to witness how primitive my own race is. I wish there were a hole I could crawl into. No, I wouldn't go that far. Living as they please, then when the consequences catch up, they blame time, blame their race, shifting responsibility, and finally choose to run away by erasing all memories. Isn't that going a bit too far? I had too much to say, and so I couldn't say anything. And I agreed. I almost said, didn't you run away too, Dercia? That it was just racial trait. But I figured it'd be better to keep my mouth shut, so I said nothing. Anyway, among those useless false pieces of knowledge, there is at least one thing that's true, and that is the recovery of memory. Memory recovery. Yes, that's the reason I chose elves, that Azriel can store elves' memories. In other words, he can extract the painful memories used in the process of falling, then only the fallen remain. How is that any different? Isn't it still creating fallen, just without the pain? It's different. First of all, the lives these elves lead in the pen are utterly worthless. A complete waste, really, and there is no pain in the process of falling either. They're tools created for use, so why insist on not using them? You crazy bitch. Seemingly enraged, Azriel jumped out, pointing his finger at her. Sure, the way our race lives isn't perfect, but we never did anything that deserves being treated like objects. You did. Azriel was left speechless. That too is one of the many ways I tried to persuade you, Jern. These elves committed unforgivable crimes by your standards. They forgot even the desire to die from guilt. I simply use them without pain for a greater cause and then release them. What exactly is the problem? How do you distinguish between that plant human and an elf? By what standard? Hi. I rubbed my temple. Once again, I had a lot I wanted to say, but this time I was able to choose the most correct thing to say from all those thoughts. Master. Yes, I'm listening. I don't want to even leave that kind of choice as an option. I don't want to consider it as something to weigh. I've already weighed it all. Our eyes met. Only now did I realize that although Dercia looked the same as usual, there was one difference. There was a little more clarity in her eyes. I see. Will you give up? I can't do that. Dercia slowly shook her head. You know me. And I know you. I believe further words are meaningless. Dercia turned her body and walked away. Perhaps this is the end. Just because words are understood doesn't mean they always lead to an exchange of opinions. Dercia would continue that hellish research with the purpose of saving me, so then, words are meaningless. I found a way to make the process of compressing wind easier, put it into a space created by water pressure. Wind thunder, despite its name, was split in half. Dercia hadn't lifted a single finger. Without even turning around, she split my high-tier magic with nothing but her consciousness. She might not have even consciously done it. Though it seemed she realized it afterward as she turned her head with a puzzled expression. Wind thunder I see. I only presented it as a possibility without any guideposts. You reached it on your own. Dercia. I called her by name. Let's set aside our master-disciple relationship and have a real fight.
The.
For the first time, a visible change appeared on her face. Dercia looked at me in disbelief. You want to fight me?
Yes.
After pondering for a moment, Dercia murmured as she looked at me. Jern, you weren't this stupid before, is it because you trained under a knight have you become aggressive? I know it's not something that can actually happen. That's why I'm asking for a chance.
A chance.
I borrowed a short sword from Brimdel, who was watching with interest, and slowly widened the distance between Dercia and me. I've currently reached 2-star.
I see. Congratulations.
Please restrict yourself to only 2-star magic. Don't move from that spot either. Don't use any other magical tools. If you break these conditions, I win. Dercia looked at me with a troubled expression. Well, from her perspective, it must be difficult to understand the meaning of challenging someone while stacking the conditions in your favor. Did you hit your head?
Dercia.
If you win, I'll become a devoted disciple from this moment forward. There was a glint in her eyes, in detail. Brimdel, Azriel, no reinforcements, just you and me, a duel, conditions as stated. I drew the blade. Droplets hit the ground and the sword gleamed brightly. If I lose, whether it's other people or elves, I'll have no objection to you using them as a means to survive. Do you want to add anything?
What if I lose?
I had already decided. Let me freely alter your memory using Azriel's ability.
What?
Azriel, who was beside me, was more shocked than anyone. But Dercia didn't seem very surprised. She simply nodded slowly. You'll manipulate my memories and turn me into a slave. That's the gist of it. A slave is a bit much. I won't go that far. I'll just erase every memory related to this matter. So it's a duel for control over one another. Yes, I guess putting a 2-star and a 9-star on the same scale is too much, right?
No.
Dercia replied firmly. As if she didn't want to miss this opportunity. When do we start? I proposed it, so you decide. Drip, suddenly the rain stopped. Dercia cut off the magic that had been governing this domain. She abandoned her 9-star magic and confined herself within the narrow room of a 2-star level. Now, that's your chance. Go attack her, you dumb tall dwarf knight. Azriel immediately shouted something, but Brimdel simply ignored him with his arms crossed. What are you doing? Your disciple just gave you a golden opportunity. Don't you see it?
I saw it.
You damn idiot, then why aren't you jumping out there? I figured I should see what that elf is capable of too. We ignored him as well. Holding my sword, I widened the distance and created a sphere of wind to fire wind thunder. I knew my limits, 3 shots max. If I draw the bowstring any more than that, my shoulder will give out. But it's enough firepower to threaten a 2-star wizard's body. Wind thunder is high-tier magic. No matter how powerful Dercia was, she couldn't produce the same level of destructive force with only 2-star magic. We'll begin in 10 seconds. As Dercia said that, she suddenly gave a very satisfied smile. Jern, there's no turning back now. Yes, I know. So I'll give you a chance to surrender. Check behind me using current sense.
I blinked.
After learning enhanced mana body, I was able to detect the flow of mana using current sense. When magic manifested, the hollow spaces within the deep sea became visible, and then, I frowned. This is cheating. I told you. There's no turning back. A mere, very small wind arrow, a spell closer to 1-star than 2-star level. However, there were a lot of them, so many that it could make one mistake the deep sea parting like the Red Sea. With about 2 seconds left before the start, I reconfirmed what I had already known. You must have been embarrassed. Even if she restricted herself to 1-star magic. There was absolutely no way I could defeat Dercia, not even if I died and came back. To think you'd choose to lose like this. 9.5 star. The Empire's greatest wizard didn't even need a fan to summon a typhoon. And an elementary school student defeat a martial arts champion in a bare-handed fight? No, it's obvious. But if that elementary school student had a handgun and if they properly understood how to use it and had enough distance. If you add in all these assumptions, the story changes. I added mine. Dercia cannot use magic above 2-star and cannot move from her position. She hasn't fallen either, so in truth, she's under even more restrictions than those listed above. The problem is, this isn't the kind of difference like that between a kid and a martial artist. If anything, it's more like the difference between a human and a fighter jet. Someone as clever as you surely understood that much. Dercia gave a slight wave of her hand and the sky collapsed. A wall of wind. If I stay still and I'd be crushed to death. I redirected the wind thunder I had aimed at Dercia up into the sky, creating a small space for myself. Kwung! Everything outside the narrow space I stood in was compressed like it had been squeezed through a hydraulic press. That didn't mean I was safe. Before I could even catch my breath, the ground shook. Quagic, I quickly pulled my body back, but my robe was slightly torn. If not for current sense, I might have been sliced in half. From underground, rocks shaped like swords rose up to strike where I had just been. The spot I dove into to dodge, there was a sharpened spear of wind waiting. I twisted my body by force. The training with Brimdle had helped a lot. Feeling the pain of my waist almost snapping, I lifted my head. Ha! Front, back, left, right within 10 cm, swords made of stone were aiming at me. If I moved even slightly, they would pierce me immediately. Anyone could see this was the end of the fight. A one-sided defeat. The time taken, 20 seconds, that's how it went. You must have fully realized that no other outcome could be expected. I glanced around. Roughly 30 crude stone swords were tightening around me so that I couldn't move even a little. This kind of situation is normally called defeat. Dercia didn't look pleased, she looked at me as if the obvious had simply occurred. So this isn't my victory, it's more like a kind of contract where under fair conditions both parties got what they wanted. You're right. In her mind, I hadn't been aiming for victory. Because, in her common sense, the restrictions placed on her were meaningless. Only 2-star magic and no movements. With things like that, no matter what the child before her did, he couldn't possibly reach her. So she wished for conditions of defeat since she had no choice but to lose. She didn't even care much about the conditions for her victory, no matter how risky they were or what they entailed. From the beginning, both she and I knew that such a thing wouldn't happen. Shall we wrap it up now or continue a bit more? But there's one misunderstanding you have. I quietly declared, watching her slightly tilt her head. The me you know, Dercianim, isn't who I am anymore. That's true. I haven't just been lazing around all this time. Yes, I suppose you haven't. Dercia agreed, as if wondering why I was stating the obvious. I understand that you've made efforts, even becoming a squire amidst it all, but I'm not sure that was the right direction. Of course, I doubt you did all that without any thought. Would you like to check? Next time. I'll take a look slowly. You should check now. Her brows furrowed slightly. With a clenched fist, the stone swords began to move in closer. It was a silent message, don't you realize the situation you're in? Also seems to carry the meaning of stop bluffing and just accept your loss. But they didn't touch my skin. Dercia had a puzzled look on her face, but still, the swords trembled without advancing. Only then did her eyes widen as if she had realized something. Oh ho. Do you like it? Before, if you tried to use water pressure like that, you wouldn't have even been able to speak. I don't know what method you used, but you've succeeded in reducing the burden. Yes. She was impressed seeing that I was holding back her magic with water pressure. Doesn't know. She couldn't find the link between me becoming 2-star and reducing the burden. I slowly stepped back out of the range. Meanwhile, Dercia kept trying to move the swords. At 2-star output, I can withstand it. The restriction of the star rank existed for that purpose. Dercia nodded in understanding. Certainly, the spells I gave you could only be used if water pressure and currents were of a certain level. What did you do? I had my own method. So you want me to find out through strength, I see. Thud, when Dercia lightly tapped her foot, sharp stones shot straight into the sky. Very high up, I grit my teeth, sensing what was about to happen. A mere lack of strength is easily dealt with like this. A rain made of swords poured down, however those raindrops chased me. Once they entered the range of current sense, it was already too fast to dodge. That would have been true for the version of me that Dercia knew. Now, both the range and precision were on a completely different level. Boom crash. Dodging the homing swords by force, I charged up a wind thunder. Since I was in the middle of retreating, it didn't pack much power, but it was clearly aimed at Dercia's torso. She didn't even care. While I avoided the sword rain with everything I had and activated the spell, she looked at me curiously, then sank into thought. This, don't tell me, Jern, you. As she stroked her chin and pondered something, Wind Thunder was perfectly aimed. A clean hit, this would definitely land. That can't be it. No, but if not, then it makes no sense. But Wind Thunder split into two in midair. The more accurate term would be disassembled. Even at that speed, it unraveled, split into wind and power. The power became wind again, stirring a strong gust around us. Dercia's robe fluttered, and then she looked at me with an expression of disbelief. Seriously, from the beginning, were you truly trying to win against me?
Yes.
If Wind Thunder was blocked, then I go for the next method. I charged in with a sword. Seeing my determined eyes, Dercia shook her head in disbelief. No, why would you make that choice? You know me, these restrictions mean nothing to me.
Because
Right now, even now, you could easily create magic to kill me. So you do know. Whoosh, whatever she was saying, I twisted and threw a short sword. It aimed for her head but hit a tree. With my fist clenched, I threw a punch with everything I had into her face. Honestly, I really wanted to hit her just once. If you know, then why are you doing this?
Kug.
My fist stopped just short, close enough to feel the heat of her skin. She didn't move at all. It wasn't a matter of output. It felt like being tightly bound with rope. It was near perfect control. The air pressure, almost telekinetic, didn't allow me to advance any further. Dercia hadn't even blinked. It seemed like she hadn't predicted this outcome at all. As I struggled to pull my hand back, she muttered quietly, "This is not a valid fight." It is, because I'm still alive right now.
That's
Of course I know I was shown mercy. But would Dercia and M really kill me? Is that what you were counting on? Dercia would never actually kill me. Looking at me with a slightly dazed expression, she soon shook her head. Then what do you say about the fact that I can easily neutralize you without killing you?
Kug Kug.
The wind pressure began to strangle my body. I too tried to resist using water pressure and currents, but it was meaningless. Even with just 2-star magic, Dercia could perfectly defend her body. If she hadn't known about my water pressure and currents, if that had been the case, maybe there would have been a sliver of a chance. But as long as she knew, she didn't allow any force to touch her. Dercia was a wizard capable of doing exactly that. As my vision dimmed, I focused all my strength into my fingers. I know. The enhanced mana body, I learned, was a power meant to endure the deep sea, because I am in the deep sea. Even if the other world tried its hardest to save me, that fact did not change. But now my world had expanded. Just a little, just enough that I could grow the enhanced mana body to resist not just the abyss realm but also the magic of the physical world. Like this. With a single movement, I extended my finger and lightly tapped Dercia's forehead. A soft flick with no impact at all, but perhaps that alone was unexpected. Her wind pressure faltered in surprise, and in that moment I barely managed to pull myself free.
Gukehaka.
As I caught my breath, Dercia rubbed her forehead with a dazed expression. Her eyes said she couldn't believe what just happened. It would have been nice if she stayed stunned and didn't move. While I felt that it was a shame,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.